All right, what's good, everyone joining up the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? What's up? We're gonna start getting some people up here very soon. How's everybody doing? What's up? We're gonna get the debates going very soon, everybody. What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, Courtney? What's up, Luis? What's up, Bia? What's up, Cynthia? What's up, Sophia? How you doing? What's up, Alien? What's up, everyone joining in? We're gonna get the debates going up here in a quick second. Today there was some crazy news overnight. The Louisiana governor, I think, expecting here for tomorrow, is going to come out and talk about how they're canceling the votes because they're trying to racially gerrymander Louisiana. They're trying to completely get rid of 2 majority black districts within Louisiana to give more Republican seats. It's actually really fucking sick, and that's because of the fact that the courts gutted a bit of the Voting Rights Act. Which is so fucked, so unbelievably fucked. What's going on right now? Even more evidence that we need to ban gerrymandering. Like, just absolutely fucking crazy, by the way. So, and why is this so much even crazier from a legal perspective? And this might actually limit them from being able to do this. Is that there have been votes already casted in the primaries, so they're like canceling people's votes, like straight up. Like canceling votes that people have already made. Now, there will be like a future election that will happen specifically relating to these new maps, but in of itself is like incredibly fucked. Like they're straight up just like canceling votes. I'm pretty sure that this is all unprecedented for like the modern era. So this is all like really insane shit. That shows how mad they are about the seats that we picked up in Virginia. It's absolutely crazy. We're gonna get some people up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Oh, it's you again.
So this gerrymandering stuff's got you pretty upset, huh?
Well, I've always wanted to ban gerrymandering, but I am going to push back on this, and we are going to push back. We're not going to just let you guys do that shit. That's gross. Do you think racially gerrymandering is... Well, I have a question. Do you think racial gerrymandering is ever justified?
I mean, the Democrats have been doing that this whole time. They've been racially gerrymandering districts.
And that's exactly why
that's exactly why the Supreme Court just ruled that you cannot gerrymander off of race. And that's why you can't specifically have a black district. That's not fair to anybody else. You can't go off of somebody just by their race. You can't judge somebody.
You're claiming that these districts were already gerrymandered. That's not true. When did a Democrat in the state of Louisiana gerrymander those districts? Tell me.
So first off, dude, I don't have to claim that because the Democrats have been claiming that for the past 3-4 weeks now, saying that they're getting rid of black districts 100%.
We're saying that the Republicans are getting rid of them.
You guys are sitting here saying that these were black districts.
Yeah, these are majority black districts. Yes, and they're trying to gerrymander around them. That's clear. It's obviously racial gerrymandering.
No, dude. You don't need to have only black districts in this common era, right? Like I could see back in the day when there was actually systemic issues.
You're not understanding is that these already existed. This was the already existing map of just where people live.
No, Parker, apparently you don't understand because the Supreme Court ruled on this, right? So there was arguments
what did the Supreme Court rule?
Our Okay, so these arguments were weighed in at the Supreme Court with people that can debate a whole lot better than me and you put together, right? So the fact is that this went before the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ruled that you can't just sit here and have only districts that are only primarily black. Like they have to make sense, right? So like maps like Illinois, you guys don't like talking about.
Let me clarify.
Illinois.
What was the ruling?
Yeah. Huh? Mm-hmm. You want me to give you the whole entire docket right now? Like, what are you asking for exactly?
Yeah, and the court 6-3 decision along ideological lines ruled that Louisiana's new redistricting map was an unconstitutional racial gerrymander under the 15th Amendment.
Yeah.
You just proved yourself wrong.
Okay. No, because
you just said yeah to the thing that proved you wrong. That's really funny. That's actually really funny. He didn't even realize.
Because this shows... You don't even realize what you're arguing. Who drew the map? Who drew the map?
The new redistricting map?
Who drew this last map that went to the Supreme Court? Who drew it?
This is under the Trump administration. This is by a
No, what are you?
full case
Trump didn't
name.
draw the Louisiana map. What are you talking
No,
about?
I'm saying it's under the Trump administration past 2025, and the case was specifically brought by a Louisiana appellate v. Philip
This shows
Callis.
you don't know anything about this case, Parker.
Well, I'm reading off the case. I'm reading off the case right now.
No,
I never
Parker,
said I did a bunch
you
of
do
research
not
in the case. I just
understand-
looked it up, and that's what it said.
No, Parker, this map got redrawn because there was there was originally one black district. It got redrawn.
It says
into
new.
two.
It says new.
Oh man, dude, you're just you don't. I'm talking
You're
about
not
what we're
understanding.
talking about.
You're actually. I think you're trying to misrepresent this.
No,
you understand
Parker,
that this
you
was
don't
set up
understand
under
anything about
Republican
this.
control, right? Like the Republicans have control of the governorship within the context of Louisiana, right? There are Republican senators. Like you understand that it's a Republican controlled area, right?
Right, but the thing is they still had to follow the laws of the Civil Rights Act, right? So they still had to go by that, and they were requesting another district because there was originally only one black district. They tried to make it two, and then they sued because they said.
So I just want to let you know. There's a thing right here. Because you just misrepresented the information because the new maps were specifically challenged by black voters themselves, right? Claiming that the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act was violated.
Excuse me?
Yeah. The new maps were challenged in court by black voters, claiming that it violated Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act.
Parker, that you literally are lying right now because
I'm not. I'm reading this off.
The original map, Parker, had one black district, and then they turned it into two. People got upset at the fact that
this is under
dude,
Republican rule. I don't know where you got that from, because again, it was challenged by black voters.
Oh my, dude, you're insane, dude. You don't know absolutely. Okay, so you wanna actually talk about what actually started this gerrymandering, because this is gonna show you that you don't know anything about it. What started the gerrymandering?
Are you saying the gerrymandering as of recently or like historically?
This recently.
Recently? I think that you're going to say that it's probably like California or something, but it was originally Texas.
No. Okay, so what
Texas
started
redistrict maps, and then
Texas?
California responded to it with a national referendum that essentially had a vote that allowed for them to redistrict. Same thing happened in Virginia as well.
That you're already wrong.
How am I wrong? What did I say that was wrong?
What happened in 2020?
What did I say that was wrong?
Texas tried to read. The fact is that
don't ask me a new question. What did I say that was wrong?
Everything. So
tell me one thing. Name one specific thing that I said wrong.
And I can provide proof. 2020 census, right? Every 10 years, the maps get redrawn, correct?
Yes. So can you tell me?
So was Texas able to redraw their maps in 2020? Yes or no?
In 2020, did they redraw their maps? I assume yes.
Were they able to? No, they weren't. Because guess who sued Texas for redrawing their maps?
It's probably based upon the way that they redrew their maps.
Who sued Texas for redrawing
in 2020?
their maps?
I don't know who sued them in 2020. No, I have no clue.
Biden.
Okay. That'd be a good thing, right? Wouldn't you agree that's a good thing?
Biden? No, because obviously he just lost a court case if Texas is allowed to redraw their maps.
Wait, you understand that if we're talking about in 2026, this is a whole different map that they're trying to bring into place.
No. Biden sued Texas in 2020 to prevent Texas from redistricting. This court case has been going on since 2020. Texas was then able to redraw their maps under the this wasn't a new issue that just popped up under Trump. This issue with Texas was going on from 2020 when Biden tried to prevent Texas from redrawing their maps. It's even on the DOJ website. As far as under Biden, it actually have a date.
All you're trying to say, so your point here is that you're trying to say that the Texas original response from Texas from Republicans comes from original actions from Democrats. Is that what you're trying to argue?
Biden started by preventing Texas from redrawing their maps after the census in 2020, and when the redistricting was going on.
Who was in office in 2020?
Huh?
Who was in office in 2020? Who was president?
Okay, so December 6, 2021, is
Wait, no,
when
no,
they
wait, answer the
officially
question.
came.
Who was the president in 2020? You said 2020. Who was the president in 2020? Answer that question.
Biden became president.
In 2020?
Yes.
No,
Or 2021, my bad.
In
My bad.
2021. So to
Yeah,
clarify,
December.
if you said that specifically, this was in 2020.
December.
Well, then
No,
you're
no.
saying
December.
under Trump's administration.
It was 2021, not 2020. My bad. So it was under Biden's administration.
Wait,
I
so
have
the
it
census
right
is in
there.
2021. You're saying?
No, the actual redistricting. So after the 2020 census, you're allowed to redistrict. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, and
so
when
I have
does
actually I have an
can
article
you tell me
from
where
the
you
DOJ
get
under
specifically
Biden.
that the redistricting happened in
I have a
2021 and
source.
that
I have a
Biden
source.
prevented this or
I have a
whatever?
source.
And you say
I have
this
a
is the
source.
explanation of before? Because I mean, I can
I
run
have a source
gerrymandering.
under Biden.
Hey,
Parker,
sir,
I have
let
a
me.
source under Biden.
Okay, I can
Why
reference.
don't you want to talk about the source? That'll
Let me
clear this
please.
up.
I
It'll
will
clear
talk
this
about that in a
up.
second. I just want to make
No,
this point.
Parker, it'll clear this up.
Okay,
It'll
go ahead.
clear this up. Okay, so I'm going to give you the title and the date, right? So you go look this up.
Go ahead.
JusticeDepartment.gov, right?
Okay.
Dated December 6, 2021, and the title is going to be Justice Department files lawsuit against the state of Texas to challenge statewide redistricting plans.
Mm-hmm. And where does it say what you're referencing?
Go ahead and read the article.
Okay.
So the fact
And
is,
what's the point you're trying to make from this?
They tried to redistrict. Biden stopped it. Biden put a lawsuit in because there was more concern. There was a lot more people flooding Texas. A lot more people
Because
flooding
it has
Florida.
the discriminatory purpose of denying
Okay,
or
and
abridging the
obviously
right
that
to
was
vote
wrong.
on account of
And
race,
obviously that was wrong.
color, or membership in a language minority group, that it deliberately minimizes the voting strength of minority communities.
What was the
The
outcome of
lawsuit
this
claims
lawsuit?
Texas violated Section 2 because of its congressional redistricting plan, has the discriminatory result of leading to inequality and opportunities for minority voters in to participate in political process. So, by the way, it's just claiming like the same sort of dispute that we're having right now, seemingly.
Okay,
Right, because we
so
think that
it
there's a violation
started-
of Section 2, and these
It
different maps
started
they have
under
different
Biden.
they have different impacts, and
It-
also this is not
man.
this is actually not evidence of it starting on behalf of Democrats. This is actually evidence that it started on behalf of
100%.
Republicans, because Democrats are the
No.
ones saying that they have violated the Section 2.
And they didn't. And they didn't.
so-
They clearly didn't because the court case went in Texas's favor.
Okay, so in
Did
that
it not?
circumstance, well, then that court ruled that. We can see what happens in the situation for this court. We'd have to see. But them filing a lawsuit doesn't mean that like there was necessarily no proper argument that established this in the first place. This was obviously the proper argument that existed at that time. Now,
No,
are you saying
no.
that because they did this lawsuit that they began gerrymandering? Because
No.
aren't they saying that
I'm-
they just
I'm gonna
like are
ex-
trying to call
I'm
out
gonna
and
explain
investigate
it.
whether or
I'm-
not there was gerrymandering? In the same
gonna
sort of way
explain
that
it.
like you guys tried to litigate the 2020 election and clearly were proven wrong?
I mean, and you guys tried to litigate the 2016 election with the Russian hoax and all this other fake stuff that the Obama administration.
Yeah,
and
there's nothing
Hillary
wrong with
Clinton had ties
litigating it,
in.
but we didn't deny
I
the
mean-
election results.
100% you guys did.
No, we didn't.
100%. Yes,
Really?
you
What
did.
percent of the
100%.
Democratic Party
Not only
believed the
that-
election was stolen in 2016?
A lot, dude. And not
Give me
only did they
because
challenge
70%
the
of
votes,
Republicans thought that.
not only did they challenge the votes, right? They were trying to do the same thing that Donald Trump tried to do in 2020 and 2016. But let's get back to this topic because I'm not going to let you run from this, Parker. The fact is that here's the case,
you mean
right?
like a
So-
Supreme Court justice?
No, so here's the case,
Okay.
right, Parker? The fact is that the Biden administration unlawfully sued Texas for a redistricting, which every 10 years, right after the census, they're allowed to redistrict and account for new people coming into their state. The fact is that Biden sued Texas, stopping them from redistricting. And then a couple years later, after Texas is allowed to
Wait, you just said it didn't
redistrict,
stop them
and
because the court didn't prevent it.
a couple years later, they haven't gotten to redistrict yet. This last,
So you're saying they still haven't redistricted since 2020, so they never got a redistricting at all?
no.
Okay. So then what would be wrong with
so-
maintaining the same map?
This is what the Democrats lie.
Wait, no. I have a question.
No, dude.
What's
let me
wrong with
finish my
maintaining the
point.
same
You're not
map?
even letting me finish. Why are you so scared to let me finish my point?
I'm not. I asked you a question. You
You're so
seemingly
scared.
weren't
You're trying to
responding.
pivot. You're trying to pivot so
I
hard.
asked you a
'cause you're
specific
using this
question and you're not
argument.
answering it. It's
I'm
okay.
trying to respond to the first question. I'm trying to respond to the
It's okay.
first thing.
You can
won't
calm
let
down.
me
It's
finish.
okay.
Parker, you won't let me finish. So the fact is that Texas, after this court ruling saying that Texas was allowed to redistrict, Texas started redistricting. The Democrats started saying, oh, they're just redistricting out of nowhere. There's no reason Texas needs to redistrict. Starting this whole gerrymandering thing because they're scared at the fact that Texas is getting more conservative representatives, and they've been lying about this whole thing. You guys have been blowing this thing out of proportion. They're acting like it's uncaused that Texas did this when they didn't get to do it in the first place because Biden unlawfully filed a lawsuit that had no legal basis to it. And
wow, funny. You got a misinformation flag.
Yeah, of course.
Even when there's literally a Trump friend that buys TikTok, you still got that misinformation flag. Interesting, right? Dude, this shit's so funny, dude. Jesus, dude. That's so brutal. That's so brutal. Alrighty. Well, I mean, he couldn't answer the question of why he'd be wrong with like keeping the same map that existed, and he never even disputed like the actual racial gerrymandering that existed today. So that seems like the obvious response from a Trump supporter when they know that they have no position to actually argue there. And I'm not surprised that TikTok gave them misinformation either. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I just must have fed nut to you.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 31.
Brand, thank you so much for the Viking Hammer. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. The microphone and background noise is just brutal, I tell you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
92.
92. Okay. And you said you're 30?
No, I said I'm 33.
Okay. All right. And what month were you born?
December.
Okay. And so why do you support Trump?
So,
Yeah, they're trolling. I knew it. I knew I wasn't like wrong with my memory. Sometimes I'm just trying to be nice because I'm like, dude, was I wrong? The you meet you lose guy tried to say, Parker, you got the flag. No, it explicitly told me it was you. Like, what are you talking about, bro? What's up, how old are you?
Miller niggers.
You're disgusting. You're disgusting. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I love you, Parker.
Appreciate you, appreciate you. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List on the screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2003.
And what month?
June.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Because, quite frankly, he's better for...
They're definitely trolling. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2005.
What month?
June.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
So I support Trump because Drake May supports him, and Drake
Dude, these are the people that spam, like, you're running from me in the comment section. Like, I'm serious, dude. Like, the trolls dedicate so much effort and waste so much of their time to get literally nothing. I genuinely don't understand it. It's almost like they're accidentally owning themselves slightly because you're wasting more of your time than you're ever wasting of mine. You're wasting way more of your effort than you're wasting of mine. All I have to do is hit click disconnect. Like, yo, what's up, how old are you? You're disgusting. And then you got the people who just get off on, like, being absolutely deplorable human beings. Like, absolutely deplorable human beings. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. Alrighty, well, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. The you lose guy, if you have a second account, you can join in, and I'll debate you on that second account. I can't debate you on that account because you got a flag, so. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Do you support Trump?
I used to, but I just love you.
Oh, appreciate you very much. We are just looking for some debates. Hey, everybody, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed at the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hail Hitler, nigger.
You're disgusting. Block their account. Like, there's just a million fucking weirdos. They, like, join in on a Discord just to do that shit. It's so weird. Yo, what's up? How old are
Free
you?
all the niggers in the...
Dude, you see how they're all just joining in from, like, a Discord? They're all just disgusting humans. Alright. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're literally just getting a bunch of trolls like that. If you're a Trump supporter, please do send a guest request. If you're above the age of 18, we can get some debates up here right now. Do give it a second. Because we got a limit on the push, there was probably going to be, like, less typical Trump supporters who are joining the stream. So, do give it a quick second. Apparently, they've been doing this all morning, too, so they're just, like, really weird. I'll make sure to go out around and block every single one that ends up doing so, please, everybody, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Please, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Alrighty. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Okay, they're not here. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everyone. Alrighty, do give it a quick second. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2008.
Okay, and what month?
May.
Okay, and wait, that makes no sense. Nice job. Alright, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Please, everybody. I'm just going to start blocking people that don't meet that criteria, everybody. If you send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria on the screen, I'm going to block you. Please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the screen. We're, like, not getting any requests right now. I think it's literally just going to be a bunch of trolls. I might just give it a second. I don't know. This is brutal.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
I accidentally just clicked the thing, man.
You're good. Don't worry. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Okay. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Just gotta block all of these people. They literally have their full name in their fucking shit. They literally have their full name. I'm like, It didn't even let me click on the account. I can just go to my blocked accounts after. This shit's so gross, dude. Like, why do people do this shit? It's so fucking weird. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. I might just need to hit a restart, honestly. We'll see. I don't know. Do give it a second, everyone. I do apologize. It is going to take a minute to get some people up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger.
Dude, it's like every single account right now. I think it's because I have a limited push from that flag, and it's near the beginning of the stream. So maybe we just need to wait. That's like the fucking 10 minutes or something. This shit's so gross, bro. Should we just do the restart? Yeah. Restarting will help, hopefully. Alright, let's just do it. We'll be right back, everyone. Alrighty. Restart it here on TikTok. Hopefully this helps. Alrighty, what's up, everyone joining in? Let me catch up, see if I can catch up with anything that I could be behind on. Give me one quick second, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We're nearly 30 minutes into the stream. I apologize, everyone. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer to get some people up here. Pandos, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I agree with you. I'm still at a point where I'm like waiting to see the polls, really, because they're both like could potentially be there or not, and we kind of need someone to drop out. Fruit Punch, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Well, thank you very much. We'll see if we can get some people up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. What's up, everyone, though, joining in? I'm going to try to get the live going and get some debates up here. I do apologize. Sometimes it takes some time to get some people up here. I do apologize. We're going to start getting some people up here very, very soon. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Just looking for some debates. If you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, make sure to send a guest request right now if you want to debate. Alrighty. Do give it a quick second, everyone. Alrighty, do give it a quick minute. I do apologize. We're having a lot of issues today, actually. I want to say. We just hit a quick restart, though, so maybe it'll be a little bit better. We kind of have to wait for people to start getting it into their algorithms a little bit. We'll get some people in here for the debates. So do give it a quick second, everyone. It might just be beneficial to like click through people's profiles prior. This person was already in. I tried to add them up earlier. They didn't add. You can try again.
Nigger.
Okay, so it's literally just someone who's going to do that. Okay, we're going to block them. Disgusting. Like, dude, what is going on right now? It's just a Discord of people who are doing that. It's so gross. Yo, what's how old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
In a way.
Push the money gun. Okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. I think we're not even getting out in the algorithm right now. It's just the same people joining the box. So, please hop out of the box if you're in there and you don't meet that criteria, because I'm just going to block you from the box. So, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Wait, what did you say?
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Oh, Trump. Well, I
What's your
did it
birth
last
year?
time, did I not?
What's your birth year?
What'd you say?
What is your birth year?
Oh, June 2006.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Well, because he's just like better for the economy and like other issues.
Okay. Can you name one economic metric that's got better off since Trump got in office?
Like one thing. Low-key, I don't know, because like there's a war and stuff, so things are gonna get expensive naturally, you know?
Yeah, so can you name, and that war was started by Trump, by the way, but can you name one metric of the economy that's better off since Trump got in office?
But that's what I'm saying though, like nothing's better right now because of the war. But like post-war, we'll probably see like gas prices come down.
But when's the war going to end? We have no clue. Trump started the war. You have no reason to believe that
Well,
conditions
I
are better off
mean,
because of Trump.
whenever
Also,
we
tariffs, we know, based upon a Federal Reserve report, indicated that if we didn't put tariffs in place, that we'd have below pre-pandemic levels of inflation, right? So that would allow us to bring down interest rates and allow to stimulate the labor market. But we can't do that right now because of the fact that Donald Trump has imposed tariffs.
um I mean tariffs are good for like protecting industry though.
They haven't been. Only targeted tariffs have been really effective at doing that. The generalized tariffs that Trump's put in place have not been effective in doing that.
Okay, so like why do you think like what's the reason for him doing it then?
What's the reason for what?
Like for him putting in tariffs then if it's not beneficial.
Well, I would argue it hasn't been beneficial. He thought it was going to be beneficial, but I would argue that his main reason, like if we were to step back for this, is that he's trying to shift the burden of taxation from those that are disproportionately higher income to those that are disproportionately lower income. That was his goal.
But don't like the top like 1% pay like a substantial amount of tax, like 20% or whatever of the country's taxes?
So you're not categorizing the fact that the top 400 billionaires pay a lower effective tax rate than the working class. Plus, if you proportionally make the most money and you have the most money, then obviously you should pay the most in. And proportionally you can, because cost of living takes up a smaller portion of your overall income and your wealth comparative to someone who is lower income. So we also have to think about taxes in terms of that. That's why there's a progressive tax structure. That's why you can't just tax someone who's making $20,000 the same as someone making $20 million, you know? You've got to
If you
tax
have
at
a
different
flat
rates.
tax rate, doesn't that mean that like the person that's still like richer still has to pay more?
So if we have a flat tax rate, nominally they will pay more, but not in terms of percentage. I'm saying in terms of percentage, they can pay more given the more that they make. I want someone who's making $20 million paying a higher effective tax rate than someone who is making $20,000. Do you agree?
I mean, sure, but like the thing is, like taxing people to the point where like the only money that they have is just for like, you know, their cost of living isn't really a good thing.
You don't
You
want
know what I
to
mean?
you don't want to tax people, take into account their cost of living? Why not?
Well, I just think that like if we do that, let's say someone makes 20 million a year, well, how much are you gonna tax them? Because cost of living, like it's high, but it's not high for them, right? Like,
Oh, no. We're not judging based upon, right, what their cost of living would be as like someone who's making 20 million, right? We're judging cost of living based upon like the average person, right?
oh, okay.
Yeah, that's at least in
That's
this
not a
general
bad
sense.
idea.
We're trying to compare what the tax rates should be for the average person comparative to the very rich and very wealthy. Of course, the top income earners should pay a higher percentage. We already have that for income tax structure. We don't have that with capital gains. We don't have that within the broader system because of how loopholes have been set up to benefit the largest corporations, right, and the people with the most amount of money. So that's actually one of the biggest problems I'm pointing towards, that I'm saying like, oh, we need to make sure that our progressive tax structure ensures that the top income Americans are actually paying their fair share, because right now they're not. And that means that we're actually picking up that bill because they're not.
Oh, okay. It doesn't seem like a bad idea then, but like, don't you think that raising taxes wouldn't change anything if there's still loopholes?
Raising taxes wouldn't change anything if there are still loopholes. We need to get rid of the loopholes and raise taxes, right, for the highest wealthy income individuals. Raising taxes could help, but it wouldn't fix the problem entirely.
Oh, okay. I don't know, because like, I
We
don't know,
need
like
to we need to
Democrats,
we need
they
to
like.
close the loopholes. Closing the loopholes is increasing their taxes because
Well, yeah, that's
it
what I'm saying
ensures that
though.
they
Like,
pay the taxes that they should have paid in the first place.
yeah, but isn't that like a better idea than just raising taxes for everyone?
Isn't it just a bad idea to just raise taxes for
No, no, I
everyone?
said, isn't it a better idea to close loopholes than to just raise taxes for everybody?
You know, that's literally what Trump did with tariffs, right? Is raise taxes on everyone. I'm not advocating to raise tax on everyone, just the richest Americans. And I want to close loopholes and raise taxes on the richest Americans, right? Like, I'm talking about, like, when I say the richest Americans, I mean, like, the 0.01%, dude. That's what I'm referencing. I think they don't pay the fair share because there's so many loopholes in the system, and because of the fact that even so, the structures for income tax should keep going up. Sorry, I don't know what. I'm so sorry. It stops at like 500,000. Like, it's ridiculous, right? Someone making 500,000 should be paying a lower effective tax rate than someone who's making 100 million, right? That's absurd, right? We can at least acknowledge it from that base. So why does it stop at that point as well?
Yeah, it's not a bad idea, but like, haven't Democrats have like chances to do this?
Well, it relies on Congress getting these things passed, and the sort of policies I'm advocating for are pretty difficult to get passed through Congress with the amount of Republicans in Congress. So we need to get more Democrats in office to be able to get this type of legislation, because clearly they're not willing to vote against the loopholes that benefit their corporate donors.
What about like in 2021 when Biden was in office?
Yeah, of course. You understand that they have to get past the filibuster? It's 60 votes in the Senate.
I mean, yeah, true.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like a bad idea, I guess. You're right. I don't know. Fair enough.
Also, the sort of tax policy they voted on, it was here in 2025. So if the Democrats won, we would have been able to vote on our legislation to do that.
Okay. Well.
So, like, what holds you on to still support Trump then?
What'd you say?
What gets you to still support Trump then?
I feel like he kind of brought in like a better view, like, you know, we're gonna make the country like a lot better than it has been. Well, I don't know. I felt like with Kamala Harris, we're just gonna like kind of stay the same.
Okay, and how is he making it better? And I would argue it'd be better off if Harris were in office. So I would argue that she was actually advocating to progress and had policies to do that. And Trump is the one that didn't really have policies for that. So I'd love to hear your perspective on that, for how you think that Trump actually fulfills that to a greater extent.
Well, I mean, that's just like how I felt when I was like voting. I don't know.
Yeah, but
because like
I'm asking you, like, right
he
now,
had
why
more
do you think
experience
that?
too? You know, he has more experience.
No, not really. I think that she's been a prosecutor, district attorney, an attorney general, senator, vice president. Donald Trump's been president for one term. That's it. That's all of his experience.
But isn't that like the top position?
But that's not even that relevant, I would say. Because, like, for example, would you vote for Joe Biden over JD Vance? He's been president before.
No, but that's not the only thing that matters.
He's got more
you just take that
experience.
into account.
But he's got more experience. Kelly, thank you.
But that's not the only thing that matters, though.
Oh, okay. So then wouldn't you say that it could factor in this way? And also, experience, that definitely doesn't mean that they have more experience. Like, I just want to be clear, right? Just because you've had 4 years for presidency does not necessarily mean that you've had more experience. But Joe Biden has had lots more experience in the context of Congress and in government than Donald Trump by far. And we weren't even categorizing that. So
okay,
that's not a reason.
I don't know.
Under your view. So then, like, what leans you to support Trump? You don't care about experience?
I mean, I do, but like, I don't know. If you want to say that Harris has more, sure. But other factors, I guess, just even like, okay, like, yeah, economics, yeah, he's not doing the best on her, and I'll be honest, but like other stuff as well, I think she's better. Or
Okay.
he's better, sorry.
So what is he better on?
Like foreign affairs and like immigration.
Okay, so what about foreign affairs and what about immigration? Do you like the war with Iran?
The war with Iran?
Yeah.
Well, I think that I think it's like good that we're trying to like take down a regime in Iran, you know?
What objectives have we met since the beginning of the war?
Well, you're gonna have to ask our Secretary of Defense that. I
He
don't
won't
really know.
answer direct questions.
Who-
He's just
I
going to
won't-
respond with Biden, 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 Biden. Biden, actually. I don't like Biden, actually. From long-term developing a nuclear...
An agreement. I disagree with that, obviously, I guess.
Yeah. They say that they're going to possibly get regime change. We have not seen that. There's no good evidence to indicate that that's going to happen. If we took out all of their leaders like before, why can't we take out any more now? Why aren't we still taking them out? If they're not negotiating, if they're not coming to the table, are you saying that we don't have the capacity, militarily speaking, to do so?
I think we do, but I'm not sure. I don't know all the details.
So if we don't have the capacity, militarily speaking, to do all these things, meet all these objectives, within literally a 2-month time period, why are we still in this conflict? Why did we go into this conflict in the first place, and why do you support this?
I mean, have you heard of the sunk cost fallacy?
Yes, I have, but I don't remember it, so...
Okay, well, it's just like when you're too deep into something, you can't really back out.
Oh, okay, so you're saying the original decision was wrong and bad, but we're already here, so we can't really do anything about it. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I don't think the original decision was bad, but if nothing's being done in 2 months...
Wait, if the
then we
original
should
decision
back
wasn't
out.
bad, then how could it be a sunk cost fallacy?
Well, because, like, even if the original decision to go in there was good, you're saying that we haven't met those requirements, so obviously then...
I don't know why my YouTube just randomly cut out. YouTube, is everyone okay here on YouTube? Why did it just randomly cut out? What the hell? I tell people in the chat to refresh. Apparently it fixes that way. I'm so sorry. I didn't even notice that was happening because my TikTok is not lagging at all. I think it's just a YouTube thing right now. What the hell? I'm so sorry, everyone. I apologize. Okay, good to see everyone back here on YouTube. Just hit a quick refresh. If you're on YouTube, also hit that thumbs up while you're doing so. Hitting that refresh, I'd appreciate it. All right. Continue. Go on.
And that's all I had to say.
Push the hand art. Okay, so it seems like you don't agree with going to war, right? Now, if you're going to say it's a sunk cost fallacy. But if you don't say it's a sunk cost fallacy, then you could say that you support it. So which one is it?
Well, it can be both. Can it not?
That you disagree and agree with the war? No, that's not possible.
No. I agree with the original plan and like why we wanted to go, but I'm saying if it's not being fulfilled, then obviously from like a citizen's perspective, we should back out. But from their perspective, I think it's too deep, and it's going to be like an embarrassment if they try to back out now. That's what they're not doing it.
It is going to be an embarrassment. And if they were to pull out right now, they'd look like an embarrassment. So they just have to like double down to this plan that's not really working or meeting the objectives that they want.
I mean, didn't
So
we,
isn't
like,
that exactly
kill two of
what
the
we
leaders?
did we've done in the Middle East over the past 30 years?
Didn't we kill two of the leaders though?
What's up?
We killed two of their leaders, did we not?
But they just put in someone who's more of a hardliner. The son?
I mean, yeah, his son. Yeah, okay, true. But
dude, why is YouTube still lagging? What the hell's going on? Is TikTok? Is anything lagging on TikTok? Let me see if it's my Wi-Fi. I don't think it is. No, not here. Yeah, my Wi-Fi is completely fine. It's like a YouTube problem. I don't know if it'd be effective to hit a restart here on YouTube. But it probably wouldn't be. Is it good now? Okay, well, if it keeps doing that, I might hit a quick restart, but we'll be fine. Some people are saying the refresh didn't help. You're Live is the only one that does that, but you just need to refresh chat. Yeah, it's so weird. What the hell? Okay, good now. All right, well, just keep on the conversation, and then if it keeps happening, then I'll try.
if you wanted to move on to the other topic, we can do that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Immigration.
Yeah.
Well, I just think that there's not very much wrong with his immigration policy. I think it's the one thing that he actually does relatively well. Compared to other things where you could debate, like, yeah, this is like a poor decision, or like, what is he kind of doing?
What with immigration has he done that's actually led to a material benefit in your life?
And I think that, you know, like deporting people that shouldn't be in the country, I think is a good thing because, you know, they take up resources. And also,
But how
I
has
think
that
that we're
benefited
trying
your
to,
life? Like
I think that we're
his
trying to
deportations, because
reverse.
deportations existed before.
What?
Deportation existed before. So what changed in terms of his policy has actually materially benefited your life?
Well, there's more of an abundance of resources for everyone now that's actually in the country illegally, right?
That's wrong. So immigrants coming to our country actually increase the amount of resources that we have overall in productive capacity.
Okay, so but like, why are we letting people break a law and then just stay in the country without any repercussions?
Why are we letting people break laws and say it one more time? Sorry.
Why are we letting people break laws and stay in the country then?
Well, I mean, you're letting someone break laws and stay in the presidency. It's because it depends on the law that they break. You know, like not
Yeah, but
all
crossing the
laws do
border
we
is still a
think
law,
should be
isn't it?
treated the same. And if
I mean,
someone
yeah,
has committed a violent crime or bad crime, they should be deported. No one's disputing that. But for me, if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, I believe they should be given a pathway to citizenship. Now, that's not even the mainstream Democratic position. You're trying to frame this as if that's like the mainstream Democratic position. The mainstream Democratic position is literally criminalize undocumented entry, but make the legal process go quicker.
Okay, but like, I just think that, like, you know, I mean, even your position, we can just debate your position, I guess, because I
No,
mean, the
just
Democrat one's whatever.
wait, but like that's I know that you want to frame it as if it's only just my position, but like, can you acknowledge that that's the Democratic position?
I mean, sure, but even that one's not very good.
Wait, but that's literally your position, is it not? You want to make the legal
Well,
process go
no,
quicker,
I don't think
and
that
you
it
want to
should be
deport
easier to
people
get into the
so who
country.
come into the country undocumented.
It shouldn't be easier to come in the country.
What?
We should criminalize illegal entry, but we should also make sure that the pathway is more efficient, but it's not easier to get in. Like, you know, there's like a backlog, right? But like that should obviously be get rid of. Like, you know, that should be gone. But what I'm saying is, like, more and more people shouldn't just be trying to apply. Like, we should be trying to like pick the best out of the bunch to actually help. You know, we're just letting anyone in.
I don't think we're just letting anyone in. And when you say we have to pick the best, I don't know how you do that. What is the process you're saying?
I
should
mean,
exist?
okay, so are you familiar with like that? Is she in Congress, like the Somalian woman? You're telling me she went all the way up to a government position and she doesn't know how to say World War II?
Dude, she literally just misread it, and you're like taking that far, bro.
I mean,
I'm
but
sorry.
it's still pretty
I'm sorry.
embarrassing,
Like
isn't it?
you guys will hyperfixate on things like that. Then the president literally says he drinks Diet Coke because he thinks it kills cancer because it kills grass, and you're like, not to be fucking seen. He literally looks up in eclipse with those bare eyes twice, not to be seen. He literally said windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before, not to be seen. He literally said all of this crazy batshit insane fucking, literally, we should nuke hurricanes. We should look at a disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. And you're like, oh, you're not asking the question, how is this guy president? But literally, she misreads something. She happens to misread something. And you're like, oh my God, it's the end of the world, okay? Oh
And
my
you're acting
God,
like
how
if
could
Trump
she
didn't,
even
if
be in
Trump didn't
political
misread
office in
that,
the
you
first
guys,
place, actually? It's ridiculous that we see this, even though literally this last week I literally just said, Diet Coke kills cancer, actually.
you're acting like if Trump didn't misread that, you guys wouldn't have been on his ass.
What's up?
If Trump misread that, you would have been on his ass too. You would have been like, oh, he's too senile, he can't be president. He's this, that.
You know, I actually don't bring up circumstances where people misread things. I actually don't.
Yeah,
There are
because
countless
Joe Biden
examples.
was pretty good at that, wasn't
Trump
he?
mispronounces things all the time. Do you want to know how he said acetaminophen?
How do you say it?
Let's play the clip.
Oh, but I thought you said you don't bring up people misreading stuff.
I'm only saying that because of the fact that you literally just brought this up.
But I'm just saying, like, we're just letting anyone in.
Listen.
First, effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of well, let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Acetaminophen. Is that okay? Which is basically.
Okay, I mean, he's a little old though. Like, he needs help. Like, I don't. But Ilhan Omar is like a middle-aged woman, and she can't even fucking World War 11.
Yeah, she just misread it. That's it.
But like, no, it's not even the 11th part. Did you hear how she said World War as well? I don't think she can pronounce her W's or O's.
Okay, you're just being fucked up right now.
No, but like,
When you
but
say
you are
can't
too.
pronounce your W's and O's, like, do you understand? Like, for example, for her, is English her first language?
Probably not.
So why are you pointing to someone whose first language is not English, and you're being like, oh, this is the reason why they're so fucking stupid? Or you could possibly be pointing to, in some instances, people, if they have a speech impediment, right? Like, would you point to someone who has a speech impediment and be like, oh, that makes them dumb? That's ridiculous, right?
I mean, sure.
None of that is
guess.
evidence of someone being dumb, okay? What I brought up with Donald Trump intentionally saying things that are, like, legitimately stupid are good examples. Like, I gave examples of Donald Trump literally thinking we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. Like, think about how batshit crazy insane that is.
Okay. No, I apologize for bringing that up. Can we just get back to the topic?
Yeah, we can. To me, it's just ridiculous because, like, that's what conservatives are focused on. That's what gets millions of views for conservatives, but they'll never focus on what Trump does. They'll never question Trump on that. And now you don't want to talk about it because of the fact that I brought all these things up.
Okay,
Not even acknowledging from your own side that actually your whole point there was wrong and incorrect and indicates you should support Trump.
Okay, what I was gonna say also is like, I think with the amount of immigration that's happening, which adds to my previous
He's
point
just not
that it
going to
should be
address
harder to
anything I
get
just
in.
said.
What'd you say?
You didn't listen?
No, I did, but didn't I say we should move on?
Yeah, just because you said we should move on doesn't mean that we're going to be moving on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
Let me to say that.
Who runs this live stream? Is it you or is it me? The fuck? Who the fuck do you think you are, bro? What are you talking about? Acting like just because you said it means it goes. What are you talking about, bro?
Well, another question. What do you think of all the
No,
fraud in
answer my
Minnesota?
question. If you're not going to respond, I'm going to kick
What's
you.
your question? What's your question?
You didn't listen at all?
No, but just say your question again. I
No,
know
you
that
didn't
were
listen.
saying,
Did you
like-
listen at all? Answer that fucking question.
I mean, yeah, I did.
Dude, why do people act like this on the stream? Like, why are you such a petulant child that you can't even
I
fucking
did listen.
engage with a basic thing that I say? They have to pivot
I did
immediately
listen.
when I've proven you wrong. Why can't you just
Well,
admit
I
it?
did listen. Just repeat your question, because
Then-
I caught
wait,
most
if you
of
did
what
listen,
said.
then what did I say?
Well, you were saying something like conservatives will focus on hyperfixate on this one thing, but they won't pay attention to, like, other stuff that Trump has said. That's ridiculous. That's what you said.
Well, then you didn't hear the question. Like, that's what conservatives are focused on. That's what gets millions of views for conservatives, but they'll never focus on what Trump does. They'll never question Trump on that. And now you don't want to talk about it because of the fact that I brought all these things up.
Okay,
Not
I was
even
gonna also-
acknowledging from your own side that actually your whole point there was wrong and incorrect and indicates you should support Trump.
Okay,
Do you want to respond to that?
what was the question? There's no question in there.
Well, sorry, I mean the statement. I apologize.
Oh, the statement? I mean, look, I'm not going to say that Trump hasn't said some stupid stuff, but, like, I think we can bring that up for many people on both sides, where people don't know what they're talking about. That's all I'd say.
That's it? Really? Your argument, literally, you brought it up originally saying, oh, this makes me say that this person shouldn't even be in political office. That's what you said. Okay,
No, but
but
not
then when
even-
I say
not
that
even the
that's
fact
applicable
that-
to Trump, you don't say, "Oh, Trump shouldn't be in political office." You say, "Oh, you know what? That was, you know what? I'm not going to speak about that anymore."
The main reason for that is not because she shouldn't be in political office because she can't say that. It's mostly just because I think everyone in political office should be from the country that they're representing.
What do you mean, like born in the country?
Yeah.
I think that's ridiculous.
Wait, why?
I don't think that if someone is born in a different country, that means that they can't run for political office here. It's like arguing Zoran can't run for office.
Yeah, he shouldn't have been able to.
That's absurd. Okay, what
He's
makes
also
you think
pretty
that?
bad as well. What?
What makes you think that?
What makes me think that? Well, I think that someone who's born here should have, like, they usually have the best interest over someone that's not.
It doesn't matter to me whether or not someone's born here. If you're living here, you're a citizen, you're staying here, then you have the same interest. Like, legitimately speaking, I know multiple people that are not born in this country, that have been living here for decades, right? I think that they have just as much interest as you or me in this country. Why do you think differently just because you were born here? That's fucking ridiculous to me.
I don't know. I mean, I already said my point. That's just what I think.
I understand, but can you respond to what I say in response to it?
But like, what do you want me to say? Like, you
You're
have
on a
fair
debate,
point,
bro.
too.
Like, I'm sorry, you don't just say things and then you
Yeah,
just
but
don't get a.
you have a fair point too. Like, I can't really respond to that. Like, yeah, you know people, but that's like a
Then say
personal
that.
experience. I
Then
can't really
say that.
comment
If
to
you,
that.
if you think that if you think my position there is fair and you think that you were probably wrong on that, then say that. You know, don't just like
Okay,
move
yeah,
on
fair
from the
enough.
conversation because then that makes it think that like you're not addressing any of those things, right?
Okay, yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Okay, so you think I'm making a fair point? You think you're wrong on that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, sure, not sure. Okay, you know, I'm just gonna go on to the next person.
Wait, why?
Because you're just like an incredibly annoying person to talk to. It doesn't even seem like we're having a productive dialogue. It's no different than if I'm trying to get some people up here because there's a bunch of trolls in the comment section, in the guest box, because there's nothing productive with our conversation. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yes. But before we get into that, can I ask you a question real quick?
No, let me ask these questions first, and then you can.
Okay, go ahead.
Election held today: Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Harris versus Trump. Trump.
Okay. Alrighty. What was your question?
Could it be a different definition of support based on the fact that I support the institution of the presidency, regardless of who's in it?
Oh, the notion of support that I'm referencing, because we're talking about like my question, is specifically that you would vote for him over Harris. So you already acknowledged that you would vote for him over Harris. So under that notion, you support him. So under that notion, then why do you support Trump?
Because I want America to succeed, regardless of if I agree with his opinions.
No. It's like, why would you vote for him in that context?
As opposed to Kamala Harris?
Yeah, Kamala.
As opposed to Kamala Harris? I just think he would do a better. I think he's more competent.
Okay, what makes you think that he would do a better job?
A better job. We'll have nothing to compare it to.
What? Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
The Biden admin?
The Biden admin, she was vice president. She didn't really do anything. And
yeah, she had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in U.S. history.
He closed the border within, I'd say, about 72 hours of coming within the presidency.
Say what?
He closed the border within about 72 hours of coming within the presidency. She wouldn't exercise her power.
She wasn't, quote-unquote, border czar. She wasn't given that authority by Biden. Secondly, the bipartisan border bill is something they tried to pass. The executive order that Biden passed had us at lower levels of border crossings on a daily basis than the end of Trump's first administration. So actually, Trump inherited a more secure border than he handed over to Biden in the very first place.
Okay, but this administration, he closed the border within days of coming into office. We were told that that couldn't be done.
The border was already at border crossing numbers that are lower than Trump's first administration at the very end.
This first administration, I'm not talking about that.
I understand, but like when you say the border has become closed, I don't know what that means. Can you tell me what it means by saying the border is closed?
I didn't say the border is closed. I said he closed the border within days of that there were less crossings.
I can't believe you just said that statement and didn't realize what was wrong with that statement.
I also
run that statement back. Say it one more time.
I didn't say he closed the border. I said the border was closed.
And you still don't realize the problem?
I addressed it. That's why I moved on.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna say.
Not I've addressed. You can respond. I've addressed your point.
What point do you want me to respond to? Didn't you realize that like you were kind of telling yourself you did?
I said that there were less crossings. You keep responding with this first administration.
Okay, there are less crossings. Okay. You can also acknowledge that there were less crossings at the end of Biden's administration compared to the end of Trump's first administration. So couldn't you say the border was closed under Biden's administration then, at the very end? Because there were less crossings than Trump's first admin?
Yeah, but that's not the standard that we're holding it to. We're holding it to his second administration. All policies are good if held to a lower standard and bad if held to a higher standard.
But you're saying that it's lower as compared to the last administration. So if you evaluate the numbers under the Biden administration, it was lower as compared to the last administration, right? So it's closed based upon your own argument.
You're saying the last administration of Biden being Trump's first administration?
Yeah, the one before Biden. So if that comparison or analysis of you're doing of, oh, there are lower border crossings now comparative to what there was under Biden, well, that's because you're comparing this administration to the last administration. So you do the same thing for Biden, and the same thing's true.
Okay.
So then wouldn't that indicate that it was closed under Biden already?
If it has to happen at the end of the administration, it means it was open during the majority of the rest of the administration, which means you also didn't exercise your power.
If higher border crossings means open and lower border crossings means closed, then yeah, you're right. But then it also means that under Trump's first administration, it was open the whole time because there were more border crossings under Trump's administration than under Obama on a yearly basis as well. So then you'd have to argue that under Trump's first administration, the border was wide open and he could have closed it, but he decided not to.
I'm not talking about it being closed or open right now. I'm talking about the exercising of power.
I don't know what that means.
It means that did you hear what I said before about Biden not exercising his power?
Yeah, you're claiming that they didn't exercise the power. Well, then you claim Trump did not exercise the power under his first admin.
If that has to be a logical consistency, then okay.
Yeah, but then like, doesn't that seem absurd that like you argued for the administration that you think had an open border on their first administration?
No, because I'm not talking about the first administration. You asked me right now who would I vote for.
Did you support him in his first admin?
I couldn't. It didn't matter if I could support. I'm 21 now, so.
I understand, but like, did you support him? Or like looking back on it, do you support him?
Looking back on it, I would kind of be indifferent towards it. If you want the honest answer.
Okay, so you've changed in terms of your perspective on him?
As of right now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've kind of went in like a full circle.
Okay. So you didn't support him, now you do support him.
No, I didn't support him, and then I did support him, and now I'm kind of like in the middle.
Okay.
That's why
what's holding you in the middle? What prevents you from saying that you don't support him anymore?
What we just went over, the kind of thing where you have to be intellectually honest.
But like we've seen no material benefit from this. Like I think this is a nonsense point to say that is like the sole reason why you support Trump. Because yeah, of course there are lower border crossings, but that's not a reason to support Trump in this context because it's provided no material benefit to the average person.
So most things that happen at the federal level don't provide a material benefit. Like at this point for me.
Okay, so I can point to policies that were being advocated for under the Biden administration that led to material benefits to the average person, and same things that were passed under the Biden admin that led to material benefits, such as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the Violence Against Women Act. All of these things had material benefits on the average person.
Yeah, you're saying that, but you can't prove that they apply to me. Like something that applies to me is.
You don't think that you benefit from infrastructure in this country, like roads and bridges and getting lead out of drinking pipes for clean drinking water and expanding access to broadband across the entire country to everyone, right? You don't think that people, the average person, is going to benefit from that? You don't think that you as a person benefit from that?
I'm sure I've benefited in some way, but I can't definitively say that it benefited me. Like something that benefited me, like I go to ODU, like we had more security at ODU, you know what happened. So
Do you drive on roads?
yes.
Do you drive on bridges?
Yes.
Okay. If it puts a lot of money into roads and bridges, does that directly impact
Where?
you? All around the country. You can look up Biden infrastructure plan, right? And you can look at an interactive map of all of the different places around you that were built up because of the Biden infrastructure
Not
plan.
necessarily.
Look at look at it. You can.
No,
it will tell you specifically because of the bill what ones
I'm answering
around
your
you.
question. You asked me if I thought that it would benefit me. I'm answering your question. Not necessarily.
What?
It could be a hassle. I have to get around construction.
Are you actually serious?
Yes.
You're being ridiculous, right? You understand that it'd
How
be
would
more of a
that-
hassle if you're going over areas that you literally you can't drive on.
Then so you're saying
Do you want potholes in the ground?
No.
Do you want to drive on things that destroy your vehicle?
No, but I'm saying
No. Okay, so then we need funding for roads to ensure that doesn't happen. Where did we get that from? The infrastructure bill. So you can how about before you say this, look into the interactive map of the different plans that existed around you due to the infrastructure bill.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I would love to see a response to that, because you can see the real world impact around you that actually impacted things within your state or within your local community.
Okay, so I just drove from Newport News to Norfolk, Virginia. So if that did the roads here still suck.
Okay. And you understand that these things made it better than what it would have been otherwise. And if they suck, that could be something that you need to address to a greater extent, right?
Then that means it really didn't benefit me.
It did benefit you.
How?
Because it's better than what it would have been otherwise. I'm telling you to look at the different maps. I don't know your local area. I don't want you to say your local area either, because we're in front of thousands of people. So you have to look it up specifically for yourself, because I don't want you to dox yourself on the internet.
That's fair.
I think it's totally fair to just look it up, because I'm trying not to do that, because I don't want you to have me tell you what specific ones are in the specific areas, because that wouldn't be good in front of 6,500 people.
All right, you got it. Wait, I'm gonna do this.
Okay,
I'm
so
just gonna.
At least from this basis, I can expand and give even more specifics on what the Harris administration would have done to help you. Right? Do you want to have children in the future? She wanted to expand the child tax credit. $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life. $3,600 through them being 5 years old. $3,000 through them being 18. A $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers for new homes. A $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket. $35 cap on insulin for everyone per month. Right? She wanted to expand universal access to healthcare. Right? Those are all plans that would help the average American, including likely yourself.
Okay, the universal access to healthcare, I fundamentally disagree with.
Why?
Because people move it's just the whole system. Can't remember it off the top of my head, so it might sound incoherent. But I read I think it's a book about communism.
This isn't communism. Universal healthcare is not communism.
Yeah.
Most developed countries around the world have universal healthcare systems.
How big
They're
are
not
those
communists.
countries? How big are those countries?
So for example, if you were talking about European countries, they're comparable to states here in the United States. But actually, when you have more people within a system, it becomes more efficient, because there are more people overall that are subsidizing it from an economies of scale level of there's a lot more healthy people that are subsidizing the sick people. So nominally, you have more money to be able to deal with individuals that would be sick. So actually, it does reduce healthcare costs in the long run. Also, to have more bargaining power when you have a public option that allows for you to bring down healthcare costs, because there isn't another option that suppliers can go to.
Okay, so as far as the doctors, when it spread the doctors thing? When it spread the doctors thing?
Wouldn't what spread to doctors? Are you saying doctors will get paid less?
Yes.
So in countries in Europe, there are slight less in terms of payments for doctors, but it is still very, very high, along with the fact that with our system, we spend nearly twice as much per individual as they do. So even if we were to keep up the salaries of doctors, because salaries actually is a small portion of healthcare expenditure, which we can do, it would still make it significantly cheaper to have a universal healthcare model. Because actually, if you look at the overall healthcare expenditure, salaries for doctors and for nurses and medical professionals is actually a smaller portion of the overall costs.
Okay. I guess I could agree with you on that point. As far as the childcare thing, that wouldn't really apply to me. Because like I said, like we're the same age, so.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you're going to have kids in the future, right?
But they're only in office for 4 years.
I understand, but like this legislation would stay around. She's not advocating for it to sunset. This is permanent legislation that would stay in place. That would be able to help you.
Okay. And what else did you bring up?
The $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. Help you buy a new house in a place where you want to live.
Wouldn't that raise the cost of homes?
Only for new houses, but that's intentional to help stimulate the building of more houses. Because if there's a greater cost for the houses in terms of what you can sell it for from a supplier perspective, it incentivizes them to produce more of it. So it just creates a greater incentive to produce homes, which will inevitably be good for increasing the supply of already built homes, therefore reducing the cost of already built homes.
Would they increase restrictions, the rules around home building? You know,
they would decrease. She wanted to decrease a lot of the red tape that was unnecessary.
Okay.
Like
So
everyone agrees with getting rid of unnecessary red tape.
So they have that in common.
Yeah, but so I guess like that. My point is that that's how you help stimulate the building of houses, is by increasing the amount that the seller can sell it for without necessarily making it less affordable for people who are buying it by imposing a tax credit, which benefits you. So if you are going to be in a situation where you're buying a new house, you're going to get some help with it. It doesn't mean that like people who aren't going to be able to afford houses are going to be able to get houses. It's people that already qualify for it. They're just getting extra help.
Okay. Now, my last argument would be she didn't want to do it as much.
She didn't want to do what?
She didn't want to be the president. She was kind of thrown into it.
And I think she definitely did. She ran in 2020 to be president.
Yeah, why didn't she run in 2024 originally?
Why didn't she win in 2020?
Why didn't she run?
In 2024?
Yeah.
Because she was the vice president of the Biden administration.
Good point. Good point.
I feel like that's a very good reason, right? And also she inevitably did run because Biden stepped down, so. But like I just want people to know also like VP is like a position that people use to get to the position of presidency all the time. Like that's likely who's going to be the next nominee of the Republican Party is Vance, and he's coming from the VP. It puts you in front of a lot of people, increases name recognition, you know, gives legitimacy, you know, and that's what the vice presidency is kind of meant to do. That's exactly what Joe Biden did. He like ran before and then he lost. He actually had less support than Harris did and became the vice president.
Now that we've gone over reasons why, I still can't really say like if I would know what would happen, it would be easier. But because I can't say it, because we don't know that, I probably would agree with the policies more. But
okay, so like what policies of the Democrats? You mean?
Yes.
Okay, so if you agree with the policies more of the Democrats, do you think they're economically better off? Do you think they've led to better conditions? Then why don't you agree with the Dems? Why don't you say that you'd vote for them?
Because if she were in power, I wouldn't feel like like the rest of the world felt like we were running shit. And necessarily that's not happening now, but more than it would be if she was in power.
I would argue that like we would definitely be viewed in that way, whereas we're not viewed that way right now because Trump's not respected on the world stage, even under his first administration. Did you know that they said that Angela Merkel, the Chancellor of Germany, was the leader of the free world because our president was so embarrassing? Yeah, that's what our European allies said. So actually, from a world
stage, he wanted Kamala to win.
Who?
Putin.
Yeah, he was obviously trying to make you guys feel like that Trump was the better candidate. That's just reverse psychology. I think Putin's a liar. I don't know why you'd believe that. He said that she's the better candidate.
No. He probably didn't believe, but he probably would like.
He's
they probably could
unironically
believe
telling
her.
you the truth, but not for what's better for him, because it will inevitably make you think that Trump is preferable or is going to be harder against Russia, which was obviously false.
You don't think Trump would be harder against Russia?
No, he was actually weaker against Russia. He got rid of the funding for Ukraine for a bit and then realized he was wrong and brought it back. He laid out the red carpet for Putin. Did you know that?
Oh, yeah.
So, like, I just want to be clear, like, Trump was not respected from a world stage, right? And he still is not to this day. He is not respected, okay? Fear is not the same as respect, okay? Harris,
Wait,
Obama, and Biden
is
had
the
legitimate
fear.
respect around the world.
There is the fear, though.
Yeah, but you understand that there's fear from our military. But we want to command respect amongst our allies. We do not want to command fear amongst our allies.
But fear amongst who? Who do we have fear amongst?
Yeah, Trump's creating fear amongst our allies because they feel like he can't do the basic duties of his job. They don't trust him with nuclear weapons. They think he's a batshit crazy lunatic. And what, you want to know what? They're right. We're getting disrespected on the world stage because of Trump being our president. It's delegitimizing us. We have to realize that. We have to be able to acknowledge that about our people in positions of power so that we don't keep people like that. And the same thing was true for Biden. The same thing was true for Biden. We should not be voting for candidates that are literally not able to look good on a world stage, right? And the same thing is true for Biden because Biden had cognitive decline, and that was apparent. Everyone knew that, okay? And that does delegitimize us and make us look weaker on a world stage. No one disputes that. But I would argue that it's worse off with Trump, and Trump is more cognitively declined than Biden. I actually make that argument now.
I don't know about that.
He absolutely is.
I feel like
You can't mention a single clip of Biden intentionally saying to people that he drinks Diet Coke because he thinks it kills cancer because it kills grass. You can bring up clips of him misintending to say things or stuttering more because of his old age, because he has a stutter, right? Or like things like that where he's failing to communicate his ideas, right, unintentionally, but not scenarios where he's intentionally saying batshit crazy things that are just like fucking obviously wrong.
You don't want to use clips though, because you see what clips has done to like what Trump has said.
It's not just clips. These are things that he said in full context.
Yes, but like if you were to
this is being told to us by Dr. Oz, like someone who's talked to him privately. This is not something that Trump said publicly. This is something that he said privately to his buds. That they were talking about on a podcast and being like, yeah, he actually thinks this.
Okay. Well, isn't there a reason that he didn't say it publicly?
Because it's batshit crazy.
Okay, so if you have the cognitive ability to understand that, how are you less cognitive? Like, how are you more cognitively declined than Biden?
Yeah,
he literally forgot what he was saying.
Because it's a batshit crazy thing. What did he forget?
He literally forgot what he was talking about on the debate stage.
That's totally reasonable. What?
Okay.
There are moments where I forget things that I'm talking about.
You lose your train of thought.
Does that mean I'm cognitively declined? No.
No, but okay. Let's go. If you were to pick a commentator for, let's say,
it just means I'm elevated.
If you were to pick a commentator for like any combat sports event, would you choose Trump or Biden?
Biden.
You would choose Biden to pay attention and stay awake and commentate.
Yes, literally. I'm not trolling. Dude, like I actually think it's really, really concerning, Trump's cognitive state, right? He's like actually delusional, okay? And we are coddling his delusions all the time. The media is coddling his delusions. And yet he tries to act like everything is fake because it's just like at all critical of him. He's fucking crazy. He's delusional. And you guys will realize this about 5 years from now. When he's gone, out of office, right? And he's not here anymore. We got different politics. People are going to be like, holy shit, that was fucking nuts. You know, that's good. And then the history books will accurately describe it, right? That's going to happen. Hopefully, if obviously, Trump doesn't do something, more anti-democratic than he already has, which is obviously potentially the case.
Okay, my last thing. Do you understand what I was speaking about when I brought up support?
Yeah, you also supported Biden, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but you already clarified that you would vote for him, so that notion of support's irrelevant to the conversation.
Okay. Because I brought up that with Dean yesterday, and he was a bit disingenuous.
How so?
He didn't acknowledge it. He said it was a completely different debate, and to me, it's like
That is. It is a completely. I just told you it was irrelevant. I told you the same thing Dean did, actually.
that's fair.
And also, you should look up clips of Trump just straight up falling asleep.
I'm sure that's happened.
No, I'm serious. There are literal clips of him falling asleep.
I'm not being sarcastic.
Yeah, I know.
All right, you got it.
All right. Appreciate you coming up. All right, let's go to the next individual, everybody. I have a few people to thank real quick. Grace, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Heidi as well. Thank you so much for the $4. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. That's amazing, Heidi. Serena, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much for the kind words. I appreciate it. Keith, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I plan to be registered to vote blue in the midterms. Great to hear that. That's amazing. As well as Felicia, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. So thank you for dealing with these stupid Trump supporters. I got you. Thank you very much, as always. Mel, thank you so much for the $13. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. If the border was never open. Why do MAGAs always say that? I have no clue. It actually, annoys me. I just genuinely don't understand how people could be so misinformed to think that it was, literally open. Peter, thank you so much for the $35 for Trump. Literally naps on camera often, actually. He does. As well as Jenny, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you very much. I have some people to thank over YouTube Super Chat, but let's get this next person up here. Before I do so, do give us a quick second, everybody. Let me make sure to click in on my phone so that I can block people if they don't meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's get this first person up here. Or this next person up here, sorry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Apparently I joined, sorry.
Okay, you're good. Don't worry. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, do give it a quick second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, how old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Kinda.
Like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, I would consider myself a nationalist.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
Well, I would prioritize, fuck. I'm losing words, dude. Fuck me. I would prioritize our nation's security, illegal immigration control, economy, but I mean, it's not really going too well. Anti-war, which that's another thing that's a little fucked right now. But the reason I would support Trump is because his 2016 to 2020 term was, I believe it was generational. I mean, you see all the, there wasn't a war started during his 2016 to 2020 term. He ended wars. The economy was great. Fuck, I can't really name much else right now, but why don't you support Trump?
Well, I'm gonna
also, sorry for my language. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. The things I would bring up is that I don't think his first term was generational in a good way. You know, he tried to undermine our democracy, send false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election. He sent people to the Capitol to incite an insurrection, and then pardon the violent rioters who beat police officers when he got into office the next term in 2025. So he quite literally tried to undermine our democracy. And then also taking, not even taking those things into consideration, there were wars started. Now are you saying he didn't start a war?
Yeah, no, he didn't start one.
Neither did Biden.
Well,
What
yeah,
war did
okay.
Biden start?
No, he didn't start one.
But Trump did start a war in his second administration. So
In
he
his
acknowledges
second.
that it's
No,
bad.
I'm talking about his 2016 and 2020. His current administration.
2017 to 2021. And then, like you said, the... What?
Oh, yeah, no, sorry. I was just correcting myself. Yeah, no.
Yeah, so you said the economy was great. Well, it actually became significantly worse off given that COVID was put in place. Now, it did continue on a trend that existed under the Obama administration, but I don't think Trump did anything unique to make the economy good. And since Trump's gotten into office, we've seen every metric of the economy become worse off since what it was at the end of Biden's administration.
Okay. I just got one question for you, though. What is your least favorite thing about Trump? And Trump supported. I want to hear that one, too.
I'll just bring up the fact that he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He has been accused by 27 women of sexual misconduct. He's been credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files that got a settlement with the Epstein estate. And for sexually abusing her after being trafficked by Epstein to her, or to him.
Yeah.
We can point to the fact that he's bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where two 18-year-olds came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He sexualized his daughter on countless occasions. Right, all of those things, his character, right, I would say, is the worst possible thing. And then, I mean, there's a million things we could say are horrible about his policies as well, right? It's not just character for me.
Oh, okay. And then another question is, what are your thoughts on illegal immigration?
What are my thoughts on immigration?
Illegal immigration.
Undocumented immigration? Well, I think that anyone who's in the country undocumented who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship. If they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, that bad enough to deport them. So that's what I would say. And then we should make the legal process go quicker. I think immigration is really important to our culture, our society, and to our economy. Over the past 30 years, immigration has led to a decrease in our deficit by $14.5 trillion, according to the Cato Institute, and according to a National Bureau of Economic Research study called Immigration's Effect on U.S. Wages and Employment Redux. We saw an increase in wages for U.S. citizens over the past 30 years because of immigration. We've seen employment rates increase because of immigration relating to natural-born U.S. citizens. Employment rates increase for them because of immigrants coming to our country, making our jobs more productive, right? It increases our GDP massively. So that's all I would say.
But I'm talking about illegal, like undocumented, not like legal immigration.
Yeah, my process of addressing undocumented immigration highlights the impacts of the economy, given that we provide them a legal pathway if they're in the country undocumented.
Okay.
So mass amnesty would just be preferable to our economy, our society, and it would be bad for our economy and our society if we were to try to deport continually all these people, which already it is when we try to do so. But again, if people have committed the worst of worst crimes or bad enough crimes to deport them, obviously serious crimes people should be deported for.
But what are your thoughts on illegal immigrants taking American jobs because they get paid less?
Well, that's why we want to provide them a pathway to citizenship, where if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, they should be given a pathway to this country, because then that would give them more bargaining power to get market wages, so that they wouldn't be disenfranchised and they wouldn't be taking lower wages than the market average.
But why would they come to the country undocumented? Why wouldn't they go the legal way?
Why wouldn't they come to the country the legal way? Because our current legal process takes too long. That's why it is incentivizing people to go through the process undocumented. So that's why we need to make the legal process quicker alongside providing this mass amnesty to then further incentivize people to go through said legal process.
Okay. But because most of these people who come into the country, undocumented, they talk about the American dream. They talk about wanting to have this, great future in America, a second opportunity, right? Great country. And but they don't want to wait for that, so they come in illegally and take American jobs.
I mean, when you say take American jobs, you just mean that they're taking lower wages for those jobs. I don't think that's necessarily taking the job.
They're also getting paid under the table.
Yeah, but like they also are going to then create jobs because they demand goods and services to live.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, no, but
so like I think it's a little bit redundant to say they like, or not redundant, but like ridiculous to say that they are like taking jobs.
No. Sorry, let me reiterate. What I'm trying to say is those jobs that they do, usually like construction or just blue collar labor, right, is most likely what they'll be doing. They're taking those opportunities away from American tax-paying citizens who need those jobs, but they're not going to get those jobs because people are willing to pay lower wages for undocumented people.
I don't accept that they're like taking jobs.
Mm-hmm.
But you could say that they maybe are bringing down wages, given that they're in the country undocumented. The way to address that is not by mass deportation, but by providing them a pathway to citizenship where they can stay in the country. Otherwise, they're not incentivized to identify themselves to authorities.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just going to stay in the country undocumented, therefore perpetuating lower wages. So the reason why they perpetuate lower wages is only because they're under the threat of mass deportation. You get rid of the threat of mass deportation, they're now not going to be reducing wages.
Okay. Well,
another way to view it is that if you think undocumented immigrants have a negative economic impact and documented immigrants have a positive economic impact, if you give the undocumented immigrants, right, legal status, that then shifts their negative economic impact to then being a positive economic impact, right? If you view it from that perspective, which I think is a little bit simplistic, but like it makes it more clear to some people.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, thank you very much. I definitely learned more.
Mm-hmm. Well, is there any other reason why you still lean towards Trump?
Well, I mean, Kamala. Can you name any ways she proved herself to, be a true successful president?
I'm confused. Like, what do you mean? Like, do you want to hear like policies she advocated for, or policies she passed while vice president?
Yeah.
Which one?
Name any.
Okay. So under the administration,
name your favorite.
Under the Biden-Harris administration, she had the most tie-breaking votes in any vice president in U.S. history, including the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap per month on insulin for those that are on Medicare. So that particular policy, I would say, was like one of my number one things. Things that she advocated for in terms of policies: $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 to them being 5 years old, $3,000 to them being 18. That'd be my favorite one. Other ones she's advocated for, but I can mention plenty more for both. But I just don't want to make it too confusing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. That's great. I definitely support insulin. Fuck. I'm trying to remember. I don't really have notes, so it's all kind of in my head.
It's okay.
Okay. So, Kamala was vice president, right?
Yeah.
She was assigned the border control, right?
No. She was assigned for the border, raising private funds for certain Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of them coming here based on economic insecurity, which she did.
Mm-hmm. She did?
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Yeah, over $5 billion in private funds to help build up their economies to reduce the likelihood of people coming here based on economic insecurity, and it worked in those particular countries.
Oh. Well, I mean, dude, I'm not going to lie. From the things I've heard, I feel like by the end of this, I would probably choose Kamala over Trump. And plus, I mean, I don't like Israel.
All right. Well, that's good to hear. Appreciate you coming up then. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you having me on here. I learned a lot. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. I have some more people to thank. Michael, thank you so much for the $3.50. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I haven't gone through them quite yet. I actually didn't go through the last set of them, actually. Including Fruponch, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Dila, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Saying everything will get better after war. What if the war was 4 years and hopefully the next admins will be the Dems? Is that when the war ends and everything gets better? Maybe we'll see. That's very potentially the case that it could be that. Liz, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Mike, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much, Mike. Mr. Flinch, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, no, wasn't it insane? The face on passports in golden statue. It's so crazy. Simon, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. Nick, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Yes, I know, right? Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you as well. As Silver, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. If it doesn't benefit me, then it's not good for thee. That's basically what his argument boiled down to. Yeah, not the last guest, but the guest before that. Yeah, that's also very true. As well as Nick, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Flinch, thank you for the $5 as well. And then JB, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria list in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's get this next person up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Let me make sure to get on to TikTok so I can make sure to block anyone who doesn't meet that criteria. Only send a guest request, again, if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Natalie, thank you so much for the what was the money gun? Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's get on this next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Because he banned those things with transgenders. He's against transgenders.
Okay. Why do you want to ban trans people from the military?
Because they're sick.
How?
Trans people are linked to being on antidepressants. That already proved that they're sick.
So are men. There's a link between men and antidepressant use as well.
Do you know majority of transgenders
trans people
they were whatever, same thing. They hate the fact that they took the surgery. They regret their surgeries later on. Do you know that?
Actually, it's incredibly low levels of regret rate for the surgery. Actually, extremely low. Like, for example, knee surgery has a very, very much higher level of regret rate than specifically getting any surgery relating to gender-affirming surgery for people who are adults, of course. Because that's not applicable to kids.
I hate transgenders.
What? Say
And
it
they're
again?
sick. Transgenders are sick, and you know
You're not
it.
giving any reason. I think you're sick.
I just told you they're on pills. I'm not on pills.
No, not all trans people are on quote unquote pills, but
Majority of
I also
transgender
you know
family
that I
trans is not on
also
pills.
I also take supplements and quote unquote pills, and I'm not trans.
Trans is on pills. Majority of them.
I'm on pills.
Yeah, but majority of trans. That's a specific group.
Okay, but like I'm confused. You know, like a majority of people in general take some type of pill.
No, maybe majority of women takes antidepressants, but majority of men don't. But
Aren't
majority
men
of
more
trans,
likely to take antidepressants?
They don't. Wrong. Men
Or no,
barely
sorry,
go to
more
therapy,
likely
so
to
how
more
can
likely
they-
to need antidepressants. I apologize.
Yeah, men more likely
Because they're
will
under-
come in,
under-
will self-delete.
Yeah, so I can literally point
But
to
not-
men are
but
more
not
likely to
more-
need them.
Not more than trans.
Okay, so when you say, okay, so let me ask you this question. Do you think if a certain group has a higher likelihood, right, of having depression, that certain group is sick?
Yes.
Okay, so if men have a higher likelihood of depression comparative to women, would you then say that they're sick?
It's not proven.
I'm just asking if it's true. Would you say that men are sick?
It doesn't matter if
I'm just asking if that's true. Would you say men are sick?
If more than 50% of men is linked and they're on antidepressants, then yes, they're sick. But that
wait.
True.
You said if more than 50%. Wait, do you have any evidence that more than 50% of trans people are on antidepressants?
I thought it was like 70%. No.
Can you give me a source?
Sure. I mean, you could just Google it, bro. Like everybody, like you can grab.
Yeah, wait. Couldn't
you?
Because it's your source. It's your claim, sir. It's your claim.
But you're denying the claim, so you should just.
You're the one making the claim. You have to justify the claim, sir.
Shit.
I have to actually look it up. No, I have to do research.
Yeah, you're right.
No!
You're right. Dude,
yeah. So do you believe in science?
You can grab. 10...
I have a question, sir. Do you believe in science?
Depends, right?
Depends? Really?
Science,
really? It depends, everybody. It depends, actually.
Of
he doesn't actually sometimes believe in any science, actually.
Do you believe meat is bad for you?
Yeah, some meat can be unhealthy, yeah.
Is there any science that disprove that and says meat is healthy for you?
Well, I mean, there are a lot of meat is healthy for you, but it, like, for example, red meat is linked with
very healthy for you.
Linked with being unhealthy.
Not necessarily, but that's my point. That's why I said I'm just not gonna accept science as a whole, because when you start launching these studies, whatever, like I could pull up a study that's saying how healthy red meat is. You could pull up a study that tells me how terrible red
Not
meat
really,
is.
at least comparative to others. No, you wouldn't really be able to find that. You would find very good data indicating otherwise. But if you're saying that you don't accept the science, but then you're looking towards data, or you're trying to cite data, how could you say that you don't believe in science? It literally makes no sense.
No, I don't believe it in a whole. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. I don't believe in science in totality.
Okay, yeah. If you don't believe in science in totality, then what's your issue with trans people? Because your perspective would be like, oh, they don't believe in science. They specifically deny science or something whenever they're making prescriptive claims about gender. Like that's typically the claim from anti-trans people. But then now, if you deny science, well, then you can't even make that point in the very first place. Which, by the way, accepting trans identity does not mean denying science.
Are you okay seeing a trans person go inside the restroom?
Yes.
With your daughter?
I absolutely am not scared of trans people.
A man that turns to a woman go inside the restroom.
Wait, I have a question. Would you prefer Donald Trump or a trans woman to go into the restroom with your kid?
No.
If you had to choose, would you prefer Donald Trump or a trans woman?
In a girl's restroom, correct?
Yes.
Of course, the trans, bro.
Oh, of course you'd pick the trans woman?
No. Matter of fact, Trump. No, Trump. You know why?
You'd pick the guy held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that was credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files for sexually abusing her after being literally trafficked to him by Donald Trump, by Epstein?
You know why? Do you know why?
Oh, you tell me, yeah. Tell me why you'd pick the guy held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that preyed on little girls, right, over the typical trans woman in the bathroom with your girl.
No evidence.
What's up?
No evidence with that. No evidence Trump done that. That just
There's no evidence? Yes, there is. There is evidence. And that's why he was held civilly liable unanimously. Sir, that's why he was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. That's why there was a credible accusation against him from a person that got a settlement with the Epstein estate. Unless you're willing to say the victims of Epstein that got settlements with the Epstein estate are lying about the claims that they made about Epstein, then you can't say that they're lying about this situation.
Brother. You just said that it's okay with a trans man that turns to a woman go inside a restroom with your daughter.
A trans woman going into the women's restroom is not a threat to any of the women in the restroom.
What?
Trans women are just going there to literally go to the bathroom. They're not going there to perv on anyone. They're going there to go to the bathroom. They're not a threat to anyone. You could argue that you think cis men are going to portray themselves as trans to be able to take advantage of women in these situations, but they're more likely to portray themselves as trans to be able to take care of or take advantage of people if you force trans men who are masculine presenting to go into the women's restroom because they're biologically female. You're not going to have genitalia inspections, right? Specifically at the front of bathrooms. People are going to go in the bathrooms based on how they're already doing it. And trans people are already going into the bathrooms like that, okay? You just didn't know it.
So you're telling me trans women are not going inside?
Trans women are already going into the women's restroom. Trans men are already going into the men's restroom. You just didn't know it.
Okay.
Also, you're obsessed with less than 1% of the population.
I'm not obsessed with them. I'm just simply telling you what Trump.
Yes, you are. That's like the first thing you brought up on the stream. It's not like you care about like actually addressing anything else. Like, is there any policy of Trump's that you like?
No, that's the policy just against trans. That's all I care about.
But what specific policy against trans people?
That's the best thing.
What specific policy against trans people, sir?
I don't know the guy policy. I know he.
You see what I mean? You're just obsessed with trans people. You have nothing else that you can say about why you support Trump. It's literally just you being against trans people.
Obsessed. Yes, that's why I support Trump.
That's you being obsessed with trans people.
No, it's not. It's me.
Yes, it is. If the only reason you can mention for why you support the president of the United States is because you're against trans people, that means you're obsessed with hating on trans people.
Dude.
You should be able to mention more than that. That's absurd.
Can transgenders join the military?
Can trans people have been banned from joining the military because of Donald Trump's policies. And also, there have been trans people that have been in the military for over a decade that have been kicked out of the military because of Donald Trump.
Good, useless beings.
Okay, you're disgusting. Get the fuck off my stream. What do you mean useless beings? You're a useless being. The fuck? What are you talking about, dude? What do you mean useless? What are you talking about? That's so ridiculous. How can you say that to people that were in the military for over a decade that literally fucking serve for this country? What are you talking about, bro? They've done infinitely more for this country than you ever have, and yet you're gonna sit there from the fucking literal phone and say that behind a fucking screen? That's so embarrassing, dude. How embarrassing. Jesus Christ, dude. Mineral, thank you so much for the push to the $5. Thank you very much. The Inflation Reduction Act also gave a $2,000 cap on medication for patients on Medicare. That's also very true. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Which is what they wanted to expand to everyone. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Catherine, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Definitely very conspiratorial. That's all I gotta say. Ronald, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For how often do you do Q&As? Every once in a while near the end of my stream, I'll do Q&As or I'll go on Twitch and I'll just hang out. Today, after stream, maybe I'll go on Twitch and hang out with everyone there and answer questions. Billy Jane, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. Always good to see you. Thank you so much. I always will. Thank you so much. Good to see you. As well as Dwayne, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Exactly, and that's legal too. Dwayne as well, thank you for the $6. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I do feel like I end up doing their homework for them. But sometimes it's just better when I provide the information. But I don't know. I just like, I go between those a little bit. Catherine, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Catherine in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Catherine. That is so kind of you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Go fuck yourself. Now, Catherine, again, thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Catherine in the comment section right now? Fuck that just random person that just came up and did that. That was so gross. So sorry, that was in the middle of literally me thanking you, Catherine. I really apologize. Thank you so much, Catherine. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for Catherine in the comment section right now. Thank you, thank you. Love you as well, Catherine. Thank you, thank you. That's very kind of you. As well as Jean, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lee, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that we can keep you sane. Keep you sane. And then also Stella, thank you so much for the $6. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And literally, he's literally blaming trans people for a problem created by himself, by the way. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election out today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, definitely.
Okay, for sure, for sure. And what's your birth year?
1996.
And why do you support Trump?
I'm really against transgender people.
Okay, why?
Because they're mentally ill.
What makes you think that? Because there's nowhere in the DSM, the new DSM that came out, that says that being trans is a mental illness. Actually, gender dysphoria, what you're probably going to reference, is also applicable to individuals that are not trans as well. There are people who are not trans that have it.
Really? So you think somebody that believes they're a woman and they're a man, born a man, are not mentally ill?
I think that trans women and trans men are not mentally ill for being trans. Yeah, definitely not.
Really?
Their gender identity is absolutely valid. There's nothing wrong about their gender identity. It does not make them mentally ill to have a certain gender identity.
So you think somebody that's willing to chop off their body parts, you don't think they're mentally ill?
Do you think that in surgery, if people get surgery, that they're mentally ill? Like, for example, if someone gets their appendix taken out, since they chopped off a body part, do you think that they are mentally ill?
So you're comparing some being
Yes,
sick.
I actually am. Because
Oh,
in
really?
both scenarios, the doctor determines that it will be effective for the patient.
Yeah, the man trying to become a woman is
No,
not.
it's
doing it
it's
for
the
glamour.
women. It's the women who were always women, right? And that you won't acknowledge are women because you don't actually care about
so if they were
acknowledging
always
trans people.
women, so you're saying
And
they
you
were
actually have
always
no
women?
intellectual basis to dispute trans people's gender identity. You're just going to
You're
sit up
saying
here
they
and
were
say that
always
you
women?
don't like it.
You're saying they're always women.
Yes, trans women are women. Well,
Oh,
obviously,
really?
obviously
So why did
they
they have to change their
obviously.
bodies?
What's up?
Why did they have to change their bodies if they're always women?
Well, that's like saying, why do people who are cis get gender affirming care? Like, I've got gender affirming care. I know there are plenty of men that get gender affirming care. Like, for example, Donald Trump, isn't he supplementing testosterone? That's
Can
gender
you answer
affirming
my
care.
question?
I'm giving examples of gender affirming care that people engage in all the time who are not trans.
So if I wanted to become a woman, I'm a man
You
right
can't,
now.
but you can't do that because you're cis.
Why not? But what if I just decided, you know what? Hey, I want to be a woman. Could I
That
do
doesn't
that?
make you a woman.
What makes me a woman then?
Actually having the commitments to be in accordance with those certain set of social and cultural norms is a prescription of your gender identity.
So I have to
You
be committed
saying
to
it, you saying it doesn't mean you actually have those commitments. You can sit there and lie about your commitments, but that does not
Mhm.
reflect your true commitments.
So you're saying by commitment you can become a woman.
It's commitments to be in accordance with certain sets of social and cultural norms as a prescription of your gender identity, and it doesn't make you become a woman. You already were. You don't just. It's not like someone specifically goes from being cis and being like, you know what? Now I want to be trans. That's not how it works. Okay, that's not how it
really?
works.
How does it work then? You go to a doctor and get your penis chopped off? That's how it works?
No, that's not actually how it works for all trans people. Not all trans people decide to go through with the surgery.
So what's the difference then? What's the difference if people decide to keep it and the others don't? So are some more committed than others?
No, it doesn't make them more committed than others.
Then what does it make them?
Them.
You got stuck there, right, buddy? So
It
if he
makes them
decides to keep a
themselves. Like I'm
Yeah,
confused
so
what you mean, right?
themselves-
Like for example, if a woman decides to get a breast reduction or a woman doesn't decide to get a breast reduction, what does that make them? Themselves. Like what?
No.
Like what type of fucking
If
question
people-
is that, dumbass?
If women decide to get a breast reduction, it's because they have back problems.
It might not be
if
because
I
of black.
go
It
into
might
a
not. Wait,
doctor-
hold up. Pause. It might not even
Go
be
ahead.
because of back problems. It might be because they don't like the way that they look.
Yeah, it could be. It could be as well.
Okay,
But that
and
doesn't-
plenty
yeah,
and plenty
that
of
doesn't
women
change their
get
sex, though.
and plenty of women get increases because they like the way that it looks. So
Yeah.
that's also gender affirming care. Is that not?
No, it's not gender because they're not changing the gender.
That is gender affirming. Wait. Gender affirming care doesn't just mean you're quote unquote changing your gender from your own perspective. It just means that you're affirming your gender. Genius.
So if you're a man and you believe that you're a woman,
Okay, why do you keep doing
my
this?
point
Like this is called a straw man. You're continuing to superimpose your particular language to try to straw man my argument to make it look weaker than it actually is. A trans
Because
woman
it is
is a
weak.
woman. Can you actually give me a definition of the term man, for example? What's a man?
a born male. What are you talking about with
Someone
a
born
penis?
male. Okay, let me ask you this question. Okay, so you're saying someone born male. Now, if are you Christian?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do you think all fathers are male?
All human fathers, yes.
Oh, okay, but you don't think all fathers are male?
Well, human, because if you're talking about God is genderless.
Okay, but father and but you still call him a father. Isn't that gendered?
Yeah, but he's not human though.
Is father
He's God.
is father a gendered term?
I told you all human fathers are male.
Let me ask: is father a gendered term?
Your gotcha moment didn't work.
It did. Is
No, it
father a
didn't.
gendered term?
All human fathers
He
are
can't
male.
answer this question.
I am
Is
answering your
father
question.
a gendered term?
Yes, male.
Yes, it is. Okay, so father is a gendered term, and God is genderless. Then
See, I
how
knew
are
you
you
were gonna
using
go for
a
that. That's why I
gendered?
said human. That's why I
What?
said human, not God. God is not human.
Okay, so you're saying God is not human. So are you saying God is a father, though?
Yes, he's the father of all.
Okay, so he is a father. So father is not based upon biology. The term father.
So John turning into a woman
Like,
is
wait,
not
no,
God.
you're not answering my question.
Uh-huh.
The notion of fatherhood is not 100% solely dependent on a biological definition. There is a social definition of father, and that's the definition that you apply to your God.
Yes, but I told you
Okay,
all
so if
human
you acknowledge
males are
that there are
fathers.
social gendered definitions of terms,
Okay.
well then why can't you acknowledge it in this circumstance?
Because they are mental. They are not God. They're
Oh wait, no, you
mentally
just say
ill.
that I could say you're mentally ill for believing that your
For
God
what?
is a father.
Okay, so I'm more
I
normal
think that's
than,
mental
than
illness.
somebody believing they're a woman.
I
Do
think
you
that's mental
believe?
illness.
Did you
What?
believe that?
Wait, no,
that,
now tell me. So
go
why?
ahead.
How do you respond to that?
With what?
Me saying that your view is mental illness
Why would it be mental illness?
because you have no evidence and it's delusional.
No evidence. A man.
Yeah, remember,
was made for a
you said
woman.
from your own perspective, right?
Yeah,
that
a man
gender
is made for a woman.
You said gender is only biological, right?
A man is made for a woman.
Is gender only biological?
Yes.
Okay, so then God has no gender. Okay,
I told
so
you, God is God.
now let me
He's
please
not
finish
human.
without you cutting me off. Is that okay?
Go for it. Yeah.
Alrighty. So gender, right, is social in this context, right? And you're saying that's totally fine to use gender in a social context?
As long as it's the correct one, yes.
Okay. As long as it's a correct social context. Okay.
No,
That's
as
what
long
I'm
as
doing.
it's correct. As long as it's the correct gender.
When you say correct gender, you're superimposing the biological definition, which you didn't apply. So God is genderless, right? Therefore, you're not using gendered terms towards a gendered individual. Therefore, you're misusing the terms under your own perspective.
I told you since the beginning, we're not talking about God. We're talking about humans. You keep bringing up God. I told you God is genderless.
But it's relevant to how you view the term gender. Okay.
No, it's not, because
It
we're
is.
not talking
It is
about
because
God.
I'm at least
God is
demonstrating that
all-powerful, the
it's not
Almighty.
solely biological. You have to acknowledge that gender is not solely biological from your perspective. Otherwise, you can't acknowledge that God is truly a father.
You're comparing God to somebody who's chopping off their penis, my friend. What are you talking about? You make no sense. A man was made for a woman. That's why men and men cannot procreate. What are you talking about?
Well, at least they'd have something to cut off. You don't. So the point that I'm making here
How
in this
would you know
scenario,
that,
the
though?
point,
How would you know that?
the point. How would you know that they're doing that either? That they're cutting off something or not cutting it off? You don't know. You're just superimposing that. Okay. So the point that I'm making in the first place is that you actually not even are providing an argument for why trans people are invalid with their determinations, right, in terms of gender. You're just trying to superimpose that you dislike the surgery that they engage in, and you're trying to make it seem like it's bad or harmful or like it's not actually reflective of their true inner desires or something. Like, that's what you're trying to argue here. But what I'm arguing is that you actually have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Claiming that someone went through surgery, therefore did something mentally ill, is absurd. There are plenty of people that have surgeries and are not mentally ill. That's not an argument, okay? Your definition of mental illness, what is it based upon? Is it based upon the DSM or is it pulled right out of your ass? Tell me.
Yeah, I'll tell you. The mental illness comes from somebody not accepting who they are at birth. That's
So
what I'm
right
talking
out of his
about.
ass, right there. You heard it here
How is
first,
that
folks.
something-
He
how
doesn't
is
get
that
it from the
something right out of
DSM. He
my
doesn't get it from science. He pulls it right out of his ass and says whatever he
How
wants
is
is
that right
mental
out of your
illness. So
ass? If
therefore,
you turn
under
into a
my
woman,
view,
it doesn't make you
wait,
a
no,
woman.
now listen to me here. Listen to me here. Therefore,
for
under
it.
my view, since we can just say whatever we want is mental illness, I can say MAGA is mental illness.
Okay.
MAGA
Say that all you
ideology
want.
is mental
At least
illness.
MAGA's not chopping off their penis.
MAGA ideology is mental illness, but you guys are calling for the execution of some Democrats, right? You guys are literally supporting an administration doing that. You're supporting an administration starting a war after claiming no new wars. You're supporting an administration increasing your taxes. You're supporting an administration that has a guy that literally was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, that's preventing the release of the Epstein files, that literally called Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor because she just wanted the release of the Epstein files. That's the guy that you support. You guys have MAGA derangement syndrome. Right? MAGA devotion syndrome, Trump devotion syndrome. You guys will never stop supporting Trump. You guys are a cult, okay? You have a mental illness. You're in a cult. You support Donald Trump. If we can just say whatever we want is mental illness, under your perspective, you've got TDS, Trump devotion syndrome. There you go.
Okay.
How do you like your mental illness?
Yeah, I know I don't have a mental illness. I'm not searching for help.
Yeah, you do. TDS.
I'm not going out to doctors.
Trump
telling
devotion
them,
syndrome.
"Hey,
Because we
chop
can just
this
make
off
up.
of me."
Hey, dude, sir, we can just make up our own mental illnesses. So I made my own mental illness, Trump devotion syndrome, and I'm diagnosing you with it right now, buddy.
Okay, and that doesn't matter to me. It doesn't change my
It
life.
does.
If I
Wait.
tell
So if it
trans-
doesn't matter to you, why would it matter to anyone else that you're sitting up here and
It
claiming
does matter
that
to them,
trans
though,
people have
because if
mental
I
illness
call-
when you have no justification for it?
But it does matter to them because they want me to call a he a she, and I'm not going to do that. So if I call him a he, it does matter to them what we think. So
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Your new name is Phil.
Okay.
Good to meet you, Phil. How's your day, Phil?
It's fine. You think I care?
Actually, no. We're gonna call him Phil Jr. Everybody, this is Phil Jr.
Yeah.
Not actually Phil. Everybody, it's Phil Jr. Actually, he's taking on the name. Everybody, he's taking on the name from his dad, Phil. Okay, Phil Jr. Actually, Phil Jr. Look at him. Look at him, everybody. Phil Jr.
This is your debate. This is how you debate people.
Yeah, dude. I mean, wait. You don't want to use people's So also, I mean, I can call you whatever I want now, Phil Jr.
Yeah.
Because like you don't care about how people reference each other, right?
I care about being
like.
correct.
Remember, wait. No, okay, you care about being correct. So do you think people determine what their own names are?
Their parents do.
Can they change their name?
Legally, you can.
But do you respect their changed name?
No.
So you don't respect JD Vance's changed name? His name is JD. His changed name is JD Vance. Do you know his real name? Under your own view?
No, I don't, and I don't care about that.
So you see what I mean? You never even cared about actually applying that. You fucking are just bullshitting.
Why would I care about that?
You are just bullshitting, and you know it because JD Vance is not his actual name based upon his birth certificate, buddy.
But what does that matter to me?
Well, because you do call him JD Vance, don't you?
I don't call him anything. I don't even bring up his name. What are you talking about?
So are you going to vote for JD Vance or Kamala Harris if the election comes about?
Honestly, I probably wouldn't even vote.
So, by the way, he would vote for the rapist, but he wouldn't vote for the rapist as vice president, right? That has the exact same policies.
Buddy, you make it seem like I'm voting for a rapist. Like if that's
you are voting for a rapist.
Yeah. Okay.
You make it seem like I'm voting for a rapist. You did. You literally voted for Donald Trump, who's held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. He has 27 plus women that have accused him of sexual misconduct. He's been incredibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files who got a settlement with the Epstein estate. So absolutely, you support a rapist.
You're part of the left. Does that mean you support the guy that killed Charlie Kirk?
No. What?
Yeah. So that if Donald Trump raped somebody, that doesn't mean I support
is Tyler Robinson is Tyler Robinson the Democratic candidate?
No, but a lot of people from the left.
No, so what's your point?
Right?
Trump is the president of the United States. 80 to 90% of the Republican Party supports Trump.
I'm asking you something. A lot of people from the left supported Tyler Robinson. Did they not?
Dude, you want to poll? You want to poll Trump's approval rating in the Republican Party to Tyler Robinson's approval rating?
Answer the question.
Listen to me for 1 second, okay? If you want to poll Trump's approval rating within the Republican Party to Tyler Robinson's approval rating within the Democratic Party, it's not even going to look anywhere near the same. Okay, Trump has 80 to 90%. Please shut up, dude. Be quiet.
I let you talk, but you don't let me talk.
I'm still finishing my statement. I'm still finishing my statement. You have less education. You're literally a Trump supporter. Trump supporters have less education on average. What are you talking about? Why would you ever say something like that? You probably got your education at Trump University. Now let me make my point.
Go for it.
Go ahead. Actually, I already forgot it.
Yeah. So, do you support Tyler Robinson?
No.
How come a lot of people from your side supported Tyler Robinson?
They don't.
They did. What are you talking about? Yeah, a lot of people did, from the left.
Who?
You could even see name
one politician.
They make fun of it. What?
Name one Democratic politician.
No. I'm talking. So, are you saying only Democratic people are part of the left? There's a lot of normal people that are not part of that are not in the Democratic Party. What are you talking about?
I don't think that's relevant to this conversation. I'm not talking about random Trump supporters. I'm talking about Trump himself.
You are talking about random Trump supporters because you're saying that everybody that supports Trump you're putting them in the same category, and that's not true.
What?
Like
no,
I
never did that.
Because
I never said that you're the same as the KKK, even though the KKK supports Trump. I never said that.
Yeah, I never said that you did, but you're saying that
that's
all
exactly
Trump
what you're saying. I'm saying you said
that
I made you equivalent to all Trump supporters. No, I said that you have a mental illness for being MAGA because you're a cult supporter.
Right. Okay.
Because your argument was that you can just define people as that have mental illnesses without using any evidence, without referencing the DSM. So I said, based upon your own reasoning, that you have a mental illness, and I can just say that you do because that's particularly my own opinion because I felt like it. But do you see how that's not a standard that you actually accept? Because you need actual evidence.
Why do you support transgender people?
Because trans people deserve to be supported. Trans people are people like everyone else, and they deserve to be treated respectfully like everyone else. There's nothing wrong with trans people just for being trans. Trans people are valid in their identities. There's nothing logically incoherent about their gender identity. Absolutely nothing. There's nothing wrong with them, and they are over-demonized for no fucking reason at all. Why are you so obsessed with demonizing trans people for no reason? Have you even ever met a trans person in your life?
Yeah, I have actually.
You have? And did you dislike that trans person?
So it's not that I dislike them. I just dislike their idea of them thinking that they can go into a girl's bathroom. I have daughters, so if they go into a girl's bathroom, I don't think that's okay.
But you support a guy for president that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where two 18-year-olds came out, said there are 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms, and he said he went into these changing rooms to get away with perving on them. Okay, I'm sorry. You cannot support Donald Trump while simultaneously making that fucking argument. Do you realize how unbelievably stupid you sound to every person with a fucking working brain?
Okay, so now let me tell you this. Just because somebody does something, one thing, it doesn't define them as a person. So it's not like I'm, oh,
but you're willing to support him in despite of that, my guy.
Well, what are you talking about? I don't even know the story.
He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where two 18-year-olds came out. There are 4 girls young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. And you're like, dude, just because he's done that in the past doesn't define him forever. But you just said that it defined the trans person that you met.
What do you, no, that transgender is always going to try to go to that bathroom. Trump is not always going to do that. What are you talking about?
Okay. So by the way, what does a trans person do in that bathroom that you disagree with?
Just them going in there with a penis, right? And my daughter's, or anybody else's daughter, going in there as a little girl. I don't agree that a grown man thinking that he's a woman shouldn't be in the same bathroom as a little girl.
Okay, so all you did was just try to portray them as a man when they're a woman. That's all you did. Okay?
Because they are men.
No, they're not. Now, also, let me ask you a question. If they've had surgery, do you think that they should be able to go into the bathroom?
No.
Why not?
You know what? They should make their own
They don't have
bathrooms.
a penis.
Yeah, they should make their own bathrooms, though.
Okay, so if there isn't another bathroom, what should they do? Pee their pants?
Wear diapers.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, I am.
I'm kicking you off right now. That is fucking unbelievably stupid. Like, do you see what I mean? These people are so fucking unbelievably, like, self-centered, stupid, and literally irrespective of reality. So fucking delusional. They want trans people to wear diapers. And they can't go to the bathroom. You see what I mean? Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people, dude? Like, seriously, dude. Not everyone wants to be like Diaper Don. That is fucking nuts, dude. Candace, thank you so much for the Galaxy. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Thank you so much for the bouquet. Thank you, Who. I appreciate it. Let's get this next person up here. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. By the way, everyone, if you send a guest request, I see you in the box, and I've already seen you before, I'm just going to block you. Like, I've blocked multiple people who are just sitting in the box. Don't do it. Only send a guest request if you're 18 plus, haven't been on the live before, and you're a Trump supporter. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Robin, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Happy Thursday to you. Let's get this next person up here, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, if the election held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
87.
You said you're how old again?
38.
Okay, all right. I have a few people to think that we can move on to our conversation. Just give me a quick second real quick. And then we can move on to our dialogue. Alrighty. Let me catch up here on YouTube. Everyone, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screenshot up. Get out to more people. Try to get to 2,000 likes if you're here on YouTube. I think right now we're currently about just 1,000 likes or so. Just around that. Around 900, actually. Let's try to get to 2,000 if we can, everybody. Let me try to catch up, everyone. Do you give me a quick second? Mr. James Bond, tube, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Simon, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. That's very true. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Trevor, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much for even his fact. Why don't you blame the employers who giving me those jobs? That's true. As well as Tony, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I actually don't understand. It's crazy. As well as Kate, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good vibes. Thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. Mr. Flinch, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Milo, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Milo. Thank you. Absolutely, that's amazing. Greasy, thank you so much for the $5. Of course, I always will. Black Goddess, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Rap Monster, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Of course, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Decito, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. Zumba, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Joe, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Brand with the $5. Thank you. Michelle, thank you for the $2. And Robin, thank you for the $5. As well as Fam, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. It's amazing how much big people are willing to spew their hate and then try to gaslight us into thinking they are not hateful instead of, I don't know, just letting people not like them just be. It's not that hard, I know, right? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Maiden Corwall, thank you so much for the money gun. Tom, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Wait till they find that one out. I know, right? Kaylee, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, how about the transphobic assholes get a new bathroom? True. Trina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Christy, thank you so much for the $5. Ashley, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you very much. Of course, I always will. Thank you so much. As well as Jonda, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. And JC, thank you so much for the $1. I know, it's been a bit brutal. Thank you so much. Eli, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course. Thank you so much. I always appreciate it. Thank you. Always. Thank you. Emily, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I think I'm fully caught up already. Why do you support Donald Trump?
So, Parker, I just wanted to talk about the last guy that was on. So, when he mentioned the bathrooms and why he doesn't want biological men going into women's spaces, do you believe that all trans men are, honest and true? Do you think that some people could actually lie and say that, I'm trans when I'm really not, and could be using that as to their advantage to sneak into spaces where men shouldn't be?
So I actually did address this argument. I think that this argument actually folds on its own because what you don't realize is that you're forcing people based upon their biological sex to go into these certain restrooms. Okay, so trans men would be forced to go into the women's restroom, meaning they're masculine presenting, right? Meaning that people who are cis, who are just cis men, can portray themselves as trans men to go into those restrooms. And what are you going to do? Genitalia inspect? What are you going to do?
Right. So, but you have to realize that there are some people that are going to be dishonest and take advantage of the fact that you can go into a restroom that you're not supposed to be in. Therefore, how do you filter that out? How do you filter that? Do you just
That's what I quite literally just referenced. It's the easiest way to filter it out comparative to forcing trans men to go into the women's restroom. Because if you did that, then it would be harder to filter it out.
Yeah, so when he mentioned the guy on the call earlier, he mentioned that what if he wanted to identify as a woman, and you automatically said no, you can't but you don't know him
because he's not trans.
Well, how do you know that though? How do you know?
If
Just
someone's
because
not
of 45
trans,
second conversation?
If someone's not trans, you don't just go to being trans. And how do I know? Because he's anti-trans and because he's clearly demonstrating that he's not trans on the stream, right? Like,
But how would you know if you didn't speak to him, and then one day he decided that he wanted to identify as a woman? How would you know? You wouldn't know.
So just because I couldn't determine that someone is lying doesn't mean that they're not lying. Like, do you realize that that's ridiculous? That's not actually going after...
I understand that.
Like, for example, I could tell you that I have XX chromosomes. And how are you going to dispute that?
You can't really.
You can't. Exactly. So what's your whole point here?
Well, when you told him, you just automatically told him that he could not be a woman. And
could I change my chromosomes? No, that's not. That doesn't make any sense. You can't go from being cis to being trans. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, I know people that have went from cis to being trans, and we have to respect them, right? We have to respect them.
That would just mean that they're trans.
No, I'm saying.
So your understanding of them was that they were not trans, and then that they became trans, right? Not that they were not trans and then became trans.
So I guess what I'm saying is, I've known a person who grew up as a man all the way until he was an adult. then he transitioned over to be a woman. So
I
a trans
understand.
woman.
I understand, but that's not being cis and then becoming trans. That's being trans and being closeted because of the society that exists that disenfranchises and stigmatizes people for being trans. And also, for a lot of people, it takes a minute to deconstruct the propaganda that's pushed onto you. For example, for many people who are bi or for many people who are gay, right? They are propaganda pushed on them that they're straight. They didn't go from being straight to being gay because they had the perception in their head that they were straight, right? They still were gay the whole time. It's just that because of the cognitive dissonance, because the propaganda pushed onto them, indoctrinated into them, right? It literally caused them to feel that way, right? It's not because they were actually straight, right?
I mean, I don't know, and that's the thing. What
do you mean you don't know?
That's
That's like saying my sister went from being straight to being gay, right? Like, that's absurd.
Well, okay, so that one guy in particular, okay, that may be true for him, but I do believe that there are people who are just dishonest and they portray to be one way, but they're really not. And you never would know. You would never know if you have a clear pedophile who is now saying that he's a woman and he's going into the women's restrooms. You could not tell the difference, and therefore I think it just kind of turns on top of its head.
So wait,
like
I think it's harder to differentiate if you're saying that people should go based upon their biological sex, because trans men will go into the women's restroom, and then because they're masculine presenting, right, they are then going to then cause circumstances that then cis men will be able to portray themselves as trans men and be able to go into those restrooms. How are you going to prevent that? How are you going to filter, under your view?
That's the thing. I don't know.
Exactly. You don't have a response to this because there is no meaningful response.
Well, when anyone says
from
that
your
they can be
perspective.
trans, though, we're giving it to anybody. We're saying anyone can be trans. Anyone can transition. And when you say that anyone
let me
can
ask you
do
this question. Do you think there are big problems in places where they have gender-neutral restrooms?
I don't
you know
know.
that's a thing, right? Like, the gender-neutral restrooms are a thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the areas in which they're in don't even have higher rates of violence. So if your big deal is that we can't differentiate, what's wrong with gender-neutral restrooms?
I'm not disagreeing with that, but that's not the argument that the guy before presented. He didn't present that argument. He presented a men's restroom where a trans man is going in, or a women's restroom where a trans woman is going in. We're not.
And I've already addressed this multiple times at this point. How many more times do you want me to address this? Because I've already responded to this.
No, you said what's wrong with gender-neutral restrooms, and I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing gender-neutral
I've said
restrooms.
both.
I think that's fine.
What else did I say? It's like you're not paying attention to what I'm saying. I literally described multiple times how actually you have a filtering issue to a greater extent if you do not allow for trans people to go into the bathrooms based upon their gender identity, right? And you instead force them to go based upon their biological sex, because then trans men will go into the men's restroom or to the women's restroom, right? Specifically, right? And will literally be portraying as masculine. So not only would they be likely to be assaulted in those circumstances because people think that they're cis men, but also like people who are cis men would be able to portray themselves as trans to be able to go into those areas.
Yeah, I like the idea of gender-neutral bathrooms. I think that would solve it. But I just know bad offenders. I know people who've done it the wrong way or using it to their advantage, and so that's what we're trying to filter out. And I know it's difficult to do that. Of course.
So then you think they should be in prison, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So if someone's a predator, regardless of their gender identity, they should go to prison.
But
like the president. Like, maybe you shouldn't vote for a violent sex offender if you want to, like, address.
So, Parker, just because someone supports Trump doesn't mean they support every single thing he does.
But you're willing to support him in despite of the fact that he's a violent sex offender.
Well, that's what I think is the problem. We say that, if you're a Democrat or you're a Republican, you have to agree with everything that party does, and that's just not
what
the
I'm
case.
saying. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Well, but you're bringing up just random points about Trump and saying that you shouldn't support him based on that. I don't agree with Trump being a sex offender or
is there
him being
is there anything that he could do that's disqualifying?
Is there anything that Trump could do that would be disqualifying for me? Absolutely, he could. I am not a full-on. Let's see, like he forced himself on kids. If there's something that
he was
comes
credibly
out,
accused by a minor in the Epstein files, they got a settlement with the Epstein estate.
Absolutely, he's done.
That happened.
He's done in my book. I would not
that
support
happened.
Donald Trump.
That happened.
If anything,
yeah,
it hasn't been proven. If
he was credibly.
to me,
well, listen. Let me explain to you why it's proven. Because do you believe the victims of Epstein? They got settlements with the Epstein estate.
You said, do I believe them?
Yeah, about their accusations towards Epstein. Do you think that they were making credible accusations towards Epstein?
So I believe them, but you have to prove it. If you can't prove it,
they did.
That's
why they got a
problem.
settlement, my guy.
So why is Trump not in prison for raping kids, for being on kids?
Oh my God!
Like-
Can we please just go through this and then we can talk about all those questions you have? Can we do this first?
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So, do you believe the credible accusations from minors that got settlements with the Epstein estate against Epstein? Do you believe those accusations?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Well, there was an accusation that Jane Doe 4 made, right, towards Epstein after getting a settlement with the Epstein estate that she was trafficked by Epstein to Donald Trump. That's still an accusation about Epstein's conduct. Okay? If you think that the accusations that people specifically who got settlements with the Epstein estate were credible, right, in going against Epstein about Epstein's behavior, and this is about Epstein's behavior, and it includes something Trump's done, you think that's a credible accusation? Therefore, Trump has been credibly accused. Because he hasn't gone to prison does not mean at all that he's not guilty. There are countless people in the Epstein files that have not been held accountable yet that are guilty.
When they are found guilty, I would 100% get off the Trump train. But I won't just say that someone's guilty without the proof, without the evidence, without them
Repeat
being found
anything I
guilty
just said.
in court.
Repeat anything
Yeah,
I
I
just
heard
said.
what you just said. I heard it.
Repeat it.
But I'm not gonna just get off the Trump train without a guilty
Repeat it.
verdict. And so therefore,
What did I just
no,
say?
you said
Repeat it.
that you said that the victims have credible cases and they have settlements for them, and so that's fine. But people settle all
That's
the
all I
time,
said?
maybe without being.
You're not
I'm saying
intellectually
if-
engaging with my argument right now. You're just saying I'm going to get off of it if there was a conviction. Okay? You're not actually addressing the
if
argument.
there was a conviction, I'll get off it. If there was a conviction, I'll
Yeah,
get off
but
it.
you
We're
are.
not
There's
gonna go
already
to the
been.
point
He's
where
already been held liable for sexually abusing a woman. You didn't care. Okay. Now can you talk about this? Address this. This is the evidence. You say, oh, there wasn't any evidence. I literally gave you the argument like fucking 15 to 20 seconds prior. Like for you to say that is so annoying because like, are you even listening to what I'm saying?
I'm listening. I'm just saying. You asked if there's anything that I could see or hear that I would disagree. Well, jump off the Trump train. And there's plenty of things. I'm not saying that I'm just a diehard MAGA fan. However, I think that if the Epstein files and everything were to come to light and something, or Trump was to be found guilty, put in jail, absolutely, I would not support that at all. I don't support pedophiles or anyone doing anything to kids. So if that's the case, then absolutely, I'm not this Trump supporter that just die hard for the guy. But I also just feel what I really wanted to talk about.
Am I going to get a
was just the
response to what I
bathroom thing.
said, or am I not going to get a response?
No response.
No response. So why am I keeping you on the stream then?
I think we're all good. Because I really wanted to talk about.
Why
the,
won't you
bathroom.
respond?
Because you don't agree with what I'm saying. You don't
I
agree.
don't-
I
that's
want
the whole
guilty
point of a
verdict.
debate?
I want a guilty verdict put in prison. If
I
that's the case,
understand.
then
I understand. But
yes.
what do you dispute about the evidence I provided?
I don't dispute anything. I said that I think they're credible. I think it's credible evidence, and if they got a
wait,
settlement,
hold up.
fine.
Hold up. So if you think it's credible, then why do you still support Trump?
Because
that means
it
you
hasn't
accept
been.
it.
Well, no, not because I accept it. It's because I want him to be
Okay.
found guilty.
How about this? Do you accept my proof?
What was your proof again?
Trump was credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files. He got a settlement with the Epstein estate. The settlement determined, and you agreed, that you determined that those were credible and that you accept those accusations against Epstein for Epstein's conduct from individuals that got settlements with the Epstein estate. One of the accusations that was made was that they were trafficked to Donald Trump by Epstein, which is about Epstein's conduct. If you think the accusations were true about Epstein's conduct, that means this accusation is true, which would then condemn Donald Trump.
I mean, I guess, yeah.
So what do you dispute about that?
I don't dispute anything. I just feel like if there was a guilty verdict, I think Trump should be put in jail. I think he should go to prison, and then I would not support him. But I don't know. Like Biden had all these things too. He could have easily put Trump in jail before. So I don't know.
That's not how it works. In order for this to be released, it had to be passed. A law has to pass by Congress. It was completely sealed by a grand jury through 2024. So that's not possible. It was not possible for him to just do that. Also, because there was a independence of the DOJ under the Biden administration, meaning he wasn't dealing with the daily doings of the DOJ.
All right.
Okay. So,
all right. Thank you, Parker.
I mean, So am I not going to inevitably get any response other than just like you'd need a criminal conviction, but you do accept my argument? Like you
Yeah,
literally
that's
say it's true. Like you acknowledge it's true, the accusations.
I don't acknowledge it's true. I acknowledge that, I
What does
think it's
credible
credible.
mean to you?
It's
What is
credible.
credible?
Credible means that, you have a case. You have a case. There's witnesses maybe. But I can't say that it's just absolutely true. I would love to see Trump
So
found
to
guilty and in
clarify,
jail
you do
for.
not accept the accusations from survivors that got settlements with the Epstein estate about Epstein's conduct. You don't believe them to be true?
No, I said that.
No, I'm asking, do you believe them to be true?
Yes, I believe that to be true.
Okay, so if you do believe that to be true, then you believe the accusation. You just left. So do you see what I mean? That logically entails that they then believe that the accusation is true, right? If you believe that the victims of Epstein are making true accusations about Epstein's conduct. One of Epstein's conduct was that he trafficked her to Donald Trump, which would then indict Donald Trump's behavior. So if the accusations are true about Epstein's conduct, that's an accusation about Epstein's conduct. It would then be true. That then causes Trump to be guilty, based upon the fact that we've already deemed it to be true that these accusations are against the accusation against Epstein, where they got a settlement. So, yo, what's up? How old are you?
60.
And do you support Trump?
I've got, I think, sorta, but I think I qualify. I want you to make the decision on that because I might not qualify.
Yeah, let me just ask a question. This will see whether or not you qualify based on that. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Kamala.
Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah, you don't qualify because you would prefer Kamala Harris in that context. So you definitely don't qualify, and that means you're based. Quincy, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Exactly. The problem is cis men, not trans people. G, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. And Steph, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as, yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Lolo, thank you for the Rose Bear. Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Doesn't make any sense. You should get better at math.
Guys, stop trolling. It's not funny. It's...
The profile picture and name is crazy. Yo. That's the person that Dean was debating. That's so funny, dude. Oh my gosh, bro.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2007.
And what month?
October.
You said you're how old again?
18.
Okay, is there a way you can get close to your microphone? It's really hard to hear you.
18.
Yep, all right. Let me thank someone real quick, and then we can move on to our conversation. Diane, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you so much. Goods of W's for them in the comment section right now. Seriously, that's the exact point I was trying to bring up earlier. Thank you so much. Goods of W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. As well as Dila, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yasmin, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think it's undeniable at this point. The Duke, thank you so much for the $2. And Tom, thank you for the $5. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
I think he's a good president.
What makes you think he's a good president?
His border policies.
Okay. What border policy?
Just what he does.
Lolo, thank you for the dinosaur. What specific border policy?
Removing illegals.
Okay. How is he doing that?
By deporting them.
Okay. All right. And what benefit does that have for our society, for his policies that lead to more deportations?
He just deports them.
All right. If you're going to come up on my stream, please have some actual explanation. I think that person's trolling. I'm not even going to waste my time. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hey everyone, we're about 2.5 hours left in the stream, or 2.5 hours into the stream, meaning we have about an hour and a half left in the stream at least. Maybe a little bit longer, kind of depends on whenever Dean hops on. I think he's supposed to hop on maybe about like 1:30, so it might be around that time. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
What up, dipshit?
Do you support Trump?
Come on, bro. Hell yeah. Do you support Trump?
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump. Come on, bro. Stop asking me stupid questions. Now let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
How many amendments are there?
27.
No, there's not. There's 27, dumbass.
That's what I said.
No, you didn't. You said 28. You so fucking stupid. But Trump is better. It's just a better president, man.
How many continents are there?
7.
What are they?
Earth, east, north, east, south, west. Oh, North America, South America, Africa, Asia, Europe. Wait, North America, South America, Antarctica. Wait, hold on, I forgot. Wait, no, I restart. Okay, restart. North America, South America, Africa, Antarctica, Europe, Australia, Asia.
You looked it up, didn't you?
No, I didn't. No, this is looking it up.
Let's just go on to the next person. Jesus, bro. Not me knowing the amount of amendments after they tried to do that. That's so funny, dude. What's up, how old are you?
2.
Alrighty, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. We're just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. By the way, make sure to do that, as always, as people try to portray themselves as me on Venmo and PayPal and whatnot. So make sure to click through the link tree in your bio. If you do so, I can't even speak. Link tree in the bio if you try to. Alrighty. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up, how old are
Hi,
you?
Dean. I hope you're having. Oh my god, I just called you Dean. Hi, Parker. I hope you're having a good day.
Appreciate you. Wow, Dean. Wow, everyone thinks I'm Dean now. That's so crazy, Ram. That's how old are you?
What's up? 29.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
probably Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
His border policy.
Okay. What about it?
It was just a lot stronger than Harris's.
Okay. What was Harris's border policy that you disagree with?
What do you mean? Like, it was just as far as was it stronger or weaker? It was definitely weaker.
Yeah, but like what aspects of the border policy do you disagree with?
The aspects of like having an open border.
It wasn't open under the Biden administration.
Okay.
Open border means no restrictions on the border.
Okay, so what's the what would be the difference between Trump's policy and then Harris's policy?
Yeah, Trump violates due process to a greater extent. He allows for ICE to not use judicial warrants when searching and seizing people's properties. He allowed them to racially profile
No, I'm talking
people.
about the enforcing the border.
Yeah, I'm telling you how he's doing it. That is different.
No, like strictly the border, like
push the hand art. Yeah, this is what's different.
Okay.
Because this is the difference in terms of ICE enforcement policy.
Okay. So that'd be my main reason, you know.
Okay, but like it's like, how is that better off? How are those policies good?
For enforcing the border?
Yeah, I think that those are bad. I think that those disenfranchise U.S. citizens.
Well, I mean, what do you mean? How is that overall bad? I would think if you're having a country, enforcing a border and having strong borders is an overall good thing.
Okay, so you want to enforce borders. You want there to be a strong nation for everybody. The Democrats still did enforce borders. They still wanted to criminalize undocumented entry. They just want to make the legal process go quicker. So what aspect about that policy do you really disagree with?
Their policy was to just make it go quicker. I would assume that has nothing to do with like undocumented, having an immigrant program where you can, create citizens is not the same thing as enforcing a border or, streamlining that process. Those are two different things, correct?
It's two different things to do what? Sorry, say that one more time.
Streamlining like your, immigration process is a different thing than enforcing a border, preventing like, undocumented entry.
Yeah, so you understand that they would do both. Like, they're preventing undocumented entry, criminalizing undocumented entry, and making the legal process go quicker. They wanted to do that through the bipartisan border bill, but Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that very bill because he didn't want the Democrats to get a win.
Yeah, I'm not saying that Harris would not have, did at least something for the border, but I just disagree with you when you just saying that you would have done everything or believed she would have done everything that's just better. That's not, I don't understand how that's actually like a reason. You're not really...
I'm explaining how she would have done better because she would have made the legal process go quicker, which, actively speaking, makes the conditions better to incentivize legal immigration into our country.
Yeah, well, I mean, hasn't Trump, what Trump is definitely, don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure he has he's actually created different paths to citizenship. And I'm not saying that...
How has he created a second path to citizenship?
Like I said, I don't have a computer in front of me, but I forgot if it was something about investing in something. I don't know what it would be, but if you invested a certain dollar amount, you would get instant, and he called it a gold. He put his own little word on it, but the point is he's also introducing paths of citizenship, but objectively, you think Harris would have had a better approach? And that's, that's up in the air for...
Okay, so I think that pathway to citizenship would be better, but that's not even a Democratic policy. The policy for the Democrats is to make the legal process quicker. If you're saying that's the pathway to citizenship, then yeah. But Trump has not done anything to make the legal process go quicker.
I mean, you're missing the forest for the trees. So you're more concerned about making something go quicker than the objective point that I was making, that he's actually introduced new forms of gaining citizenship.
Is the only thing...
You know what I mean?
There is nothing other than one thing that you could possibly mention was the one thing that you could possibly mention is the gold card. That's it. That's the only legal pathway, but that's millions of dollars.
Okay, so, but the overall point would be that he's introduced a new form of, or a way or path to become a citizen, and telling me that Harris would have made it faster is, not... That's not something you could even actually prove, because it can't happen, hasn't happened, didn't happen, and then I don't know. I don't understand how you think that's an actual argument.
How is this an actual argument? I'm just trying to describe to you what their actual views are, because you didn't realize that their views aren't open border and just letting everyone come in because Trump lied. So I'm just telling you that that was all bullshit, and that actually probably aligned more with the Democratic policy. Does that make sense?
So did the mayor of New York ever have an issue with getting buses of immigrants sent up to his city?
You're talking about asylum seekers under the Trump administration or under the Biden administration that were coming into the country that were sent to New York by Republicans.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are illegal immigrants.
Well, so wait, what's the issue? First of all, like how are you phrasing like getting a busload of immigrants to a sanctuary city as like a bad thing? I'm confused.
I'm saying specifically that I'm just telling you the policy that they're legal immigrants.
Legal immigrants.
Yes,
Okay.
They're not in the country undocumented. They're not illegally in the country. They're in the country legally, and they're going through the asylum process, which is a legal process of immigration.
Do you just like assume that like whenever discussing like the border, you include legal immigrants and illegal immigrants? Like, why do you why do you even think those are even the same thing at all? Like, you know.
I'm sorry, sir. What the fuck are you saying? I don't think I said that they're the same thing.
Yes, it's just conflating like an illegal alien with like a documented immigrant is.
I didn't do that.
Not that like that's actually. Just
I said
foolish.
asylum seekers are legally entering the country.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I said. That's not conflating anything.
So did Eric? I think his name was Eric Adams. Did he want more or less?
I don't care what Eric Adams wanted.
Okay, that's strange for like a sanctuary city. And then since they make a shitload of money for everybody, like I would think that you would want more, correct?
I think it would depend on the environmental conditions for the place that you're in, right? Now, obviously, like different areas in the U.S. deal with different problems. As a whole, for a country, immigration is very positive. But for example, in certain metropolitan areas, there could obviously be differences in impacts based upon the costs in those areas. Also, it might not be effective for immigrants to directly go to those areas rather than starting in different areas in the United States. So there are plenty of reasons that you can particularly reference that, yeah, like there could be other areas other than just going to New York City that would be preferable for like immigrants as a whole. Don't just go to one area, go to plenty of areas around the U.S., right?
Yeah, no, definitely. In your mind, I would agree, but I don't think so. No, I would think that anyone that is not supposed to be here shouldn't be here. End of story. It's not that complicated.
Yeah, no one disputed that from the Democratic policy side. They said people who are in the country undocumented should be deported, but they should provide a quick legal pathway for people trying to come through the legal process for immigration. That's what the Democrats are advocating for.
Wait, so what was Title 55? I'm pretty sure that was the one where...
Title 42?
The one where they were supposed to wait.
That was emergency COVID policy. No, you're thinking of Remain in Mexico for the asylum process. That's a terrible process because it forces people who are seeking asylum from Mexico, right, to stay in Mexico while they're seeking asylum. Otherwise, right, people specifically who are coming based on invalid asylum claims would be able to claim that they're from Mexico even though they're not, just get into the country, and then obviously it wouldn't actually prevent people who are not having legal asylum claims from staying into our country, but people who actually have legal asylum claims, who are actually legitimately going through the process, would have to wait, which is ridiculous.
Sure. I mean,
okay. I have a question. Are you Christian?
I'm not necessarily Christian, but I believe in God. Yeah.
Okay. I was just curious. In general, do you think that Trump's had good economic policy?
I agree with his approach, and I mean, it would have happened regardless. But I like work in an industry, like I work in construction, so I work in a very booming industry. I don't know.
Okay, well, that's probably because of the infrastructure bill, probably. But in terms of the econ that you agree with, what economic policy, in terms of his approach, do you agree with?
Well, just like that, like the tariffs. That the point of a tariff is to make it, America self-perform, essentially.
Yeah, but that hasn't
So I
happened.
agree with that.
It's just increased the cost of consumer products. And it's actually just disincentivized manufacturing in this country because it's caused the manufacturing process to be more expensive because we rely upon materials that come from countries around the world. So one thing to take into consideration is that we'd actually, according to a Federal Reserve report, be below pre-pandemic levels.
I'm sorry. There's one thing Biden did that I really admired, and it was he didn't sell, I'm pretty sure it was some steel company. It was either in Chicago, but it was a massive steel company, and he kept it in America. But essentially, the reason why he decided to not let that company was gonna sell it to whoever, but I guess Biden stepped in and was like, no, it has to be kept in an American, company or owner, and that would be the best way to describe Trump's tariffs. It's the same purpose, right?
Okay. So according to the Federal Reserve report, there's been levels of inflation that under the tariffs that if the tariffs were not put in place would have led to us being below pre-pandemic levels of inflation. So if we were below pre-pandemic levels of inflation, we would have been able to reduce interest rates, which would have allowed for houses to be more affordable. It would allow for us to stimulate the labor market. There'd be significantly better job growth than what there is right now. And since Trump's got in office, it's made worse off conditions for job growth, GDP growth, real median wage growth, and basically every metric of the economy because of his tariff policy and then going to war.
No, so remember, I'm not affected. Like, I work a good job. So
do you care about the rest of your country?
Yeah, totally.
Okay, so if the economy broadly is worse off, why would you think that's good?
I don't think it is. I think that's just your opinion.
You think I'm just lying?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, well, you can take a look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and you can see that real GDP growth is lower in 2025
Do you think
as
you
compared
can
to 2024.
manipulate statistics to say whatever you want, or
no?
You can't.
No,
Okay,
not with the Bureau of Labor Statistics
crazy.
information.
Yeah, no, you can definitely manipulate any kind of statistic to say whatever you want, brother. Like,
no, you can't.
Yes, you can, dude.
Really? Okay,
Yes.
So right now, can you manipulate a statistic to say that 90% of men have rode unicorns?
Sure.
Go ahead. Give me a single stat that indicates that. That 90% of men have rode unicorns.
So you need a statistic to say a fake hypothetical. That's what you need to prove one.
Do you eat the paint chips when you're doing construction?
Yeah. Totally. But I'm being serious. You need me to come up with a statistic to prove a hypothetical that you posed, correct? About riding a unicorn?
Yeah, like can you provide any evidence that, again, 90% of people who are men, specifically, have rode unicorns? No, you can't. So you can't manipulate statistics to say whatever you want, okay? Obviously, that's not true.
You think that's the only way that's the only way that you can prove that you can manipulate a statistic, huh? Really?
No, I'm just saying, like, if you can, you said you can manipulate statistics in whatever way you want, and
So
I'm just
if
proving
you
that you can't.
raise the minimum of getting arrested for theft, and the statistics for getting arrested for theft are now lower. What did you just do? Did you manipulate
is that a little bit
it to
dishonest?
say?
So
No. Did you manipulate it? Yes or no?
So in that context, it wasn't quote unquote manipulated, but it was like misleading in terms of the statistics. So it is okay to change definitions of certain things
If you
over
wanted
time,
to make
but it is
crime look
important
like
to
it
make
wasn't
the.
happening,
Hey,
how
dude, can you
would
please
you
listen without you
manipulate
cutting me? Can you please listen without me cutting off?
Sure.
Okay, so again, you can absolutely take into consideration those things, but I don't understand your whole point here. The point that I'm making is that you can't just come up with any statistic that you want, right? And for the Bureau of Labor Statistics, right, this isn't information that we're manipulating or changing the definition for at all. It's the same information, same context, gotten by literally the Trump administration, okay? And it's data that's coming from there. I'm not manipulating it in any way. I'm telling you every main metric of the economy is worse off since Trump got in office. Like, real GDP growth is worse off, real median wage growth is worse off, unemployment is worse off, job growth is worse off, and these are directly from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Real domestic manufacturing investment has declined every single quarter of Trump's administration. That's the main thing he said he was going to bring back. Do you think I'm lying about every single one of these? Because I can show you on the screen that I'm right.
Yeah, no, I think you're manipulating your statistics.
How?
And that's it. It's easy.
How am I manipulating them? How? Like, tell me, how am I manipulating them?
To describe that everything is going batshit insane wrong. I mean, what do you mean? Like,
it's not everything's going batshit crazy insane, but I'm saying it's worse off. That's what I'm saying.
Sure. I mean, that's
oh my god, we got another quarter of loss for manufacturing investment. Holy shit, this looks so bad. Look at this. Take a look. This is the Trump administration manufacturing investment. Okay, take a look. Okay. Let me make it smaller so that you can see. This is manufacturing investment. Do you see on the screen?
Sure, yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah, this is Trump's first term when he gets in office. Right here is when he gets in office. And this is his first admin. This is when he leaves. Biden gets in office, and then boom. Massive increase. Biden leaves. This is Trump. Trump.
So are you not manipulating the COVID thing where...
No.
That...
This gains from 2023 and 2024.
You are literally manipulating... Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, I mean, that's the same reason why you're...
The only reason it looks manipulated to you is because you're drunk and because you see two lines. That's the only reason it looks manipulated to you. I'm not manipulating jack shit.
No. You are literally using the stagnant economy from Trump leaving and Biden entering, and then there's COVID policies are uplifted, and now the economy's booming. Like, that's literally what that huge fucking spike was. Like, you're literally
that was under Biden.
Manipulating it.
Sir,
Yes.
that was under Biden. That spike was under Biden.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this spike, that was because of Biden's administration.
Zoom out from that chart. Because I want to see zoom out.
You mean, okay, I guess I can...
Or go further left.
This is as far back as it goes. That growth is Biden. And you want to see when this year is? This is 2011, 2010. Sorry, I can't go down to it. There we go. 2009, 2011. See? All this? All that's the prior years. Okay? Massive growth under Biden. You see that shit? Look at this. Boom! And then you see that decline. This is Trump, by the way. Do you see this on the screen? That's Trump. Just all that decline. Do you want to respond? Hello? Or am I manipulating something?
No, I definitely, you definitely know what I'm going to say. Like,
What did I manipulate this time, then? I would have got away with it if it wasn't for these meddling kids. Can you give me a response, bro?
oh, just you're so like nuanced. It's insane, actually. Like, I don't know how many other examples I need to give you.
I'm so
how you can
nuanced. Isn't that
manipulate
good?
something. What?
That I'm nuanced?
Yeah, you're. It's totally good because you're incapable of understanding how you can. You think you can only do something one specific way.
When
And
did I
it's-
say that? What?
Yeah. You asked me to prove to you that you can. I can manipulate data to give you like a writing on a unicorn or some shit, and then.
You said
You're still
you can
lost
manipulate
on the point
any
of
data.
how you're
Sir.
capable, and this is all you're doing. Like it's like it.
What is this guy saying, bro? So you said that I can manipulate any data I want and I can come up with any statistic I want. Okay, I said, okay, then prove it to me. Give me a data set or any evidence that indicates 90% of men have rode unicorns in their life. Because you said you can manipulate anything.
Yeah, and you think that's the only way you can prove to you, in fact, actually being able to manipulate something. That's what you're suggesting, which is insane.
Nothing have I manipulated. This is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, my guy. What are you talking about?
You think that I need to prove to you that scenario for you to accept that you can manipulate data, which is crazy. Like, fucking crazy.
No, but that you're saying that you can manipulate anything, right? Also, I'm not saying that isn't it possible that you can manipulate something. I'm just saying that nothing that I've brought up is manipulated. You can't mention how it's manipulated. You're just saying it's manipulated because you don't want to accept that Trump has made the economy worse off, my guy. That's a fact. His policies have made things worse off. It's obvious.
Underlying point. So that's the underlying point, that everything that you're stating is just not fucking true.
How is it false?
The fact that you can not accept that you can manipulate data, and then the fact that you're presenting data that is manipulated is fucking the fallacy that you are trying to do. Like, I'm sorry, it's very obvious.
How is the data manipulated?
You think that the fucking data is manipulated because you are never going to ever once accept that Trump is doing good. Like, what are you talking about?
How did I manipulate the data, my guy?
Your sole job is to deny everything that he does. Like, you will never be someone that. That's the fact. That's the exact proof that I need to show you that you'll never. You're a grifter, essentially.
How am I a grifter?
How long have you been going at this?
Like politics specifically, or streaming?
No, just talking shit about Trump. Disagreeing with Trump.
Years.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Why? Why is that wrong? He's the president and was running for president.
Why is that wrong? You just asked me how do you grift. That was why I told you that.
Yeah, how is that grifting?
That you consistently for years have never once ever changed your opinion? What are you talking about?
I have changed my opinions over the years. You know, I used to be a Trump supporter in high school.
Cool.
That's called changing my mind, my guy. You know, when I first started TikTok, I was a communist.
That's crazy.
I'm not a communist anymore. I changed my mind.
Thank God.
Okay, well, when I was a communist, means I believe that as an end goal. Like, I believe in market socialism to go to communism. I just want to clarify that, but like, I believe communism would be achieved through automation.
That's interesting. Wait, so like you're more like it's an economy thing, or
yeah? No, my position was that we would necessarily achieve communism through automation. That was my view, which I actually think is false now. I don't think that we necessarily will achieve something like communism, but we will achieve a different type of structure of economy in the long run. That inevitably will happen at some point because of technology advancements and whatnot. But we're in the point where We haven't advanced enough to automate that all away. So we're still in like a structure of
I think
economy
we're
that relies
really
upon
far
an
behind
state
on
social
AI.
democracy.
Like really fucking far. Like it's actually not that crazy.
That is really far away from now, but I was just making the point that inevitably within hundreds of years we will automate away all basic necessary economic tasks, right? And we'll be able to do whatever we want technically, and everyone will be taken care of if we have a structure and a system that's set up to do so and distribute the profits from our automated system.
I just don't look at shit like that. I mean, like when you say tasks, anything's a task. So say you automate it away, another task, develops in its spot.
But the tasks aren't going to be necessary for for us to continue on. It will be like entertainment related. It will be based upon people's interests, right, and based upon their wants, right, and not necessarily based upon fulfilling their needs. Like we'll have jobs in entertainment.
That's subjective.
Like
right?
those jobs will still exist likely, or will be type of things like that. But it won't be necessary for you to keep living. We're talking about hundreds of years from now, dude.
Oh yeah, no, that shit's never going to be in our lifetime, and it's not even.
Okay, I was just telling you what my position was when I first got on. I'm telling you how my positions have grown, right, in understanding over time. I've not just come on here and just said the same thing over and over again. Obviously, my understanding of things has grown, even from my disagreement with Trump.
Sure, I mean, and with respect, no matter what data you claim to show me or present me, it's with bias.
Okay,
no
so
matter
how?
what.
How? I'm showing you the data. Has no bias. Actually, literally zero bias. Maybe how I describe it or interpret it under your view could be biased.
How? Because
but looking at the data in of itself is not.
Data as true and as certain as you claim to do, you should be able to now invest in some money and become a bajillionaire. If you can literally read data the way that you present.
You're disputing interpreting data, not reading the data. Do you understand the difference between reading and interpreting data?
Yeah, no, and then the way that you're, explaining how a chart is presented is not the truth. Like you,
I showed you.
No matter
I
what,
just showed
bro,
it to you.
like,
How
it's
is it
hard.
not the truth?
Because you just saying it's all bad is ridiculous when it's increasing, like it's climbing.
The
Like,
manufacturing
a
investment,
chart
it declined.
doesn't go up if it's doing bad.
I showed you how it declined, sir. Look at the screen. It's declining under Trump's admin. That's under Trump's full admin. It's declining every single quarter. We're losing all the gains that we had under Biden.
All the gains.
Yeah. We've lost like nearly half, honestly, like a third of the gains that we've got under Biden because of Trump. How am I manipulating the data? I'm just telling you what it says. I'm not interpreting it in any way. I'm just telling you what it says.
Because you're showing me just one specific chart that's tied to manufacturing.
Yeah, I'm
and
showing you
then-
manufacturing
and
investment.
claiming that it's the entirety of the entire
The market? No, I'm not.
market. Yeah,
I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. Do you want me to show you others? I'll show you real GDP growth and real median wage growth. Do you want to see those?
Well, that's another way of you just what. No matter what, it's cool, bro. Like I'm not saying like you're right or wrong. I'm just that's what you're doing, regardless. So.
Okay, well, I'm going to show you real median wages now. Take a look at real median wages. You'll be able to see the greater level of growth from the Trump administration, or I mean from the Biden administration compared to the Trump administration. Okay, these are real median wages. Looks really confusing at this graph. I understand. Let me scroll to the points, and I'll show you specifically what I'm referencing. Okay, this is Biden's last few years. Okay, so you see right here, right where it's like kind of growing. We're going to see at the end of 2023 here, 366. Okay, we went from 366 at the end of 2023 to by the end of the administration, 374. Since Trump's got in office, we went from 374 to 376 and stayed there. That's it. We've just stayed at 376. So the growth has slowed down. We actually had growth before. Now we've just stayed stagnant. We literally haven't changed since quarter 2 2025. It's just stayed at 376. Do you realize? Hello?
I realize what?
That the growth
What
is
are you
lower
showing
since
me?
Trump got in office?
It's lower than
Yeah,
Biden?
growth is stagnated. Yeah, it's lower than what Biden was at the end of Biden's administration. Do you want me to show you again?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Okay, so this is under both administrations. You see, this is we're gonna go over to Trump's or this administration. This is Biden. If we go to quarter 3, 2023, 366. We go to quarter 4,
the title of the
2024.
chart?
Employed full-time, median usual weekly real earnings, wage and salary workers 16 and over. So real just means accounting for inflation. So the reason why it says 374 and whatever is because it's in 1982 to 1984 dollars. Okay.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
Okay,
I don't
so-
understand what you're trying. What are you trying to prove with this chart? Like,
Real median wages have been growing at a lower rate since Trump got in office.
okay. And you believe Harris would have done what? Like, doubled it, tripled it?
We would have significantly better growth. Why? Because tariffs would have never been imposed, which would have allowed for us to bring down interest rates, which would have stimulated investment and stimulated growth in the economy and the job sector, comparative to what we have right now.
And can you show me where you can prove that? Like,
I just showed you.
No,
I
no,
literally
show
just
me
showed you
where,
on the
like,
screen,
what,
sir.
What would the number be right now if Harris was in charge? Like,
So I don't know the exact number of what it would have been, but based upon the Federal Reserve reports,
Right.
they came out
Okay.
and said that we'd be below.
That's it. I mean, you just don't know.
Well, I can tell you it would be
But
better.
you do know,
and I'm
it would be
explaining
better.
why it would be better, sir. Can you let me fully explain?
That's crazy.
There's been a Federal Reserve report that came out where they did estimate this. These are economists from the Federal Reserve, and they estimated the impact of tariffs, and they've seen that the tariffs have led to us being at the same level of inflation that we've been at, whereas otherwise it would have been below pre-pandemic levels of inflation, which then allows for us to bring down interest rates. Why? Because the Federal Reserve deals with dual mandate, price stability and maximum employment. How do they deal with those? Well, they do it by shifting interest rates mostly, right? So if there is conditions where there is low job growth, but there's also low inflation, well, they can decrease interest rates to stimulate demand in the economy, to increase investment, and to stimulate more job growth. But for example, right, if there is higher inflation, they're going to bring up interest rates so that they can mitigate or reduce that level of inflation by bringing down demand and investment in the economy to be able to account for that. Does that make sense? So, if tariffs were never imposed, we would be able
through all
to.
these hoops to justify whatever you want. I mean, I guess, but I just asked you to go from that proof and then show me the projection of Harris, and then right now, the data that if Harris was, running this shit, just show me that. Since you know.
I just told you the Federal Reserve did an analysis of what it would have been if the tariffs were never imposed, which would have been what would be the case if Harris were in office. So I told you that inflation would be below pre-pandemic levels. We would have never gone to war with Iran. So then that wouldn't be an issue.
No, Harris, that's a bipartisan thing.
No, the war. She disagrees with going to war with Iran.
No, Harris completely, actually, she said she will not allow Iran to have any kind of power to create a bomb. So
yeah, that doesn't mean she'd go to war with them. By the way, like for example, some
totally
people try to say that like
that literally means that she would. Yes, she would stop them from.
Let me give an example. Do you think Trump's original strike started war with Iran? Like his original strike about a year ago?
The bunker busters?
Yeah.
Yeah, no shit. Totally.
That's not when the war started, right?
There's not a war.
Yes, there is. According to the Trump administration, according to Trump, according to Hegseth, according to main administration officials like Rubio, right, the war has started. We've already been at war. War started with the end of February, not the original strike about a year ago. So let me give you an example. So the Harris administration, these are what they would consider. At least from what has been said by administration officials under the Harris and Biden administration, right, is that they were considering like a strike that would be like the original one they did about a year ago, right? But they would not consider a war or going directly to war with them. There's no reason to do that. So one thing to consider is that they would have tried to do the original agreement that existed under Obama through the JCPOA. If that's not achievable, they would have done the original strike that existed about a year ago, and that's it. Some people try to frame this as like, Kamala Harris would have gone directly to war with it. Some people, that. I think this is dishonest. Again, people like you are just genuinely too stupid to understand this. Just listen for a second, please. Okay, all right. Just because they say that they would do the original strike a year ago does not mean they would start the war. Okay, just saying that they would consider the strike that they did around a year ago is not saying that they would start a war with Iran. Those are fundamentally two separate things. Okay, saying that because she would do that, they would consider that original strike, it means that they would go to war, is a dishonest misinformation claim that people on the far left are using to try to act like Kamala Harris would have been the same, and that people on the far right are doing specifically to try to act like, oh, Trump's justified in doing this because of the fact that Kamala Harris would have done it anyway, right? That's the whole point that they're making, which is not true at all, and there's no good evidence to infer that based upon the data that we have, and anyone that does tell you that is a dishonest piece of shit that is sitting there and misrepresenting the data. If they're intentionally looking at that data set and they're saying that specifically, that means that Kamala Harris and Donald Trump were going to do the exact same thing, that Kamala Harris would have gone to war with Iran, because she's indicated multiple times she would not go to war with Iran. And again, taking into consideration the original strike about a year ago is not the same thing as going to war.
Wait, do you like Iran? Like, what do you like about Iran?
I don't like the IRGC. I think it's incredibly oppressive. Like, for example, do you think we should have pulled out of Afghanistan?
Do I think we should have pulled out of Afghanistan? What are you talking about? Of course, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So if you agree that we should have pulled out of Afghanistan, well, do you think the Taliban is oppressive?
Sure, yeah, definitely.
Okay. So although we both agree that the Taliban is oppressive, disgusting, and a horrible fucking group, right, we can acknowledge that we don't want to go to war. We don't want to continue to have presence within Afghanistan. So in the same way that we can acknowledge that, why can't we acknowledge that here with Iran?
The same thing as an Iran regime, dude.
You're saying that they're different? Is that your position?
Yeah, totally.
Okay, so what is the difference?
The one funds the other.
So is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm actually not quite familiar if Iran has been funding the Taliban. I'm familiar with like the
proxy wars.
I know, but I don't know if it's the Taliban specifically.
That's
I'd have to
literally
check.
what it is.
Team, I think of the dynamic duo. Thank you. Like I know they do Hezbollah, Hamas, and plenty of other organizations within the Middle East, but I'm not familiar. I've seen anything to say that they do so with Taliban. What, that's possible? But I'm confused your point there. That's also not a relevant distinction to say that we should go to war with one but not the other.
Well, you asked me if I, believed in pulling out of Afghanistan. I do. And then I agree that the Taliban is an evil that exists. So what's your point? I was just demonstrating the difference between Iran and the fucking Taliban, dude.
I understand, but what you're not taking into account here is that you disagree with how the Taliban operates, yet you don't think we should go to war with them.
What?
Okay. I don't think this conversation is possible. Sir, I have a question before you leave. How many beers have you had?
How many beers have I had? No, yeah. So are you asking me that you understand how the Taliban operates?
Can you answer my question, sir? How many beers have you had?
Yeah, sure.
What's the answer?
Oh, I thought you were gonna answer.
How would I answer that? I'm asking you the question.
No, because you understand how the Taliban operates. That's what I was wanting to know.
I do, but I'm asking you a question. How many beers have you had?
Yeah, no, I was asking you that question.
I don't care. I'm asking you a question. Can you answer the question?
My anxiety beers? What?
Anxiety beers? How
Yeah,
many,
my
bro?
anxiety beers?
I'm just genuinely curious, bro.
What? About what?
How many beers have you had, bro?
About what? Why?
How many anxiety beers did you have?
Oh, I've had none. No anxiety beers.
Any other anxiety alcohol?
No.
None? I don't
No.
believe you. You just lost
Okay.
count.
Sure, probably.
That's what it sounds like, at least. I'm serious, bro. Like, are you serious? You're not drunk right now?
No, I'm not drunk.
How the fuck are you sober?
What are you asking? Like, what are you talking about?
Are you sober right now? Are you elevated?
Me being sober right now.
Ty, think of this spring set. Are you elevated? Did you hit the anxiety pen, bro?
Oh, no. I don't. I definitely do not smoke. Fuck no.
Then what the fuck is going on, bro?
What's going on, dude? We're literally discussing something and you're refusing to fucking ever.
Dude, you're like if Rick Sanchez, when he turned himself to Pickle Rick, literally just turned back and kept the pickle as his brain, bro. What are you talking about?
No, dude, for sure. Yeah, no, we're good with that. Yeah, no.
I'm serious, like, bro, are you okay?
Am I okay? What are you talking about?
I'm just asking, are you okay, bro?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely fucking okay. Actually, I thought it was actually gonna be, interesting fucking just even chit-chatting, but like I definitely feel like I didn't rage at you. I'm actually happy that we had a good discussion, but like you definitely didn't answer any of my questions, and every time I
think I did answer your question, sir. And
Nah,
you know,
I
I just
don't
like
think
I
so.
genuinely like okay, you know, maybe I'll try to have this conversation with you, but like I mean, all you did on my live stream is say that I was manipulating data. You called me a grifter. You said like completely like random BS claims about Iran, right? You have yet to justify. And then what question do you think I haven't answered?
Kamala would have done the same thing.
Kamala. Yeah, we also talked about that, and I proved to you that Kamala Harris would have done differently. I also proved to you that like Trump has made worse off conditions in terms of the economy.
It didn't happen. You can't prove anything. What are you talking about?
I did prove it.
Sure, bro. I mean, that's just ridiculous to me. But like, I'm cool. I'll just, yeah. If that's what you think, you think you proved something that never happened. Sure. I mean, that's fucking great, dude.
Yeah, I literally showed you on the screen the evidence the economy is doing worse. And you just denied it. All you did was say I'm a grifter, bro.
No, you showed me something.
You said how long have you been doing this, Parker? How long have you been doing this? 3 years? You've been doing this for multiple years, Parker? You've been grifting for so long, Parker. That's all you said, bro.
Yeah, no, totally.
So do you want to give me an actual argument? Or tell me what question I didn't answer?
Yeah, you definitely didn't answer.
I heard that, bro. I heard that. What?
That's the vape, dude.
Come on, bro.
That's just the vape, bro. Come on, man. It's just the
I heard that.
vape.
I heard that, okay? I knew it was something.
No, I definitely don't smoke, bro. I'm not a hippie.
As you just hit the vape, bro?
Hell yeah.
Dude.
Hey, do you want to hear my impression of a tough guy with Alzheimer's?
No, I don't.
Do you know who the
I actually genuinely, like, dude, I'm concerned. What just happened, dude? What just happened? Like, dude, oh my god, bro. Let's go on the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2010.
Nice math, bro. By the way, everyone, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. We have another at least 40 minutes or so left on the live. So again, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. Plus, everyone, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes here on TikTok. And if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. I'd really, really, really appreciate everyone. Let's get on to this next individual real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, no. I'm sorry, Parker. I didn't mean to join.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. You're good. Quenisha, thank you so much for the $5 for You're So Nuanced. Yeah, I'm so nuanced, right? As well as Harold, thank you so much for the $10. Based means, I agree with that, or that's cool. Jesse, thank you so much for the dollar as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know. Seriously, though. As well as Nikki, thank you so much for the 70 cents. Emily, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, my gosh. No, you're not wrong for that. You are not wrong. You are in the right for that, actually. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Shit, Parker. I'm sorry. I love you.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Jillian, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, those anxiety beers sound like he's gonna fall off his unicorn. I know, right? I think he was proof that he was flying on the unicorns. That's actually what it was. He's proof himself. You what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2008.
Okay, what month?
January.
Okay.
19.
And why do you support Trump?
Well, obviously he's done better things with this country, like economically, but
Can you
also
name one
the border-
economic metric that's better off since Trump got in office?
Well, I feel like overall, like if we're not talking about currently, like before this war, gas prices were pretty good compared to Biden. He's kind of messed up everything.
So gas prices are worse off. So can you name a single metric that's better off right now than what it was?
Like a metric, like the oil prices.
They're worse off.
Well, yeah, like because of this war, obviously. But I feel like he's also handled
Who started the war?
Israel.
And who started it with Israel?
I mean, all we did was give him some information.
Trump. No.
Trump?
Trump did it with them, and he's working with them. So I don't know what you're talking about. So he started the war that caused gas prices to go up.
Yeah, but like, what about? I mean, I know Biden didn't start the Ukraine war, but I mean, he handled that like shit. Trump's already got like a crazy dip in the gas prices since the peak. I mean, if you just like look at the oil charts, it's way better.
It's not. It's worse off. I think you're trolling.
No, like compared, like if you get the Russia-Ukraine war that messed up the gas prices back then.
Dude, gas prices are higher since the end of Biden's administration. That's an undisputable fact. If you continue to dispute it, I'll just kick you and go on to the next person. That's a fact. You can't dispute that.
Well, he's had more time. I mean, I'm sure
The little
that.
crown. Regardless, is there any other economic metric that you can reference that's better off, or will you acknowledge that every metric is worse off in terms of the economy?
All right. Well, probably. I mean, it's probably true, but.
Okay. Alrighty. So then, let me ask you this question: why is your profile picture Dean?
Because I don't really like Dean. I don't really have a problem with you, but.
Well, what's wrong with Dean?
I don't know, just the way he's treating the Charlie Kirk situation.
What about it?
Well, at first, he was like, crying, and then he comes out and says that's the biggest regret of his entire career because he cried in front of like 250,000 people or something. and now they all thought he liked Charlie Kirk, since he was crying.
Yeah, and you want to know why he did?
I do want to know.
He was the first person who answered my call when I was running away because I thought it was a school shooting. He's the first person who answered my phone call. My girlfriend was at work. My mom was busy. I think she was volunteering or something. And no one else answered the phone except for Dean. He was the first person I was talking to. So he had a direct engagement. Plus, also, Dean and I were planning on him possibly coming with me to that event. So that's another thing as well. Plus, another thing to take into consideration is that Dean is one of the largest Gen Z content creators out there. Okay, I would say the largest actually Gen Z content creator, politics related. Okay, someone in his exact same niche, a debate person, but of the other political opposing side, got murdered. Okay, that could possibly be him, right? So you have to understand, not only was it that I'm in this scenario, and it makes it incredibly real, but also that could possibly be him because it's someone of the alternative opposing side that does the exact same thing that Dean does.
Yeah, but later on, he literally insinuated that he didn't care that Charlie died, and he said it himself. He did not care.
Yeah,
that's kind of. I feel
we weren't close with Charlie. So what's the point?
Think about it. If Dean died, what do you think Charlie would have done?
I don't think Charlie would have actually cared.
Right,
I think Charlie would condemn people who are saying bad things about Dean and whatnot after he died, but he would. I don't understand he wouldn't cry about it. He wouldn't be sad that he was gone. The reason why Dean cried is not because of Charlie Kirk dying. It's because of the fact that it could possibly be him. It's because of the fact that I was there and he was the first person who answered the call. So you have to take into consideration those facts. Why is it the case that he regrets doing that on stream? Well, it's because so many people have this interpretation of him, right? Because of the fact that happened, right? Even though that's not the correct interpretation of the events that occurred. Because of the nature of how it was in front of hundreds of thousands of people concurrently and millions of people.
I just I bet y'all are whenever he died, I bet it was a relief to y'all because he was such a threat to what he was.
I must have been smiling while running away, thinking it's a school shooting, right?
Well,
I was so happy.
I know you were scared for your life. I'm not, because you probably care about yourself. But when you found out you were safe and Charlie was dead, I bet it was a relief off your shoulders because he was the biggest threat ever to the Democratic Party. And now y'all are just on TikTok all day trying to bring up the Democratic Party while there's no one to voice what Charlie was standing for.
Okay, so just because it could possibly help liberals out, right, doesn't mean that I would see that as a benefit that he got murdered, because that can inevitably harm people in terms of political violence in the long run. You know that, right?
I mean,
this increases the conditions for political violence and people being targeted. Right? And it's going to negatively impact and disenfranchise marginalized communities. They tried to use it against people, try to get people fired for it. And it could have also facilitated Trump being more violent within his rhetoric.
When's the last time a notable Democrat or, left person has been attempted or assassinated?
The Hortmans. There were multiple attempts on Obama. There were multiple attempts on Biden.
Biden? I didn't even know that. I'm sure people were just still thinking he was going to drop on his own, but still, Trump literally, I don't know how long ago it was, but it was a week or two ago or something like that, just had an assassination attempt on him. It was 2024 when they shot his ear, I think, in...
That was a registered Republican.
Yeah, but he's aiming at a Republican.
Do you want to talk about Paul Pelosi's husband? Or not Paul Pelosi's husband, Nancy Pelosi's husband, Paul Pelosi, that got beat with a hammer, and that Charlie Kirk actually said that that person that did that should get bailed out?
All right, so
a quote-unquote great patriot should bail them out?
I mean, I haven't seen that clip. If you want to, play it, how you play all those clips about Trump being a creep and a pedophile?
Those are the ones I have. I can try to find it if you'd like. Charlie Kirk says, Paul, our person who beat Paul Pelosi. Oh, sorry, I can't. Oh, why did it fucking...
I also just want to point out, you and Dean are not going to get assassinated. Y'all aren't actually a threat.
That's a ridiculous thing to say. Like, I think that it genuinely, if we went and did university campus stuff, like, that's a genuine possibility. Like, I wouldn't go around saying things
I really doubt it. Charlie's people or...
Hey, I'm just going to be honest with you. Like, that's something I... So, don't say that, because I have to genuinely consider that going to campuses and public events now. So, don't say that, because I actually literally have to factor that in and consider it. And someone literally spit in Dean's face recently.
Yeah, that guy is disgusting. But he didn't...
You see what I mean?
He spit on him. That's disgusting, and I agree.
But he didn't try to murder him. Like, is that really your argument?
He didn't even try punching him.
Someone else has tried shooting at Dean. They shot him with I think it was a BB gun.
A BB gun, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, do you not consider any of these things as threats? Like, has that ever happened to you? Some random person just does that?
I mean, maybe back when I was like a kid, yeah.
You said what?
When I was like a kid, yeah, I'm in Texas. People like do crazy stuff. Y'all are in Colorado. Y'all have like nothing to worry about. Are you in Colorado too?
I'm in California.
Or is that really?
He lives in an area that's heavily Republican, so I would actually argue he's actually in a worse spot than I am. But
you do realize Charlie Kirk
so
was
you can go to Snopes, look up Snopes. Charlie Kirk called for an amazing patriot to bail out Paul Pelosi's attacker in 2022, and it's a correct attribution.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk was tweaking on that. I'm not going to say he's a perfect, like, he's not Jesus, but he's definitely probably the greatest man to ever come into politics.
Okay, how do you feel about Trump saying that he's glad that Robert Mueller died?
The guy that was, building up the case that Trump's a pedophile or something like that.
Nope, it was the Russia investigation. So he just did an investigation against Trump, and therefore you're glad that he's dead.
I mean, all right. So Trump said that because in Trump's mind, he's trying to build the fact that he didn't do it. So let's just assume he didn't do it. That guy's been working years trying to get Trump in trouble for something he's never done. I mean, what if someone, built up a case that you were a pedophile or something like that?
This has nothing to do with being a pedophile. This has to do with the Russia case. The investigation into, the Russia involvement. So he was just doing his job in government. His job is to investigate. He investigated. They didn't determine collusion on behalf of Trump. And he said he's glad that Rob Mueller died.
All right, yeah, that's probably wrong, but do you agree that...
Wait, no, you say probably wrong. I'm sorry, if I were to go and say that about Charlie Kirk, or Dean were to say that about Charlie Kirk, you'd sit there and condemn that. Hell, you have that in your profile picture. But Donald Trump says that about someone, and also says that about Rob Reiner, and also calls for the execution of some Democrats, and you just look over it.
No, all right, so that is wrong, but I'm talking about, Charlie Kirk himself. Trump is, he's... name one president that actually was, a good human being. Name the last one.
So when you say, a good human being, are you trying to say character-wise? Or are you trying to say, given the policies or things that they passed?
Character, the person they are.
Oh, Obama or Biden?
All right. Did Biden not use So look, I get it. Dean was 16 when he used the N-word. That's he's just a kid or something. Biden's over here 40-some years old, and he's just saying the hard R.
Okay, he was reading that off from someone else, and I think that's bad to do. I think you shouldn't do that as a white person. But I think that you need to add that in the context of you saying that. Secondly, Trump has done that himself. Do you think that Trump is a horrible person then?
I mean, they're all politicians.
Okay.
Yeah, they're all.
So can you say that? What would you say about Obama?
Obama?
Yeah. What can you say about Obama's character? Or Jimmy Carter?
Jimmy Carter was a good guy, all right, but Obama on the outside, he showed a good guy, but I mean, if you just looking into his eyes, I'm pretty sure deep down he was definitely not a good guy. Some people can betray.
What makes you think that he wasn't
way.
a good guy? Because he wore a tan suit? Because he liked Dijon mustard? Because he took a selfie in the White House? Because he rode a bike with a helmet on? Tell me, what is it?
I mean, like there's nothing like on the outside like you can say, but if you just if you just look, you know, I
If
don't
you
know.
look into Trump's eyes, he kind of looks like a pig. I'm not trolling. I have seen a picture of Donald Trump's eyes like cropped out and versus a pig's eyes cropped out, and it is striking the difference. There's almost none.
Oh, that you're just making fun of like.
I'm not even. I'm actually serious. I saw a clip the other day, or a picture the other day, like comparing like a pig's eyes to Donald Trump's eyes, and I'm like, wait, holy shit! I thought it was Trump, and it was actually a pig's eyes.
So now you're just like making fun of like how he looks.
A little bit. He's also like really orange, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, but Biden looked like he was just like lost. He was just gone.
Okay,
I mean,
but was
even
he?
just like
But like Trump was orange, dude. He like goes around orange. He like purposefully does that, man. He makes himself
because
orange.
when he's white, he's ugly.
He's ugly either way.
You can't just make fun of how he looks. Like his.
I didn't just make fun of how he looks. I made fun of him. I showed how he's a bad person, and then I made fun of his looks. But these are cosmetic choices he's picking. Like, he makes himself orange.
I think
that's his choice. I'm making fun of that. That's a ridiculous choice. Why would you make yourself orange?
That's what like a lot of people do when they're rich. I'm not as
they make
bad as
they
Trump.
make themselves orange. I mean,
They
isn't
make
that kind of
themselves
cringe?
way darker, but not like Trump. Trump just does he look better when he's darker or when he's like a white pale ghost?
Okay, I don't want my president to look like Mango Mussolini. Okay.
Or I don't want my president to be like 80 years old with dementia or something like that.
You mean Trump? You mean Trump? You just described Trump.
I mean,
he didn't even realize you just described Trump. Okay, was that applicable to Harris? No, but it is applicable to Trump. And by the way, you picked Trump over Harris. Just want to let you know that one.
About Harris, she slept her way to the top.
What evidence do you have of that? You have more evidence that Trump blew Bubba to get his way to the top. What evidence do you have that Kamala Harris slept her way to the top?
All right, I don't think Trump blew Bubba, but
okay. So, but what evidence do you have that Kamala Harris slept her way to the top?
Do you want me to like get it out? Like,
yeah. Go provide any evidence, because based upon this, it's a rumor, no different than claiming that Trump blew Bubba to get his way to the top. And by the way, there's absolutely no evidence that anyone's ever provided for this claim about Kamala Harris. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it is like a rumor, but there's a lot of rumors you people hear about Trump and then just want to like.
We believe things with evidence.
There's a rumor Trump did stuff with Epstein, but is that true?
There is evidence of this. There's a credible accusation from a minor in the Epstein files that got a settlement with the Epstein estate. If we determine that her accusations against Epstein were truthful, well, one of the accusations against Epstein was that he trafficked her to Trump. So then we believe that accusation, which would then implicate Trump.
All right, why did Epstein say he had nothing on Trump when he was talking to his lawyer?
So that would just be stuff that he has access to. This is in the files, and the interviews are in the files. So Epstein might not have had access to that information directly, but it still could have been accessed by the individuals within the DOJ, or specifically through the context of the files, or through the context of the interviews that the FBI conducted with the victim in this circumstance, which determined them to be credible. So just because Epstein didn't have it doesn't mean anything. And also, this is even prior to the settlement coming out. So I just want to clarify.
I'm pretty sure the person who you claim to be his best friend and he did all these creepy deeds with Trump, Jeffrey Epstein, I'm pretty sure he would know more than what's on the Epstein files of what we know, because there's still more. I'm pretty sure.
I disagree, because this is before this even came out. You know that, right? Like, this came out after he was dead.
Yeah, I mean, he might not have had the accusations, but he has like his own blackmail he could have used against like literally everyone.
Okay, but still, there's evidence here that indicates that Donald Trump's guilty. Plus, in the Epstein files, there's pictures of Trump that are incriminating, like that look insane. So when he says that he has nothing on Trump, I don't actually legitimately believe that within that sense. I think that must be hyper specific to a certain thing.
You want to show me anything in the Epstein files that's actually incriminating?
I just told you there is a settlement that a credible victim got, right, from the Epstein estate, that then, right, indicates that then their accusations towards Epstein are credible and true, right? If it indicates that their accusations against Epstein are true, well, then we believe this accusation that made against Trump, right? Because this is something about Epstein's conduct that implicates Trump as well.
What are the accusations against Trump?
You're just unwilling to acknowledge this. And do you know that you've lost? Is that what it is?
You can't just believe like everything that's in the Epstein files, you know?
Oh, you think it's a hoax now?
I mean, so you see, like,
you think
know,
the Epstein files is a hoax?
No, not all of it, obviously.
Not all of it. So what parts are a hoax?
I mean, probably certain parts where they're just putting a bunch of random pictures in there that have nothing to do with Epstein in there. And
I don't see how that's a hoax, but...
Do you think Elon Musk was a creep?
Wasn't he begging to be on the island?
What?
Wasn't he begging to be on the island?
Yeah, wasn't Michael Jackson trying to get on the island?
I don't know if there's evidence he was trying to get on the island, but Michael Jackson is not innocent, under my view.
No, Michael Jackson's very innocent. We could have a whole debate about that, but...
He admitted to sleeping in a bed with minors.
Because I mean, he didn't have a childhood, as he said, you know.
That doesn't justify doing that with random kids. That to me, like if you were to stripe that context, apply that to any other person, we would say that's creepy behavior.
Right.
But because it's Michael Jackson, we literally just completely overlook it.
How come the Home Alone kid's mother tried to tell, you know, his son, the Home Alone kid, to, you know, tell everyone that he did these nasty things, and then years later he comes out and said none of that actually happened, and his mother forced him to say it? Maybe they're just trying to build a bad picture of Michael Jackson.
Someone else came out and said that there were other victims that have come out. That you think all the victims are lying? I don't know. I think that you guys are just going to sit there and deny this just because he's like some like big part of American culture. And I think it's sick that people will sit there and deny the victims, right? That have come out, that have talked about the fact that this happened, right? I think it's sick.
You can think what you want, but everyone has different opinions.
I can think what I want. It's literally what the evidence indicates. And I'm not going to sit there and say because someone has fucking good music or because someone specifically is a huge part of American culture that I'm going to overlook these things.
No, maybe it's the fact that he was a huge part of American culture and they try to frame his name because, you know, just like Trump, maybe he's such a big part of America, they're trying to frame
Honestly,
his
wait,
name
for all the people saying that MJ's innocent, please look in the case. Holy fucking shit, dude. Do not say shit like this. It's so frustrating that people don't look into that. And then they just assume I'm wrong and don't believe the victims. Everyone who's a Democrat should be believing the victims, right? Do you not believe the victims that came out? Jesus Christ, I cannot stand people who fucking sit there and sympathize, right, with literally individuals that literally have so much evidence against them. It's so fucking frustrating. Okay, regardless of whether or not you want to think that you don't believe any of the accusations, it's still creepy behavior, is it not? It's still weird behavior. Any other person, you'd fucking acknowledge that it's wrong. But for some reason, people are going to say this just because of their what's it called? Just because of their prevalence within culture. I don't understand it. Look into the cases before you make claims like that.
Maybe you should look into the case before you call him.
I have.
Yeah, I feel like
there are.
One day you and Dean are going to get
He's
sued for
admitted to doing
defamation.
this stuff. Like, I'm sorry. Don't pivot this. I don't care to move on to this, but we have to acknowledge these things. You shouldn't be rape. You should not be a rape apologist. You should believe victims when there's clear evidence.
Has there always been, every time someone gets an accusation, is that accusator telling the truth? Or is there chances they'll say it for
no, but when multiple people come out
benefits?
specifically about a certain type of events and literally say the exact same things and verify that information, I'm going to think that that's accurate. Absolutely. Yeah, and I'm absolutely going to believe people in terms of victims that come out, and absolutely I'm going to believe them. And for there obviously can be, like, you know, for example, Trump supporter can come up alive, can claim whatever they want and whatnot. But I just want to be clear, right? The accusations, right, are absolutely something that you should believe, given that there's evidence, given that there's consistency, right? And it's not just like some random Trump supporter coming up on the live, right, who's just mad that I called out their fucking favorite guy.
So are we going to believe the allegations of Iran having nuclear power or, possible nuclear? Are we going to... So Trump, he made an accusation that Iran had, nuclear power and nuclear possibly getting it. They're in the works of getting it. Are we going to deny that? Are we going to deny...
I don't see how that has anything to do with what we were just talking about.
Well, if you're going to believe what anyone says, about like that, you gotta keep that. You gotta keep that same logic.
I don't just believe what anyone says. It has to be consistent. There has to be evidentiary basis to it, which there is in these situations.
No, there is not. There is not at all. If you look at the Michael Jackson stuff, there is not any consistent evidence at all.
There are consistent accusations from individuals. There absolutely are.
We can sit here and say there is and there isn't, but you want to prove it if you're going to say
you can. There are countless documentaries on this of the individuals that came out. There are court documents of these things.
No,
I don't know why people dispute this.
Show me the source. You got to pull out the source.
You want the court documents of people that accused MJ? Like, I don't even know why we're having this conversation. This has nothing to do with the stream.
Well, all right, we can pivot back to Trump. It's fine. I was just, I won on that part. It's fine. We can move on.
Okay, so do you want to engage?
Yeah, let's engage. So, what do you think about abortions?
Don't pivot. Why are you pivoting?
No,
I said to engage at the point that I brought up. Why don't you believe?
Believe what?
What evidence do you need to believe a story to be true?
Are you talking about the Michael Jackson stuff? You said
no. I'm talking about Trump. Jesus fuck.
Oh,
dude.
All right. Well, he's the president of the United States, and I would like to believe what he says is true.
Okay, he's the president, and you like to believe him. That's not evidence. That's not a good reason.
So, are you saying Biden and Kamala and Obama, they're all the most honest people?
Repeat that one more time.
Do you think we honestly started 9/11 with the right evidence?
What are you... Can you answer... Dude, do you believe the E. Jean Carroll against Donald Trump?
Oh.
Do you believe any of the accusations against Donald Trump? 27 plus people that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct.
No.
No, you don't?
Because...
Why not? Do you think every single one of them... Why do you think every single one of them are lying?
E. Jean Carroll, did she or did she not accuse 20 other people, including herself, on the accusations?
No, she accused one other person that was named, Les Moonves.
Yeah, but in her history of accusations, she's accused over 20 people, including herself.
I don't know where you get that 20 number. The 20 number is just made up.
I'm just not going to buy in on the E. Jean Carroll story. That's just stupid.
But why
I feel
not?
like you got to be brain rotted to
What
buying
piece of evidence in the case you dispute?
Literally all of it. The entirety of the evidence. The fact that she's claimed, like her entire claim. I mean, the fact that he did it. I dispute that in general. I dispute it all.
What was the piece of evidence you dispute? Sorry?
Her personal claim that she got groped or whatever. She got fingered by Donald Trump, and the fact that she, told her
you're not naming any piece of evidence you dispute. Dude, you're just saying you disagree with you think that what she said was lies. Okay, you're not actually giving any evidence at all for anything that she said that was false, or any piece of evidence in the case that you dispute.
Actual evidence.
You're not listening.
There is no evidence.
There is evidence. That's why there was a preponderance of evidence established in the civil case by the jury.
Her evidence is her word. It's literally just a he said,
it's not
she
just
said.
You didn't look in the case, did you?
Not thoroughly, but I...
No, you didn't look into it at all.
I mean, I do hear you people like that one dean.
Because otherwise you would be able to mention the fact that she had multiple friends that she told at the time. So tell me why she made up the story, told her friends, and then waited on it for 20 to 30 years to come out with it.
I was trying to get to that point, but you cut me off. So I was going to tell you, like, she told it to her counselor and she told her friends, and they all, align with the same story. I mean, you can easily mess with that. That's not strong evidence at all. That she told her friends.
It is strong evidence. Why?
That's like saying how in the Bible.
That's not the only evidence, by the way.
No. That's like saying in the Bible how all these people, different times they all wrote down the same story. They're saying like eyewitness testimony.
There's no first-person account from the Bible.
And they all
in the New
come up
Testament.
with the same story.
The New Testament doesn't have a first-person account. These are things written down a generation after Jesus died. Passed down word of mouth.
And they all come up with the same exact story.
So when you say the same exact story, you're just saying different translations of the Bible or different Bibles that different scriptures that were written down, that they all are the same. What you're not understanding is that that's literally just what's it called? The copies. You're just saying the copies are similar to the other copies.
No, I am not. I'm saying the different the people in the Bible who knew Jesus, and they gave Paul. When he wrote all he had was his memory, and he wrote down one thing, and then someone else had their own memory to write down what happened, and they just come up with the same exact story. So if we're going to use that for proving that Eugene Carroll actually did that, let's say, all right, fine, sure, but can we at least acknowledge that the Bible might be true?
What? No, the Bible is not true in demonstrating that Jesus rose from the dead. Now, there are some accurate claims in the Bible about historicity and certain sort of archaeological claims. There are certain things like that within the Bible that are accurate. No one's disputing that. But
yes,
the point that we're
was...
making is that there's nothing that's a first-person account. Okay, that's the point that we're making. So can you stop using this to pivot away from the point that we were originally making?
Did
that
Paul
specifically,
not have first-person
can I please finish my point? Can I please finish my point, please? Okay? So her explaining to her friends at that particular time wouldn't make any sense given that it didn't happen. If it didn't happen, why would she have told her friends decades ago and held on to that story for multiple decades and then came out with it? Explain that one. We can only explain why it took decades for it to come out because
Trump became president.
Go ahead, respond.
I have zero clue why she would come out when Trump became president and was running for office. Why would she do that? I have zero clue. It's possibly a coincidence. I don't know.
How about you be quiet and wait till I'm done speaking and then you say something? Is that okay?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay, because it can't be in the middle of my sentence. Then you're not going to know what I'm asking you. Okay. I'm going to go crazy. Okay. So her telling her friends at that time and then holding on to that for multiple decades, right, is only something that you could have expected if what happened actually occurred. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. Because, right, if it was the case that she made up the story, then she wouldn't have told her friends back then and then came out with it later knowing that, somehow he's going to run for president in decades from now, right? That's obviously not what was going to happen. So that's not what she thought in the circumstance. So it wouldn't make sense that they would testify in Congress on behalf of the fact that she told them at that particular time if it was just made up. Okay? Not only just that, but there was a dress with DNA on it where Trump had multiple years to give up his DNA and he chose not to give up his DNA within the time slot allotted. Okay. So it's just at this point, all of this evidence is pointing towards that. There's no good reason to believe that this is all just manufactured specifically just to be able to prove Trump wrong. Because if it was, then if Trump never met her, he should have given up his DNA to prove that he wasn't the scene of the crime. But he didn't do that within the time slot allotted.
Okay, and let me answer that pitch by pitch. So at the beginning, I could say it's the same way the Bible was written 400 years or something like that after Jesus. Why, if they waited so long after Jesus died and all that happened, it should be easily discredited, right? But no, it happened 400 years. That's way more than 30 years after what happened, and we still believe it. Isn't that what makes it a little bit more believable? It wasn't just stuff getting writ on the go.
I have no clue what comparison you're making. Well, I actually
I'm
don't
making the
understand.
comparison to the Bible was written, the New Testament was written
I'm not
way
Christian.
after. It was written way after Jesus,
Hey, dude,
died.
I'm not Christian.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to turn you into one, dude.
No, give me a fucking reason as to why you don't accept this. Respond to my points. Don't
actually,
bring
I'm
up something
making comparisons
irrelevant.
why it
This is
might
not a
be
place
true
for you to
because
proselytize to me. You are not going to turn me Christian. I promise you.
you agreed to the fact it's you said it's crazy. It happened 30 years after, so that's even more applaudable that she got him convicted or whatever he did liable. But wouldn't you hold that to the same standard as the Bible being written 100 years after what they heard?
No. Because it was passed down word of mouth at that time. And it being passed down word of mouth
That's exactly
by different generations.
She passed it down to her friends. That's passed down word of mouth too.
But she's still alive, genius. She's still alive. These are people that she told directly to, okay? She's still alive, okay? What you're talking about in terms of the passing down of word of mouth, generation by generation, is like a story tale that you pass down to your kids.
Yep.
Right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, obviously through to the telephone game, it's going to change somewhat over time. But even so, like...
But her friends gave the story. Did they not testify?
Yes, they did testify.
Exactly. It's like passed on word of mouth. They testified, like, how Paul testified the Bible,
No, because this is the first person account from them being describing it to those people, and then those people are just describing what they were told at that time to demonstrate a certain series of events. They're still saying what they experienced personally, themselves, first person. They experienced hearing her say this. That's what they're corroborating in the scenario.
Yeah, and I'm getting that maybe that is actually pretty good evidence because, that's the same evidence for why Jesus resurrected and he
It's
is God.
actually more evidence than Jesus rising from the dead.
Oh,
and also Jesus
not
rising
true.
from the
There's 500
dead
people
is
who
like
saw Jesus
is not
resurrect.
even
There's
is
only
not
4 other people who heard the story of Eugene Carroll getting groped.
What? Repeat back what you said. I
500 to
couldn't
4.
hear.
500 people saw Jesus resurrect. 500 eyewitnesses.
No, there wasn't. No, there wasn't.
There was. There's 500
There's
eyewitnesses.
a claim. It's a claim. That's a claim that 500 people saw this, not 500 individual accounts seeing this. That's a claim that
And
500 people saw it.
All right, can we agree that there is at least, 100 people who saw Jesus resurrect?
No.
There is a large group of people. Yes. Okay. So we're going to also agree with the fact, and we can at least say there's more people who saw Jesus resurrect than who saw or heard about the story of Eugene Carroll getting groped. And that's way different. They heard about the story of her getting groped. There was multiple people who actually saw Jesus resurrect. It's kind of weird.
Can you please just have a conversation with me for why you don't accept this instead of bringing up your religion? If you bring up your religion one more time, I'm just going to kick you. I'm sick of talking about your religion.
You got to come to it one day, though. I promise you. It's okay.
I think your religion is logically contradictory. I do not believe in your religion. Stop proselytizing to me. This is not preaching hour. Debate me on what I brought up.
Yeah, I agree. It might actually be pretty decent evidence, but it doesn't.
So you do accept it?
I would say it's like a 51%, possibility that he did it.
So then, is that a good enough reason to say you don't support him?
51% possibility that he did it with the evidence. I don't know. Probably it. I would say I would still support him because it's still possibly not true. It's only 51% chance.
I don't know where you're getting 51 from. You're just like randomly saying a number. You just whipped that right out of thin air.
No. I was like, if you had to analyze that information you gave, I would say it's not very likely he did it, nor is it likely he didn't do it. It's pretty tempting evidence, but you can't just bite it because it's tempting, because you're gonna bite the stuff about Michael Jackson even though he didn't do it. But
you will never talk about the specific topic that we're talking about.
I'm just giving you.
You have an fucking capacity, I can't even speak right now. Jesus Christ, can you just fucking engage the point? Like, tell me why, what evidence you dispute, why you assign this particular probability without the extra fucking random bullshit. It's so frustrating, dude. You're not responding directly to what I'm saying.
I admit it. It's good. It's good evidence. It's it's
yeah,
believable.
but you're not telling me why you assign that certain probability to it. You're not telling me what you
Because
would
it's
see
not
to be
hard.
an.
It's not
What is
hard
it? How about
evidence.
this? What evidence would you accept?
Hard evidence.
What the
DNA
fuck does that
evidence.
mean?
DNA evidence.
Okay, what type of DNA evidence?
Any DNA evidence that.
So if there was DNA on a dress.
Oh, I don't know about that because that just means those
Okay.
people I've met before.
So this is what I mean. Okay.
All right, let me like restate it. I didn't get to like. So the evidence, like, it would, have to do with something sexual being done.
Not that it would just prove that he was at the scene of the crime, right? On top of everything else, given that Trump lied and said that he never met her. Trump said that he never met her, that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, mistook her with his ex-wife.
Yeah, because his ex-wife is ugly. That's what he meant.
Okay, so by the way, so you're just claiming that he's saying his own ex-wife that he got with is ugly. So he would have sexually abused her either way.
Well, no, that's why she's his ex, because she's ugly.
But he got with her in the first place.
He didn't realize she was going to turn out to be ugly, dude.
Okay, you're trolling me. Can you admit that you're a troll? Why do you feel like it's okay to go up and say things like that?
Calling his wife ugly?
Yeah, like why do you think it's okay to say that about women?
Look at her.
Do you even know who it is?
You people call Charlie
Wait,
Kirk
which
ugly.
wife is it? Which wife are we referencing?
Actually, I forgot her name, but I know like she's ugly. That's all I know.
Oh, what does her name start with? What letter?
I can't remember, but she's
So by the way, are you Christian?
I believe in God.
Yeah. How would Jesus feel about the way that you're acting right now?
Wait, what are you talking about? What am I?
How would Jesus feel about the way that you're acting right now?
I don't think he would have a problem with it. How am I sinning?
You're a dumbass. Dude, these people, dude. What, you don't think that Jesus would have an issue with you disrespecting women? Of calling women ugly? You think Jesus is totally okay with that? That's a crazy take, bro. That's a crazy take. I got some people to think. Let's go on to the next person. Bethany, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I'm trying my hardest. It's hard to have so much patience. Grace, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I do too, honestly. As well as Lovey, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That would have been a great point to bring up. Lisa as well. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Lisa. Thank you very much. Kelly, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kelly, I actually haven't. Where did you send me that? Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. I have some people to think over on YouTube Super Chat, but let's go on to the next person here first. Only send a guest request. If you meet that criteria, list in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request. If you meet that criteria, list in the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Kelly, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I don't see any message associated with that, but thank you very much. Let's go on to the next individual here quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Do give it a quick second to get some people up here. I do apologize. Sometimes it takes a second. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
The election was held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Well, wait, are we talking about like today or during the election process?
Today. Like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Oh, Kamala Harris, 100%.
Oh, okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Christina, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I get you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know it's insane.
When did you last shit, Parker?
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Lovey, thank you for the $1. I don't know. It's so cringe. It's so cringe. That's what I was seeing. I was like, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
are Charlie.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo,
Hey.
Blitz, what's up? I think you were trying to tell me something. What's good? What's good?
Have you heard about the NSB?
No, I haven't.
So the NSB is the National Science Board. It's made up of 24 scientists that are supposed to be an independent regulatory body, or not regulatory body, an independent advisory board. They basically control who gets scientific grants in the United States. Trump fired all of them on Friday.
Every single one?
There's 24 of them. He fired all of them. No reason.
Why have I
given,
not heard
all
about
fired.
this?
I don't know.
That's insane. Has anyone in the chat heard about this, by the way? Because I literally haven't seen this. That's insane. Thank you for letting me know this information. That's a fucking insane thing.
I figured it might be useful for you. I'm blown away. Like, it's crazy. But I just wanted to let you know. I'll drop back down to the chat, and I'll be in the comments.
Thank you for letting me know. I really appreciate it. Also, everyone, make sure to follow Blitz if you haven't already before. Blitz is amazing. Thank you, man.
I appreciate that. Take care, bud.
Take care. Take care. Holy shit! I did not know that. If you don't know Blitz before, he's a mathematical physicist. He does lives here. He debates like flat earthers and debates anti-science claims all the time. Really great stuff. I love Blitz. He's been around the community for a really long time. But that's insane. That's absolutely crazy. I see that right now. It has been reported on, and it was reported on a few days ago. Well, I'm gonna make sure to bring that one up. That one's really, really scary. That one's really, really scary. Alrighty, well, let's get on this next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Where what happened? Trump fired everyone on the National Science Board. Absolutely fucking crazy. Or the NSB. Sorry, I can't. Or is it? Yeah, National Science Board. I was right. Sorry. I wanted to make sure I remember that correctly. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
When did you last shit, Parker?
What is wrong with you? Let's go to the next person. Maggie, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I haven't seen that. I don't know where you see that, Maggie. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always, everybody. All right, let's go to the next individual. A girl, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I'll try to be. I mean, I just happened to not see it. I apologize. I haven't seen Aaron report on that either, though. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. People are saying he did. I guess I must have not just seen it. It didn't come up on my For You page or when I looked at his account, I guess. It's how old are you? Alrighty. I feel like I looked relatively consistently too, so I don't know. I try to keep up. Tracy, thank you for the gold mine. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Do you sport Trump?
No.
Okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump. Absolutely.
Okay. And what's
you
your
think,
birth year?
You could also 2007 September. You think you could also add up Dean so I could like destroy both of you at the same time?
Lex, thank you for the club victory. No, you're not going to destroy either of us. You're going to be a lost little kid. But I'll make sure to thank some people, and then we can move on with the conversation. Victoria, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I'd have to look into it, but thank you so much, Victoria. I really appreciate it. They said that they're running a campaign. I'm pretty sure it's in Tennessee. Victoria for Congress, Tennessee, if you can look it up. Oh, actually, Dean happens to be in the live. Grace, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. They said shout out to your sister Lizzie. Absolutely. As well as Alice, thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yo, can we get some W's for them in the comment section? I'll make sure to respect your wishes, but thank you so much. W's, just W's for them. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section? That's so kind. Seriously, thank you so much. Holy shit, thank you so much for the $100 fucking. That is crazy. I'm going to read it, though. You said don't need to read, so I am going to read it anyway, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Laura, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Again, W's for Alice in the comment section, W's for Laura. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is incredibly fucking kind of y'all. Holy shit. Alrighty. Hansel, why are you so cocky, bro?
Yeah, bro, I just happen to be listening to the stream, getting ready to go live. Have a couple more things to do, but then I heard this guy say that, he wanted to crush both of us, so I couldn't help but
you couldn't resist.
come up.
Yeah, so hopefully this time Parker won't misrepresent my view and then bring up a bunch of false statistics.
When did I misrepresent your view?
Yeah, when you said that, when I told you that Trump is in favor of reducing the number of elective abortions, you said Trump reduced the number of elective abortions, which was not the claim, right? And then you proceeded to give me some sort of statistics, which I debunked all 3 points, right? You remember that debate?
Not fully, but I think how typically those debates go is that we are referencing that there has been an increase in the amount of abortions since Trump has overturned Roe versus Wade. So I ask you for any evidence that his overturning of Roe versus Wade has actually yielded any reduction in the level of abortions, and it seems like you can't provide any evidence to substantiate that.
Well, I can't. So first things first.
What's the evidence?
On the first possibility, yeah. So if we're referencing Roe v. Wade as opposed to the overturning, obviously this is not your position, but just to clarify, 40 years of Roe v. Wade is going to be vastly larger than 4 years of the overturning. So it seems like, the time frame is going to be vastly larger. So you would have obviously a proper evaluation, a better evaluation.
Oh wait, it's this kid.
Okay,
So by the way, Dean, this guy is essentially making the analysis that we can't make a determination about the differences in the amount of abortions that have happened because we haven't had enough years in order to make that determination.
That's not what I said either. And you're just misrepresenting my view.
Oh, so how did I misrepresent what you just said?
I said if you're referencing the 40 years as opposed to the 4 years in that specific case.
I didn't do that.
Right, the 40 years.
I never once did that.
You make a proper evaluation. Well,
I know this guy keeps superimposing that I'm referencing 40 years prior, but no one's referencing 40 years prior. We're all if you want to do for comparison is you compare prior and compare after. But by the way, I'm asking you for the evidence of this. So what evidence do you have that there's actually been a reduction in the level of abortions? If you can't make that determination, well then you can't claim that there's been a reduction in the amount of abortions due to the overturning of Roe versus Wade.
Yeah, absolutely. First, reference the last 4 years. Roe v. Wade being put into, Roe v. Wade.
You're cutting out right now.
As opposed to the first 4 years. Oh, am I? Can you hear me? Or
I hear you now.
Yeah. So if we're just gonna reference the last 4 years of Roe v. Wade and then the first 4 years of the overturning, then it seems like there's gonna be some sort of reaction to the given context, to the thing that's happening, right? It's like I mentioned earlier, right? So when COVID happened, right, there was an increase in the amount of hand sanitizer that was being sold or the amount of groceries that are being sold because we were going to go into quarantine, right? That's a reaction that people are making to new information that they get. And in this case, right, people are getting the information that they're not going to have access to abortions, right? Because, obviously you did not want to debate me on abortions because you knew you would lose. So then he decided to bring up the fact that Trump did not reduce the number of elective abortions, which I'm giving you reasons to believe why it does. Would be in favor of reducing the number of elective abortions as like trajectory wise, right, over time. So the comparison that I made was the first 4 years of Roe v. Wade being put into place, and then the first 4 years after the overturning, because these are going to be something new that comes up, right? These are like new things that happen. And then in those given cases, we actually learned that there was less abortions because there was 63% more women now than there was back in 1973. Right? So even if there was an increase in the number of abortions, it would be so significantly small to the point where it would be more abortions. It would be less abortions now than it was in 1973 to 1977.
Oh, okay. I mean, I guess if you're saying comparative to then, but like the comparison that you'd want to make is of recently, not of the 1970s when there were more abortions.
Yeah, I reject that.
So actually, there was a difference in the amount of abortions between 2018 and 2022. Actually, it declined in the yearly level of abortions. It went from around 620,000 to 613,000, and then it increased since the overturning of Roe versus Wade.
Okay. Again, like I told you. Well, can you repeat that again, actually? Actually, you said something about the 1990s?
I didn't say anything about the 90s.
Okay, well...
Okay, push the fireworks. I'm referencing...
I was looking at something in my phone.
I'm referencing Statista, where Statista indicates that the level of abortions has declined between the years...
Level of abortions?
The amount of
What do you mean by
abortions...
level? Okay.
The amount of abortions between the years of 2018 and 2022. Okay? And then 2022 to 2025, we saw an increase in the amount of abortions according to KFF.org. Okay?
Yeah,
so if
and
we see a decrease prior, and then we see an increase after, what evidence do you have that indicates that we've seen a decrease in the level of abortions from the overturning of Roe versus Wade? And if you have no evidence indicating that, then how can you argue that this position is going to be a reason as to why you support Trump if your goal is to reduce abortions?
Again, that's not the claim I made, right? So all I said was...
Do you want to butt into this? What are your thoughts?
Yeah. So I said that there's an increase, right, from 2022 to 2025 or whatever, right? Because that was a reaction to getting new knowledge, right? And the reaction would be, all right, yeah, exactly. That's the exact point.
I don't see how that's undermining my point.
Well, no, it is undermining your point because you're saying that, oh, well, there's a greater number of abortions that are happening within the given time frame between 2022 to 2025 as opposed to like 2022 and then the 4 years prior to that. I didn't ask about 2018 to 2022, right? Obviously, there's more abortions from 2022 to 2025. All I mentioned was that there's a reaction from there being a policy put into place as opposed to that policy being removed. So now it's going to be, the proposition would be, all right, Roe v. Wade is in place, and then the negation would be it's not in place, and that's happening between two distinct points in time, and there's going to be a cutoff there, right? Which was what, 2022? Is that when Roe v. Wade was overturned? And then that specific point. Now that's going to be a reaction. This is new information that people get. And because of that, people react a certain way. That's why there's an increase in the number of abortions. And I told you that it's going to be on a trajectory towards decreasing, whether or not it's been increasing.
What evidence do you see for that?
Okay, yeah, like I mentioned, from like Roe v. Wade being put into place, right, in 1973 to from the 4 years of that, like 1973 to 1977, there's less abortions now as opposed to then. When we're referencing like the cardinality and so far.
You're not understanding. You're not understanding. That's actually because of like birth control and countless other things, like reducing the level of pregnancies that you'd have to that would require an abortion in the first place.
It depends on how we're doing the statistics, right?
Let me explain.
Okay.
Let me explain real quick. So, what I think you're doing is a little bit misguided because you're trying to argue that you support Donald Trump's policy. Donald Trump's policy being the overturning of Roe versus Wade. So your point here would have to be the overturning of Roe versus Wade will yield an increase or a decrease in the amount of abortions, right? And your argument
I said
for
it's
that,
in favor of. I never made the claim.
Your argument for that is not based upon the effect of Roe versus Wade being taken away.
Wait.
It's on the putting of Roe versus Wade in place in the first place, which I think is a bit distinct based upon your argument even prior. You argued that was bad in terms of your analysis. You're not even listening. You're cutting me off. Okay.
Wait.
Go ahead, Dean.
So are you arguing that the implementation of Roe v. Wade is going to have the same effect that the
it's going to have a negative effect in the moment that
execution of Roe v. Wade would occur? Because, I mean, essentially what I hear you saying is that as a reaction to Dobbs, abortion is going to temporarily go up, then it's going to start stabilizing, then inevitably going down.
That's the claim that I'm making, correct.
Is that not the same trend that we saw with the implementation of Roe v. Wade?
Yeah, that is the same, but there's less abortions
now. So you're essentially saying that the implementation of Roe v. Wade will have the same impact as the Dobbs decision that rescinded Roe v. Wade.
Okay. So look, when we're making statistics about this, right, we're going to have to look at it very precisely, right? So if we're just going to reference the number of abortions that happen within a given time frame, that's not good statistics, right? That's the statistics that most of these people are using. We also have to reference the amount of women that exist. So in set theory notation, the way we would find statistics normally would be a subset of the set over the set itself, right? And by the way, when I say subset, it could just be the entire set or an empty set or a proper subset of the set. You understand what I'm saying, or should I explain that to you?
Well, I mean, I think I understand the conclusion of your position, which is we may like temporarily expect an increase in abortion due to the Dobbs decision. Then we'll inevitably see that stable and then go down. Well, what I would argue here is that it's highly likely that within the coming administrations, we'll have a Democrat who is able to achieve federal policy to ensure access to abortion is once again reprotected at the federal level. And I feel like this would need to be taken into consideration under your view, because if it is the case that it's statistically probable a Democratic administration will be able to secure federal protections for access to abortion in the near future, then ultimately merely overturning Roe v. Wade will not reduce the level of abortion due to the fact that it had this short-term increase. And it would have yielded a long-term decrease, but that was prevented via the implementation of federal protections from a Democratic administration. Have you considered that in your analysis?
Well, here, when we're actually making like, let's say like a regular analysis, if I said that, all right, well, all states will have like, will give women the right to have like an abortion or whatever, right? Then it's not going to be restricted for any woman to get an abortion. And if I said that, all right, well, now we're going to give these states the decision of whether or not they can allow women to have abortions or restrict them from having abortions, right? This automatically, just by this inference, it would raise the probability that there will be less abortions happening, right? Because if I said that, all right, well,
in the long term, yes.
Yeah, okay, exactly. This is what I'm saying. It has a trajectory towards decreasing. That's the entire point I was making, but Parker could not track. There's a blunder that you also made that we can get into that. But.
So I get your point. So I think that that's possible. I just,
that's
you know,
my
also
hypothesis.
think that
I'm not making the claim that that's actually something that's going to be happening. I'm just making that using like past inference, right?
Yeah,
using
like we're using inductive argumentation to reason that this could occur. I get it. Sounds good. So what I'd add on here is once again what I just shared about, you know, the possibility that a Democratic administration in the near future would implement federal protections in all 50 states. This is strongly supported via the fact that it seems to be the case that Democrats are expected to swoop in midterms or winning special elections. I mean, the last Democratic presidential candidate ran on federal protections for every woman and girl's right to choose. The Guttmacher Institute says that over like 60% of Americans support a woman's access to abortion. Like all of these different data points seem to indicate a decently high probability of the implementation of federal regulations for women's access to abortion in the next 10 years. Now, in consideration of this data point, I would say that that would ultimately lead us to the conclusion of agnosticism surrounding the long-term projections insofar as the level of abortions received by women each year. And we just really don't know if there's going to be less abortions in the long term or more abortions in the long term, as it stands even in consideration to Trump overturning Roe v. Wade.
Yep, Dean, can you put on your thinking cap and look at the words that are above Parker's head? Why do you support Trump? That's the question, right? Yeah, it says, why do you support Trump, right? That's the reason I support Trump, because I think there's a trajectory towards. So whether or not like some sort of Democratic president comes back and, you know, implements Roe v. Wade, that doesn't have to do with like Trump anymore, right? Now that's the new
it does.
Democrat. Well, no,
I can
because the
explain
reason
to
I
you why.
supported Trump was because, okay, the overturning of Roe v. Wade would ultimately lead to like a reduction in the number of abortions. It doesn't matter if someone changes that position, right? It's like, for example, if I said, oh, well, I'm going to give whatever. I have like a bunch of money. Hey, I'm going to give every single person here money, right? You guys have to wait for me to like, in 4 years, I'll give every single person $1 million. And I have like all the cash like piled up somewhere, right? And then it's like out there for the public to see or whatever. And I said in 4 years, each person is going to get $1 million. And then some criminal comes and burns every single last bit of that money, right? Is that like a reason not to support me now because there's a probability that someone's going to burn all that money? Well, that's not my choice. Well,
I get your point.
The position that I had was, okay, well, if you get the point anyways.
The reason why I disagree with the point is because your argument hinges on the long-term benefit of this policy, because you acknowledge that the short-term benefit is actually a great detriment to your worldview.
Because that's what Trump is in favor of.
In one moment. Is a great detriment to your worldview and results in like the murdering of a bunch of fucking children, right? So ultimately, if the short-term outcome of this thing in which you should support is the increased murder of like a shit ton of kids, And we don't know if it will yield the long-term outcome of a reduction in the murder of kids, because Democrats might pass policy to ensure that we continue to murder kids. All things considered, is this really something of much value?
If the position, if it holds, then that's the reason in which I favor Trump, right? Because
Right,
Trump
exactly,
can
if it
position
holds. And I
as
just
well.
don't think that we know it will.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter whether or not it does hold. Like the
Well,
moment
it
Trump,
does,
like, the
because
moment like the Democratic, let's say Gavin
we
Newsom
do
comes
know
into
that
place,
right now it's leading to a bunch
really-
of murder,
okay,
and we
that
don't
doesn't
know that it
follow.
will reduce murder in the long term.
It doesn't
seems to be a
follow,
bad
no, because
policy.
it's the reason why I support Trump. It's not the reason why I support Gavin or why I do not support Gavin Newsom or like the future like Democratic president. If there is a Democratic,
Yeah, let me
president,
dumb this down. This will be easy.
You're gonna dumb it down for me. I don't think
you.
I don't think you can actually track, to be honest with you, Dean.
Okay, I understand ad hom number 4, but regardless of ad hom number 4,
You think that's an
would
ad
you ever
hominem?
support a policy? Sure, yeah, because it seems to be the case
You think
that
me
you're
telling you
attacking
that you cannot
character
track is an ad
instead of,
hominem?
Yeah, it seems to be the case that you're attacking
No, it's
my
not an ad
character compared to
hominem.
engaging in the argument.
You think ad hominem is a formal fallacy?
Well, I think it's
if
an
you're
annoying
personally
fallacy.
attacking
Okay,
him to dispute
it's not
his,
a formal fallacy. It's an
so
informal
he's
fallacy.
Dean, he's personally attacking you to excuse your standing in the argument without providing a reason to justify that. Is that
Well,
an
you
ad
guys
hom?
just blundering.
Yeah, it's fine. Whatever.
That's not an ad hom.
That is. What, can you
fine.
define an ad hom?
It is.
Looks like you haven't learned much from Michael Humer, isn't that right?
Do
Dean?
you
Anyways,
know
go
what an
ahead.
ad hom is, Hansel?
Yeah, I know what an ad hom is.
Can you tell me what it is?
As long as you tell me like the relevance, then I can follow. Then I can answer.
Because you're saying that this is an ad hom, claiming I don't know what an ad hom is after I just described it to you. So I
Oh,
want
that
you to
doesn't-
tell me
that
what you
doesn't
think
follow
it
that I-
is.
That doesn't follow that I have to. It's a necessity that I have to answer the question.
So it doesn't necessarily have to answer the question.
It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it wasn't an ad hom, but he doesn't know what an ad hom is.
It
Would
wasn't
you
an
ever
ad hom.
support a
Well, I know
policy
exactly
that
what an
would
ad hom is. Wait,
increase
how'd you
abortion now?
derive the conclusion that I know what an ad hom is? Dean?
Well, it seems
Dean,
to be
how'd
the case. Yeah, sure, because it seems to be the case that if you told us what an ad hom is, then you wouldn't have like 10,000 people laughing at you. But you,
Oh,
you
that
still
doesn't
yet
follow
choose to
either.
not
What's the
tell us what
argument
an
for
ad
that?
hom is.
You think that follows?
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure,
it does
because people
follow
aren't
that
like
people
you
are
to laugh
laughing
back
at you
like
right
that.
now
Is
because of the
that
fact that you can't
evidential or
provide
not?
this.
Definitely does
Yes.
follow.
Do you see the chat, bro?
that
Look at all the
evidential or
people
not?
laughing at you, my guy.
Okay, it doesn't follow.
Well, it
It doesn't
seems
mean,
to,
like if you told me
seems to
what's
be the
2
case
plus
that
2
it
and I
does.
refuse to answer you, all right, he doesn't know 2 plus 2 because he refused to answer. Now, me not answering, right, would be like if all right, individual does not know 2 plus 2, therefore he did not answer. Me not answering would be the consequent, right? The antecedent would be if I do not. Oh, actually, no. The antecedent would be
A lot of yapping to say you don't want to answer a question. That's basic. Like
Yeah.
you
No,
just
I'm
you
just
call
trying
you
to
said we
prove
don't
to
know
you
what an
guys
ad
he does
hom
not.
is, but then you can't
But-
describe to us what an ad hom is. A lot of
That
yapping to
entails
say
I don't know
that.
what it is.
By the way, there's even
That
an
entails
error
I
in
don't
that
know what it-
argument.
Go ahead.
If somebody
Dean.
asked you what 2 plus 2 was, and the consequence of you not answering the question was like watching your fucking family die, and you didn't answer the question, does this indicate a high probability that you
No,
don't
that
know what
wouldn't be
2
the
plus 2
consequent.
is?
That would be the antecedent. 2 plus 2, me not knowing 2, or me not answering would be the antecedent. Me
No,
not
I'm
knowing
saying
would
the
be
consequence of you not answering the question would
Yeah, it
be
wouldn't be
you
the
having to watch
consequence.
your family die.
In that specific case, then I'll probably answer it. But it doesn't seem like my
Right.
family
And
has any sort of-
then if you didn't answer it, it seems to be the case that maybe you don't know it. So if Parker's
Well, is my
asking you what
family
an ad hom
is my family being threatened right now because I'm refusing to answer what an ad hominem is?
well, the analogy here is that
Okay, well then the analogy fails.
well, I don't think that the analogy does fail.
Okay,
because
well,
there does
the
seem to
analogy
be some
fails.
like negative consequence to you not
Anyways.
answering what an ad hom is. That negative consequence is getting
Okay.
laughed at by 10,000
Okay,
people.
so if he does not answer, I mean,
Dude, just fucking answer the question. Like, holy shit.
he
Why
just-
are we
he
going
just
on an entire
rather than
subplot
I
of
just wanna
arguing
know
whether or
the
not you have to
argument
fucking
for
answer
premise
the
one.
question? Just
Okay,
tell us
what
what
is
an
the
ad hom
argument
is.
for premise
And you
one?
can fucking
just-
stop this.
it's
Why is
just-
he
it's
acting?
just meta.
Why do you act like this? Why you're the
It's-
most
it's
wait, just
insufferable.
tell me the argument for
Like, dude,
premise one, and
you're
I'll answer.
so
I swear to God.
insufferable, dude. Dude, honestly, just answer the question. It's not complicated.
Okay, I will.
By
I'll
the
tell
way,
you what
the
an ad hom is,
relevance of
as
you
long as you
answering
tell
what
me
an
why
ad
the
hom is.
consequent follows the antecedent.
One moment.
my
The
fucking
relevance
God.
the relevance of you telling him what an ad hom is the fact that you said that you didn't engage in an ad hom when you told me I couldn't track, and we are disputing that premise.
Yeah, and I described to you what an ad hom
Oh no,
is.
we
You said I was
we were
wrong.
past that.
And you said I was wrong. So we're not past that because you were trying to prevent yourself from answering the question. So just answer the question. Dude, why are you why are you acting like this? Like, you're insufferable final boss, my guy. Just answer the damn fucking question.
Because he'd rather talk about meta than like actually talk about politics. Because
Literally.
he's getting grilled on politics.
How's I getting grilled on politics?
You get
when I
grilled on
debunk all
anything,
your
Sure,
anything
because I was
substantive.
Sure,
Wait,
because I
but
was
you
demonstrating that your
literally
position
conceded
is
that
false.
my
What is an
position
ad
is
hom?
correct.
Answer the fucking question.
Fine, a personal attack. Happy? A
It is
personal
not.
attack in a
No,
conversation.
no.
Yes, in a dialectic, it's going to be a personal attack instead of
What
engaging
a
with points.
dumbass.
In
What
order
a
to
dumbass.
avoid engaging with points, you make personal
There you
attacks at the
go.
interlocutor.
He's adding extra points that are relevant. It's not just a personal insult. So it's a personal insult specifically where there's no grounding where you're specifically using that to dispute his credibility, right? To argue that he doesn't have standing in his argument when it doesn't actually go against the standing of his argument, which is, by the way, the exact explanation I provided you, genius.
Wait,
Also-
you said wait. What did I tell him? What did I tell him?
Hansel, that was the
You could've-
exact
you
definition I
could've
provided you. You're not
Okay,
tracking.
when
You're
I said
actually Hansel, you're not tracking.
Well,
Yeah,
you track.
listen,
That's
I just
true.
want to
You
go.
He's
track.
not
So I said-
tracking.
Just mute the baby. I just want to go back to politics. Hansel,
couldn't-
would you ever support a
Stop
policy
muting
that you
me.
knew would lead to an increase in murder of children today, and you don't know if it will reduce the murder of children in the future?
I just told you I have inductive reasoning to believe that it's going to reduce the number of abortions that are going to happen.
Yeah, and I disputed that via bringing up the fact that we have good reason to believe that a future Democratic administration will implement federal regulation to protect
I
women
don't
and
care
girls'
about the
access to
future
schools.
Democratic. Well, yeah, exactly. I don't really care about the future Democratic administration. I'm talking about why I support Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is in favor of reducing the number of elective abortions.
But
Now, would you like
given-
to get into an abortion debate?
So given the fact that a future Democratic administration most likely will ensure that there are federal protections for women and girls' access to abortion, this means that as it stands, overturning Roe v. Wade reduced, or actually increased the murder of children in the short term.
Again,
and
Trump is
will
not in favor of
likely
that.
in the future.
Trump is not in favor of that.
Dean,
So
like
now
a
you're
good-
not. So
a good
now his
example-
argument isn't about like the
Go ahead.
material outcome of like the legislation.
Well, the outcome
but
is
rather
true.
what Donald Trump ideologically believes.
The outcome.
So actually, one
The
thing we
outcome
can
is
take into
true.
consideration for an analogy as well is like he would have to say that he would support tariffs, even though like his only reason why he supports tariffs is because he wants to increase domestic manufacturing. But he wouldn't take into consideration that the Democrats could take away the tariffs and that the tariffs could inevitably actually reduce the level of manufacturing overall because the fact that it imposes a higher cost on manufacturing in the first place. So he wouldn't acknowledge the short run effect because he thinks in the long run that it's going to go on that general trend. So he would support tariffs even if it inevitably would be taken away by Democrats in the long run and wouldn't even generate that positive impact.
Okay, stop gibbering. Okay, I just said the outcome is more probable, like the hypothesis would be more probable
I'll
under
dispute
Trump's
that.
position. Okay, I said under Trump's policy, regardless of like whether or not like Gavin Newsom or some
But we have
Democratic
to consider.
president
We have
in the
to
future.
consider.
Okay,
the
yeah,
future
I'm not
Democratic
disputing
president.
that. I'm not disputing that. But I'm talking about why I support Donald Trump because Donald Trump is in favor of this policy, and given this policy, it would have a trajectory and start decreasing. The hypothesis would be that I believe that the number of abortions are going to decrease, and it's a valid hypothesis to have using the inductive reasoning.
But not sound.
What don't you understand? How is that not sound?
Because I don't accept it. I don't see how you accept it to be.
Wait.
I don't. I honestly like.
Hypothesis, but it's not sound.
What's up?
That follows. You agree that it's a more probable hypothesis, but it's not sound.
I never said it was a more probable hypothesis.
No, I'm saying it's a more probable hypothesis. And you
I
didn't
never
dispute
accepted that.
point. Okay, you didn't. You didn't reject it.
I do.
I just told you it's a valid argument, and then you said the argument is not sound.
Wait, do you understand valid and
Why
sound
didn't
are
you
two?
dispute?
Oh, he
Yeah,
doesn't know the
obviously I know
difference
what valid
between.
and sound.
He doesn't know the difference between a valid argument and a sound argument. What a blunder, my guy.
Are you trying? Well, it didn't seem
you're
like
not
you
tracking.
knew.
You're clearly
Yeah,
not tracking
I
because you didn't
think
know the
that
difference
you're
between a
not
valid and a
tracking
sound
because-
argument, my guy.
You're
Yeah,
not
this guy
tracking
needs to
because
take a philosophy course. What a white belt.
Well,
Yeah, Phil 101,
I'm
man.
not philosophy major.
Go
The
take
only
a Phil
philosophy
101
I've
course,
ever-
my guy.
You're asking me to take a Phil 101 course?
Yeah, because you didn't know the difference between a valid and a sound argument.
Of course, I do know. A valid argument would just be something that's like it follows
just
like a line
Googled
of
it.
inference.
You
If I
just
said
Googled it.
orange juice is orange, then Donald Trump is the best president. Orange juice is orange. Conclusion: Donald Trump is the best president. But obviously, that's not sound because the consequence does not follow the antecedent. So now that you got proven wrong, so I do know.
That's not
that,
me
right?
proven
Your-
wrong, right?
Well, no, your
Can you
hypothesis
prove
was
that
that
you
I did
just
not know
Googled
it, and I just proved to you that I
Can
did
you
know it.
okay now prove that you didn't just Google it?
I swear to God, I didn't Google it. Why would I Google it?
I swear to God,
Wait.
that's some evidence right there,
Wait,
everybody.
wait.
We have evidence right here,
Not that I
everybody. Look at
Googled
this.
that.
Trust me, bro.
Why would I- why
Please,
would I
everybody,
lie?
trust me, please. Okay.
Like, how am I supposed to like? Okay. Anyways, since you're like from Phil 101 Pro, right? Can you tell me what a single place predicate is?
Can you actually engage with Dean's point?
Well, I did. His
Remember,
point-
not answering questions doesn't mean we don't know what they are. So we're not gonna answer
Okay,
that
yeah,
question. Dean,
you're
make
right.
your point.
That follows.
Dean, you want to make your point to get him on track? Otherwise, I'll just go on to the next person because
I
it's
heard it. No, I
embarrassing
heard
and
his
wasting
point.
our time.
Well, I mean, yeah, what it seems like is that you're more concerned with like ideological bearing because you ideologically support the fact that Donald Trump wants there to be a reduction in abortion in the long term. However, right, my point is that materially we don't know that there's going to be a reduction in abortion in the long term. And because we don't know that there's going to be a reduction in abortion in the long term, yet we do know many other ways that Trump is hurting the country now and in the long term, such as under your view, an increase in the amount of abortions, under my view, taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, taking food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans, going on a path of quote-unquote conquest, starting a new war in Iran, threatening to invade Greenland, threatening to annex Canada, threatening to go after Mexico, Cuba, and Colombia, attacking our democratic institutions, such as the separations of power, going after the Constitution, saying that he has the ability to pass legislation when he doesn't, illegally refusing to pay out food stamp benefits, leading 12 million children to starve, on top of the big, beautiful bill in which is reducing the purchasing power of over half of this nation. In summation, basically, the position that I'm positing here is that we seem to know that the Trump administration is causing a lot of harm now and will cause long-term harm as well, yet we don't know that there's going to be any reduction in the level of harm onset by the Trump administration, even under your view, since we don't know that him overturning Roe v. Wade will lead to a reduction in abortion in the future. And then that's where you say, well, under your hypothesis, we do know that that's the most probable outcome. Well, what I'm positing here is that still yet, when we consider other factors, such as those in which I've mentioned, it seems to be the case that that hypothesis will fail because of our democratic institutions electing a democratic administration. So once again, just in summation, in case you can't track, Trump admin causing a lot of harm now and in the future, seemingly under both of our views.
Wait, I have a question. Is your entirety of like your meta-ethical worldview predicated on, increasing the amount of virtue and like reducing the amount of harm? Are you like a utilitarian?
Meta-ethical?
So that wouldn't be a meta-ethical view. That'd be normative view.
This guy now doesn't. Now what a blunder, everybody. Doesn't know the difference between normative ethics and meta-ethics, everybody.
That's a subcategory. That's a subcategory of it.
Oh no! Oh no!
What do you mean? What do you?
Debate bro doesn't know the difference between normative ethics and meta-ethical views. Wow.
That was really embarrassing, dude. Holy shit, man. His whole Discord's gonna be laughing at him after this.
Wait, you don't think that normative theory is a subcategory of meta-ethics?
Do you think that normative and ethics and meta-ethics are the same thing?
No, it's not going to be. It's always going to be. One is going to be a subcategory. When we say normative, we're just making like a prescription, saying something ought be. Whereas like the meta-ethical worldview would be like some sort of like.
So why did you ask him for the meta-ethic? Why his meta-ethical view would be based upon some sort of normative perspective?
Because it's a subcategory.
I actually reject. No, I don't think that normative ethics are a subcategory of meta-ethics. No.
Oh, you don't?
No, I think that they're two separate and distinct branches of ethical philosophy, not like one existing as a subcategory of the other. Because they explore just different issues. One explores the issue of, well, what is right and wrong? And the other explores the issue of, well, where does right and wrong come from?
Mm-hmm.
Well, utilitarianism would not be normative.
Utilitarianism. What? Utilitarianism is like one of the two like normative.
That wouldn't be normative.
What? Yes, absolutely.
You're saying what is wrong? You know what the trolley problem is?
Utilitarianism is not a normative ethical theory, everybody.
It's just going to be based. Well, yeah,
so
it's just going to be based
we would use utilitarianism to determine what is right or what is wrong based upon the consequences in which would be generated by the action. Do you disagree?
Yeah. Wait, Hansel, can you tell us the difference between normative and meta-ethics?
I just told you the distinction.
Oh, well, tell us again.
Well, one is a prescription, just being normative. We're saying something you ought do. And then meta-ethical worldview would just be something like, say, what is right and wrong, but it's going to be like some sort of like truth bearing. It holds like some sort of a truth value to it. So
like where the truth comes from.
Yeah, not necessarily. Like meta-ethics doesn't just explore if moral propositions exist. Okay, it also explores.
I mean, it's just going to be like necessarily. Well, I mean,
where those moral positions are grounded.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's necessarily the case that moral realism is true. Would you like an argument for moral realism?
I don't know how this is relevant to the whole point that you just said that utilitarianism isn't a normative theory.
Yeah. If we weren't on a debate live about the Trump administration, then I'd love to hear the argument. But it's completely irrelevant.
Okay, fine. If moral realism is true, then Trump is the superior president. Moral realism is true. Conclusion: Trump is the superior.
That does not follow at all.
Yeah, how does that not follow?
That would be invalid. I don't see what inference.
That's invalid.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Holy blunder! That's modus ponens.
No, that's not a blunder. That's not a blunder. What inference?
Yes, that is, because you said that's invalid.
No, it's not. No, I did say it was invalid.
Oh, yeah, it's modus ponens.
Demonstrate it.
Okay, I said that if moral realism is true, then Trump is the superior president. And then you affirm the antecedent, which is moral realism is true, and the consequent is going to be affirmed as the conclusion.
Oh yeah,
that Trump is
I
the superior
reject that.
president.
If it's true, then Trump would be a superior president.
Okay,
like, we
so
reject the
so it is
premise.
valid, right?
We reject the premise.
Oh,
You
wait.
reject that it's
Yeah.
valid, but it's
wait,
valid.
wait. No, you're right. Blunder. I
Wait,
reject
that's okay. So that's a blunder, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
so you don't get to
I
go to
rejected the premise from the very first point.
Okay, so premise 1, right?
Yeah, I don't,
Yeah,
I
so
don't
it's
see where
just-
you get that from.
Yeah, so it's just going to be that if moral realism is in favor of the pro-life standpoint, then
Moral
how-
realism
actually-
doesn't favor any certain perspective. It's not a normative theory.
Well,
yeah,
no,
bro.
yeah, yeah.
Holy dog walk.
Dude, this guy has
How's that
no
a
clue
dog
what he's
walk?
talking about. Like, it's actually so
He
embarrassing.
actually doesn't. He actually doesn't. Like, wow, I'm surprised. This guy is like never done like even 10 minutes of reading of like ethical philosophy. Like, moral realism tells us nothing about what is right or what is wrong. It just merely tells us about, well, regardless of what moral propositions exist, where those moral propositions come from, and if they're true stance independently or stance dependently. What a blunder. Yeah, that argument's clearly not sound.
Wait, what argument?
That if moral realism is true, then Trump is the superior president.
Oh, wait, no. I mean, obviously, it's not going to be sound off like face value, right? I would have to justify premise 1. So now I'm going to ask you.
Yeah, how do you
what theory of
justify premise 1?
Yeah, I just need to know your theory of justification.
You mean our normative theory? Meaning
No, your
that
theory of
that you have to add another
your
premise.
Theory of epistemic justification.
Oh, okay.
You have a
Why do you
theory
need my
of epistemic-
epistemic
Wait,
justification and all my
in order to justify-
we'd be asking
in
you
order
for
to
your theory
justify-
of epistemic justification.
Well, no, I'm asking yours just so I can justify using your theory of epistemic justification. So are you a phenomenal conservatist?
I generally don't rely on phenomenal conservatism, but
Okay, so are you a conventionalist?
what is conventionalism?
Okay, so conventionalism would it be that you do not accept things on face value? You would have to, have some sort of it would essentially be like you're not going to accept something on face value. You'd have to.
Okay, so it's,
I don't
it's
think he knows what
basically-
it is.
It's basically
is.
just like the rejection of phenomenal conservatism. Yeah, probably. I'm
Oh, that
probably
doesn't follow
conventionalist.
either.
Well,
Well,
I
I'd have
mean,
the same exact end goal. so
Phenomenal
it wouldn't be the
conservatism is,
rejection.
if it seems to be true, then it probably is.
Well, no, yeah, I know, but the end goal would still be the same, so it's not going to be the rejection of it.
Well, I think that saying if it seems to be true, then it probably is accepting something based on face value.
Well, no, exactly. But there's going to be this end truth, right? So if I said that, all right, well, if it seems to be the case, then the conclusion would be, then it's most likely to be the case. Whereas under conventionalism, it would
I
still
literally
be the
just
case
take
it's
that to
most likely
colloquially
to be the
mean that
case,
you're accepting
but it wouldn't
something
have
on
the
face
exact same
value.
antecedent. No, it would share the exact same conclusion.
I literally take phenomenal conservatism to colloquially mean that you accept things based upon face value because you think
Exactly.
that things are prima facie justified
Exactly.
based upon your seemings. Right,
Exactly.
and I reject that. So
Okay, exactly. You reject phenomenal conservatism. When I brought up conventionalism, right? I just told you that you said that, that's going to be the complete negation of phenomenal conservatism. I said, no, it's not going to be the negation, right? Because there's other positions that would be more in line with being a negation of it, because it still holds the exact same, concept.
This guy is such a wannabe Phil, bro. It's really funny, dude.
I'm
It's
not
really,
a
really
wannabe
funny.
Phil, bro. I'm a
I mean,
math
I
major.
definitely think that
I haven't even taken a single course in philosophy, by the way.
You don't
I think
have to
that you
take
should take
a course in
an ethical
philosophy
course.
to be a Phil, bro.
Well, I don't know. It
You
just
can,
seems
you
like
can be a wannabe Phil, bro, and Bormax the stream by literally just bringing up random words that you don't even understand yet. You know?
Well, I did cook you on the statistics, right?
No, you didn't.
Even though you're an economics major. Well, I
What's-
did. Dean just
what's
admitted
statistics?
that you lost. Yeah, so the statistics are just going to be that if we're going to make a proper evaluation within two given data sets, and one, if we're comparing 40 years to 4 years, we're going to have to reject that since the cardinality in the 4 years would be vastly smaller than the 40 years. And then in the second case, it would be that if we were to, reference the last 4 years of Roe v. Wade as opposed to the first 4 years of it overturning, then I'm going to have to reject that because it's going to be due to some sort of psychological issues, which is going to be some
we're
sort of
just relitigating the argument I've already provided you a
reactionary-
response to earlier.
Well, yeah. Well, no,
If
you
you,
didn't
if you
provide
want
a
to hear my response again,
Dean
to that
actually,
one,
no, Dean responded and then conceded that I was right.
No, I said that your hypothesis is possibly true.
Yeah, so
Well,
do
no,
you
I
understand
said-
that?
even though-
do you,
even
do
if
you
the
understand that our
hypothesis is
dispute is that you have no evidence to establish that abortions will go down in the long run? You have no evidence of that? That's the point I was trying to get you to establish in the first place, and you weren't providing any evidence for that claim? That abortions will go down?
No, I just told you it's more probable under the hypothesis, right? If under
I
Roe for
don't
taking
see
the
where
understanding
it
of Roe v.
logically entails that it's more probable.
Because there's going to be states that ban the number of will ban abortion in general for women, and then there's going to be a less amount of states that allow for abortion for women, and then ultimately that would be a less amount of abortions. Like if we took like 50 states and say 20 of them said there's going to be no abortions for women, then only 30 states would allow abortions for women, as opposed to under the Roe v. Wade policy, it would be 50 states that are going to allow abortions for women, which is automatically just be like, it's going to be like prima facie.
That's not inductive. That's kind of like
it
you're just trying to say that you
It's
feel
like
like it will
trivial.
lead this.
It's like pretty trivial, though.
No, it's not really, because you could also suppose that there would be a situation where people would get more access to abortion because they think that they're going to have restricted access, and because they feel like they're going to have restricted access in the long run, if they don't get access right now, they might be more likely to choose to get an abortion right now because the potential risks that could come about in the long run if they don't choose to get the abortion right now. So you could actually
Okay,
just
so
be
you're just
changing
proving
the
my
set
point.
of...
Wait, did you just prove my point then?
No,
That the
I'm
reason
just
that there's more
saying you're
abortions
being
that happen
agnostic.
after the overturning of Roe v. Wade was due to some sort of reaction, which you rejected earlier, and now you're accepting. You moron.
I never disputed that the amount of abortion
That
increase could be...
Okay, keep
I never
going,
disputed that the amount of abortions increase that could have been a result of the specific overturning of Roe versus Wade. I never disputed that in the very first place.
Okay, so wait, so you concede
But my
that the reaction rate,
dispute was that
the
it inevitably
reactionary
was going to
justification
yield.
follows, right?
My dispute was that it was inevitably going to yield a reduction in the amount of abortions.
Okay, and I said that's a more probable hypothesis if the overturning of Roe v. Wade remains, which is something that was under Trump's policy, which is why I support Trump.
And I don't even know if I don't know if I accept that either.
How do you not accept that? Because I'm telling you,
Because I think the same
Trump
thing can
because
be
Trump
true.
is in favor of the overturning of Roe v. Wade, and the overturning of Roe v. Wade would raise the hypothesis that in the long run, it would be a reduction in the number of abortions, regardless of whether or not there's some Democratic president that comes and overturns the overturning and puts Roe v. Wade back in place.
I don't have any
What
empirics.
don't you understand?
I don't have any empirics to state that, so I can't make that determination. I don't think there's any historical precedents to be able
Oh
to
my God, I
establish
just
this.
gave you-
that
I
would be
just gave you reason to
applicable
believe
these
that.
circumstances. No, I
I
don't
just
think
gave you
you've given
reason.
me any
Yes,
of those
I
things.
said 1973 to 1977. I said those were the first 4 years of Roe v. Wade. There was more abortions in those first 4 years, and then it started to decrease, right, as it went on the long run. So now, even in this specific case, right, even though there's more abortions in the first 4 years after the overturning, it's going to be on a trajectory that to decrease. That's the entire point that I was making. And Dean conceded that it's true. And you conceded that
it was true. I conceded that it was possibly true.
Well, you said that. Wait, wouldn't the hypothesis be more probable if it is the case
No,
that
no. Possibly true and more probable are different.
What do you mean possibly true and more?
You know that both Dean and I aren't disputing this. Like we both agree that it's possibly true.
So you guys do well. I know obviously there's a possible
logically possible, but there's no probabilistic evidence to indicate.
Yeah, I understand that.
The reason why I think that your historical example is limited is because of the fact that there are issues in terms of the fact that the amount of abortions could have impacted by other things outside of the context of Roe versus Wade being implemented, such as the fact that obviously there was a reduction or lack of access of things like birth control, sex education, and other sorts of variables that could be relevant towards reducing abortions that could be prevalent specifically within our society today, which could obviously cause there to be a increase in the amount of abortions because people specifically who would have been in those circumstances where they would have needed to prevent it historically speaking, that would have had increased access to abortion, which would have led to more abortions prior, could be different. Also, you're not categorizing when we're talking about Roe versus Wade being put in place in the first place, you're not categorizing the fact that there was legality established in other areas, the same level of access to those other states in terms of being able to get an abortion from those states, the access to online telehealth services for abortion,
Okay, stop with
the
the
abortion
jargon.
pill.
Please stop with the jargon.
Right, all of these things are very important to consider as applicable
Okay,
to the
nice
society that exists today versus not applicable back then. So I think that the historical example you provided, not only would it not be applicable, but also wouldn't be telling you exactly what you need in order to be able to claim that the overturning of Roe versus Wade today would actually yield less abortions.
Well, no, the hypothesis would be more probable with the given inductive reasoning that I gave you. How is that not followed?
He's just repeating the same point.
I'm not repeating the same thing.
I'm gonna go start my own life, bro. I appreciate you for
Keep
letting
running,
me.
Dean. Dean's a runner. Dean would never debate me one-on-one, anyways, because I have a lot of contentions against his points as well.
Hansel, you don't. You said that normative ethics was a subcategory of meta-ethics.
Rise me later today, all right? And then I'm going to debunk your points that you make, all right?
Okay, if you could answer the following question honestly.
Yeah.
Do you actually support Trump as president?
I think that there's reason to support Trump as president. I don't think that everything he does is good. But
I didn't
do,
ask you if there's
like,
reason to support him as president. I asked him if you actually support him as president.
yeah, like I would favor Trump. I would lend credence towards favoring Trump as opposed
Like
to
if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote
Trump.
for?
Yeah, I would prefer Trump.
But if you could choose not
Okay,
to
so-
vote, would you do that?
If I could choose not to vote, no, I'd probably still vote for Trump. I'd
Okay.
still probably go out of my way to vote for Trump. Anyways, yeah, Dean, you better arise me today so I can destroy your points. Anyways, Oh, by
Sure.
the way, you got absolutely cooked on the trans thing. Wait, Parker, I have a question.
Before
Why'd you talk
before
about the trans thing to the
wait,
other two people?
one second, Hansel. Before you like join my stream later to destroy me, can you promise me that you'll learn the difference between normative ethics and meta ethics?
Yeah, sure.
I appreciate
I
that,
thought I would
Hansel.
kick him after that. That's really funny. Dude, I actually, that caught me off guard. I would have expected him to know the difference. Like, I didn't expect him to not know that. That was kind of funny.
Dude was like clearly a Phil bro. I mean, like, I feel like that's like the introductory knowledge to like TikTok Phil broing is knowing the difference between normative and meta ethics. But yeah, I'm
That's
gonna go
such a
live.
blunder.
I'm gonna go live. I appreciate you for letting me up, Parker.
Alrighty, appreciate you, man. Have a good stream.
Thanks.
Molly, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I've woke you up. There you are. BOT, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. They don't care about the increase in infant or maternal mortality as well. That's actually another point I should have brought up to consider. And I think Dean will bring up next time he's talking to him. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We appear to be witnessing the brainstorming phase, only without the brain, actually. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And oh my God, Tori with the $200. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for Tori in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Seriously. W's for Tori in the comment section right now. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That is seriously so kind. W's for Tori in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm not quite sure if I do. I think there might be some small relation. I'm not quite sure if it's very much though. I have looked at some of the, because my parents have done ancestor stuff, and I think that they might exist. I'll make sure to look back and see if I can find something on that. But I think it's possible, because it's just not common, the last name Sim. But it is obviously possible. But yeah, if you have any questions, ask them in the comment section right now. I'm going to answer questions until Dean hops on live, everybody. If you have any questions, make sure to ask them in the comment section right now. If you're on YouTube, follow me if you haven't already. Subscribe if you haven't already. It's absolutely free to do so. If you're on TikTok, follow me if you haven't already. Absolutely free to do so as well. I go live literally every single day, and we do these debates every single day of the week. I take literally no breaks, so I'm here every day. But I'd really appreciate if you do that. It's absolutely free to do so. If you have any questions, you can ask me in the YouTube super chat or not YouTube. I guess you can over YouTube super chat. I meant to say YouTube chat or TikTok chat, or you can do it over Venmo or PayPal or YouTube super chat to actually ensure that. Ancestry, well, possible. I'm not quite sure. I haven't done ancestry for myself yet. Only my parents have. Only my parents have. Are you wanting to run for president one day? No, I don't plan at all to do that. I don't plan at all. I did ancestry and found out my dad was my dad. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm really sorry to hear that. As well as Juliana, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much on Venmo. Jesse, thank you so much for the $1. Also, married women didn't have access to birth control until 1965. Single women, not until 1972. I'm sure it definitely had an impact. Exactly my point. Exactly my point. Where can you get unbiased political news? AP News, NPR, PBS, Reuters, and I've heard a lot of people say Ground News. Tiger, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. What's up, Susan? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, I do look at YouTube chat quite often. I do. I try to at least. I can't catch up with everything. That's always the thing with like being on a platform with so many people, is that it's impossible to keep up with absolutely everything. And there's never a time where I can focus on absolutely everything, but I try to keep up somewhat. What's up, Simply? How you doing? Miami or LA? Oh, absolutely LA. I love LA. I think I'm mostly caught up. By the way, again, if you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up, everyone. I would really, really, really appreciate it. I think right now we're currently at like nearly 1.5 to 2,000 likes. So I'd really, really, really appreciate it. We can get quickly up to around 2,000. Another thing to tell everyone, because I did report on this earlier in the stream, I want to do it again. Louisiana canceled votes today, literally to racially gerrymander before the election. And it's absolutely fucking nuts. It's absolutely fucking nuts. So there have already been votes casted for the primaries, and they literally are trying to redraw maps. So they prevented the elections from happening, rescinded votes, because of the fact that they want to redraw the maps before they do the election. Isn't that crazy? That's like actually insane. So yeah, that's what happened. And then also like what we learned earlier was that what's it called? The Trump fired every member of the NSF and the NSB, or the NSB specifically. Or I can't speak. Yes, NSB, the National Science Board, which is fucking crazy. That's definitely insane. As well as Tori, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that would be so cool. Honestly, I'll make sure to try to look into that. Angela as well, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that absolutely insane? Like, literally didn't even have the autonomy to be able to do so at that point. Thomas as well, thank you for the $5 for thoughts on the state visit from King Charles these last few days. I don't know. I'm not quite familiar with everything that happened there, but I'm just like, I'm pretty sure that's bad, right? From what I've seen. Becca as well, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much for love of work, not trying to be in your business, just curious. Oh, sorry, it literally cut off because of the Venmo. Somewhat acquaintances, I would say. Trying to get back to that point, I would say. Justina, thank you so much for the $5. And also, by the way, I wanted to say, Justina, thank you so much for the $50 earlier. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. W's for Justina earlier. I literally didn't get that message until later in the live. So I just want to say I appreciate it as always. They said, what do people not see about the prep or mental load behind your lives? I would say like I don't know, just like, I guess how it mentally impacts me when I get off the stream. Right, like obviously, like I'm gonna try to do, obviously like stay happy, try to stay upbeat and everything on the stream. But obviously, there's like mental load, and I'm tired, and I gotta have time to like chill and just like do nothing and get elevated and like watch TV to like really calm down. Daphne, thank you so much for the sheep, especially yesterday. Yesterday was so brutal on stream. Yesterday was a brutal stream. I'm not gonna lie. Looks like Dean is live right now. Let me see if he's live on YouTube. If not, I'm gonna keep answering questions until he does. I think he is about to hop on YouTube very, very soon. He hasn't hopped on quite yet, it seems. Yeah, he will be on here very, very soon. Thomas, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that's so kind of you. Thank you very much. What is gerrymandering? Essentially where they redraw the maps so that it can produce more districts, or produce districts with a party affiliation to a greater way, or to a certain way, rather than another. So, like, typically Republicans will partisan gerrymander in order to be able to try to get more red seats. Julia, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Right now, it's either Becerra or Steyer, and I'm kind of just waiting to see who's getting the most support, and we'll go behind either of them. I'm not, like, super excited about either one, to be honest. Like, I think both of them are, like, generally good. But it's not like I think it's groundbreaking or whatnot. I think a lot of the power has to be passed through the congressional acts in the first place, or through the congressional elements of California in the first place. I am really interested in some of the things Steyer's implementing, but like I also think that Becerra has a really good history of getting things passed. So honestly, I'm relatively indifferent with a lot of their policies. I lean more towards the progressive policies of Steyer, but I do think that like there's a more practical nature of Becerra that I think would be existing. So, that's kind of my position. I'm not really like someone who's going to stop supporting Steyer or stop thinking Steyer's a ideological preferable candidate just because he's a billionaire. I definitely think that some of his actions, historically speaking, have been contradictory to his views now, but I definitely think that like over time you can change your views. So that's one thing. But some of the things I don't like what Steyer does is like he went up and he's like trying to call out Becerra for this Chevron payment he got, and he's saying like give it back. But then he's made money off of either putting his money in the Cayman Islands or through specifically like investing in things that he disagrees with, such as like literally, what is it, the state penitentiaries, or not state penitentiaries, for-profit penitentiaries, and like core civic and whatnot. And like, if he's making that argument about Becerra, he has to make that argument about his own investments too then, right? Which he could probably try to argue that he's investing that money or putting that money into like politics, or he's going to give that money away from the future. But isn't he asking Becerra to give that money away right now? Because Becerra could argue that he's using that money to benefit Californians, you know? But he's not like doing anything that they would want or something. But I don't know. I think that like there's definitely critiques and criticisms I have of both. Like, to be honest, that's my view. But I'm kind of seeing whoever's going to have the most support, because I need us to have one of the candidates be against the Republicans, because the top two go to the next one, which it seems like Chad Bianco is reducing in support. So it might be possible just to have that even with both of them running. So we'll see. I'll have to check at polling again. Justina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Favorite roller coaster you've been on? That's a difficult one. I like Tatsu from Six Flags. Kylie, thank you so much for the purchase, the $4. Thank you very much. For between Kamala and Michelle Obama, who would you vote for if Michelle ran on the same policies that Barack did? I mean, I feel like there's not really much of a distinction. I think that in terms of like the way that I'd view their like ideological views, because I think that they relatively hold very similar ideological views. I think Michelle Obama would be more likely to get elected, though. So I probably would support or vote for Michelle in that situation, because I think that she would be more likely to get elected just because of her name recognition, because of her general support. She has like very, very high support. And Tori, thank you so much for the $100 as well on Venmo. Thank you so much, Tori. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Absolutely. I really appreciate it. I'll make sure to do that. I'll make sure to do that, Tori. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Can we get some W's for Tori in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Absolutely, I will. As well as Macy, thank you so much for the $5. What are your thoughts on Trump's admins? Thoughts to push forward research on the PSY CHEDELIC assisted therapies? I actually think that those are good. And based on what I've seen, it's good. Obviously, yeah, but in general, obviously, most things Trump does is bad, but I can acknowledge like if I agree with something on a certain thing. As well as I think I am fully caught up. I might just send everyone over to Dean. Let me see if he is off of YouTube. Let's take a look. There he is. He is live. All right, everyone, go over to Dean's live. Spam Parker Raid, spam Love from Parker. Everyone, if I missed your donation, I really do apologize. I'm trying to make sure I get to everyone. But thank you, everyone, for coming through. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up, everyone. I'd really appreciate it. Alrighty, everyone. I will see everyone later. Good night, good night, good night. Good day.